In the spring of 1896, as the world moved toward a new century, something remarkable happened in the ancient city of Athens, Greece. After more than 1,500 years of silence, the Olympic Games returned to life. The date was April 6th, and as the sun rose over the marble ruins and modern streets of Athens, 241 athletes from 14 nations gathered to compete in what would become the first modern Olympic Games. The revival of the Olympics was not simply a sporting event. It represented a dream, carefully nurtured by a French educator named Pierre de Coubertin, who believed that international athletic competition could promote peace and understanding among nations. The choice of Athens as the host city carried profound symbolism. Here, in the birthplace of the ancient games, the Olympic flame would be rekindled, linking the modern world to the glory of classical antiquity. The facilities were rudimentary by today's standards. There was no grand Olympic village, no state-of-the-art training centers. Athletes arrived in Athens having funded their own journeys, many traveling by ship across vast oceans and then by rail through the European countryside. They came from places as distant as the United States, Australia, and Chile, converging on this Greek city with a mixture of curiosity, competitive spirit, and historical awareness. The Panathenaic Stadium, which would host many of the athletic events, had been rebuilt from ancient ruins using white marble. Its elongated U-shape, while visually stunning, created practical challenges. The track curves were extraordinarily tight, slowing runners and preventing the establishment of world records. Yet the athletes persevered, running on this historic ground where ancient Greek champions had once competed for olive wreaths and eternal glory. On that first day of competition, April 6th, an American athlete named James Connolly made history. Competing in the triple jump, Connolly became the first Olympic champion in more than 15 centuries. His victory was deeply symbolic, a bridge between ancient and modern athletic tradition. Connolly would also earn silver in the high jump and bronze in the long jump, demonstrating the versatility expected of athletes in this era when specialization was less common. The American team proved remarkably successful despite the long journey they had undertaken. Thomas Burke revolutionized sprint starting by using what was then an innovative technique, the crouch start. While other runners began their races standing upright, Burke crouched low to the track before exploding forward. This technique helped him win both the 100-meter sprint in 12 seconds and the 400-meter race in 54.2 seconds. His times, while impressive for the tight track conditions, would not stand as world records due to the challenging circumstances and the limited participation of the world's fastest runners. The swimming competitions presented their own unique challenges. Rather than racing in a pool with measured lanes and calm water, swimmers competed in the cold, choppy currents of the Bay of Z. The April waters were frigid, and the sea's natural movement created unpredictable conditions. Hungarian swimmer Alfred Hayes won both the 100-meter and the remarkable 1,200-meter freestyle events. Years later, he would recall that his will to live surpassed his will to win during the longer race, as the cold water and distance pushed him to his absolute limits. Cycling events took place on various courses around Athens, and French cyclist Paul Masson emerged as a dominant force. He won the one-lap time trial, the sprint race, and the 10,000-meter event, demonstrating both explosive speed and endurance. Another French cyclist, Léon Flaming, captured hearts with his sportsmanship during the 100-kilometer race. After taking a fall himself and later witnessing a rival's bicycle malfunction, Flaming stopped to help his competitor repair the bike before continuing the race, which he ultimately won. German athlete Karl Schumann showcased remarkable versatility by winning 4 events across 2 different sports: wrestling and gymnastics. This kind of multi-sport participation was common in the early Olympics, when athletes were expected to be well-rounded competitors rather than narrow specialists. The medal ceremony itself differed from modern tradition. Winners received silver medals, while second-place finishers received copper medals. Only decades later would the International Olympic Committee retroactively redesignate these as gold, silver, and bronze medals. Greece, as the host nation, accumulated the most total medals with 47, while the United States led in gold medals with 11. 9 sports were contested during these games: athletics, cycling, fencing, gymnastics, shooting, swimming, tennis, weightlifting, and wrestling. 43 events in total were held over those April days, each one contributing to the resurrection of the Olympic ideal. The Athens Games of 1896 were far from perfect. Participation was limited, facilities were basic, and organizational challenges were numerous. Weather disrupted some events, language barriers complicated communication, and the absence of standardized rules sometimes led to confusion. Yet despite these difficulties, something profound had been achieved. The Olympic Games had returned, carrying with them the promise of international friendship through athletic competition. As the Games concluded on April 15th, athletes and spectators alike recognized they had witnessed the beginning of something significant. The ancient tradition had been reborn in a modern form, adapted for a changing world yet still carrying the essential spirit of athletic excellence and peaceful competition. The success of these first modern Olympics ensured that the Games would continue, spreading to other cities and nations in the years ahead. The legacy of Athens 1896 extends far beyond the medals won and records attempted. These Games proved that Pierre de Coubertin's dream was achievable, that athletes from different nations could gather in friendship and competition. They established precedents and traditions that would evolve over the coming decades, gradually transforming into the global spectacle we recognize today. As we reflect on these first modern Olympics, we see not just the beginning of a sporting event, but the start of a movement that would bring together athletes from every corner of the world, transcending political boundaries and cultural differences in pursuit of athletic excellence and mutual understanding. 4 years after the triumphant revival in Athens, the Olympic Games traveled to Paris, France, where they became entangled in something much larger than themselves. The year was 1900, and Paris was hosting the Exposition Universelle, a massive World's Fair celebrating the achievements of the past century and the promise of the new one. Into this grand exposition, spread across the city over nearly 6 months, the Olympic Games were woven almost as an afterthought. The Paris Olympics of 1900 remain perhaps the most peculiar and chaotic in the entire history of the Games. Unlike Athens, where the Olympics had been the central focus, in Paris they were merely one attraction among thousands at the World's Fair. Events were scattered across the city and stretched from May 14th all the way to October 28th. Many athletes competed without even realizing they were participating in the Olympic Games, believing instead they were simply in international championships or exhibition matches organized as part of the exposition. Nearly 1,000 athletes made their way to Paris, though the vast majority were French, comprising 72% of all competitors. 24 nations were represented in total, and 95 events were contested across 18 sports. The sheer scope and duration of the competition created an organizational nightmare that would influence Olympic planning for decades to come. The athletics events were held on grass tracks at the Racing Club de France, an unusual surface that would affect running times. Despite these conditions, American athlete Alvin Krenzlein achieved something extraordinary that has never been matched. Over the course of the Games, he won 4 individual gold medals in track and field: the 60-meter sprint, the 110-meter hurdles, the 200-meter hurdles, and the long jump. His long jump victory came with controversy, as rival Meyer Prinstein had declined to compete in the final because it was held on a Sunday. Prinstein, who had led in the qualifying rounds, was reportedly so angry at Krensline's victory that he confronted him physically afterward. The swimming competitions took place in the River Seine, where athletes battled not just each other but the river's current as well. Australian swimmer Frederick Lane won the 200-meter freestyle, while British swimmer John Jarvis claimed victory in both the 1,000-meter and 4,000-meter races. The disparity in skill levels was remarkable. In one heat of a swimming event, Frenchman Jules Verbeek finished nearly 7 minutes ahead of his nearest competitor, illustrating the uneven development of competitive swimming across different nations. France, as the host nation, dominated the medal count with 102 medals overall, including 26 gold medals. The United States finished second in gold medals with 19, while Great Britain claimed 15 golds. But these statistics barely capture the strange nature of these games. Among the sports contested were several that would never again appear in the Olympics. Basque pelota, a traditional ball game played against a wall, made its only Olympic appearance. Cricket was played once, with Great Britain's team defeating France in what would be the sport's sole Olympic contest. Croquet was included, with France winning all the medals. Golf was played at the Campine Club, featuring 36-hole matches. Polo and tug-of-war were also on the program, sports that seem curious from our modern perspective but were serious athletic endeavors at the time. The tug-of-war competition deserves special mention. Teams of athletes would grip a thick rope and attempt to pull their opponents across a marked line. The sport required not just strength but coordination, technique, and teamwork. It would remain an Olympic event for several more decades before eventually being dropped from the program. American athlete Raymond Urey began what would become a legendary Olympic career in Paris. Urey won 3 gold medals in standing jump events: the standing high jump, standing long jump, and standing triple jump. These events, performed from a stationary position without a running start, tested pure explosive power. Urey had overcome childhood polio, which had left him confined to a wheelchair for a time, making his athletic achievements even more remarkable. Swiss shooter Konrad Staheli also won 3 gold medals in various shooting competitions, while American Frank Jarvis matched the world record of 10.8 seconds in the 100-meter heats, though this performance was achieved on the unusual grass track and with timing methods that were still being standardized. The Paris Games introduced several innovations that would influence future Olympics. This was the first Olympics held under the presidency of Pierre de Coubertin, the founder of the modern Olympic movement. Having seen his dream realized in Athens, Coubertin now watched as his home city of Paris hosted the Games, albeit in a form quite different from what he had envisioned. The confusion surrounding these games extended even to their name. Many events were billed as part of the International Championships or Grand Prix of the Paris Exposition, rather than explicitly as Olympic competitions. This ambiguity meant that for years, historians debated which events should be considered part of the official Olympic program. The International Olympic Committee would later work to clarify the record, designating certain competitions as official Olympic events while excluding others. Despite the organizational chaos, the Paris Games did serve to keep the Olympic movement alive during a critical period. They demonstrated the challenges of integrating the Olympics into a larger event and taught valuable lessons about the need for clear Olympic identity and focus. Future games would benefit from these difficult lessons, becoming more tightly organized and clearly defined as distinct Olympic celebrations. The athletic performances in Paris, while sometimes overshadowed by the confusion, included genuine moments of excellence and human drama. Athletes competed with dedication and skill, often under difficult conditions and without the recognition they deserved at the time. The crouch start that Thomas Burke had pioneered in Athens became more widely adopted in Paris. Techniques were evolving, equipment was improving, and international competition was helping to raise standards across all sports. As summer turned to autumn and the exposition finally drew to a close in late October, the second modern Olympic Games came to an end. They had been messy, confusing, and sprawling. They had lacked the focused intensity of Athens and the clear Olympic identity that future games would possess. Yet they had kept the Olympic flame burning, had brought together nearly 1,000 athletes from around the world, and had showcased a remarkable variety of athletic endeavors. The legacy of Paris 1900 is complex. On one hand, these games are remembered as a cautionary tale about what happens when the Olympics lose their distinct identity. On the other hand, they demonstrated the resilience of the Olympic idea, its ability to survive even when poorly implemented. The lessons learned in Paris would shape Olympic planning for generations, ensuring that future games would have clearer structure, better organization, and a stronger sense of Olympic identity and purpose. The third modern Olympic Games traveled across the Atlantic Ocean to St. Louis, Missouri, in the United States. Like Paris before it, St. Louis was hosting a World's Fair, the Louisiana Purchase Exposition celebrating the centennial of America's acquisition of the vast Louisiana Territory. And like Paris, the Olympic Games would be absorbed into this larger spectacle, losing much of their distinct identity in the process. From July 1st through November 23rd of 1904, athletic competitions unfolded amid the fair's exhibits and attractions. The St. Louis Games marked the first time the Olympics were held outside of Europe, but this geographic expansion came with a significant cost. International participation collapsed dramatically. Of the 648 athletes who competed, the vast majority were American. Only 62 athletes came from outside North America, and just 12 nations were represented in total. European athletes found the journey across the Atlantic prohibitively expensive and time-consuming, and many nations simply chose not to send teams. The Olympics, intended as an international gathering, had become almost entirely an American affair. Despite the limited international field, the athletic performances in St. Louis included moments of genuine excellence. Archie Hahn, nicknamed the Milwaukee Meteor, dominated the sprint events. He won the 60-meter dash, the 100-meter sprint, and set an Olympic record in the 200-meter race with a time of 21.6 seconds, a record that would stand for 28 years. Hahn's powerful running style and consistent performances made him the star of the track events. Perhaps the most inspiring athletic story from St. Louis involved a gymnast named George Iser. Despite having a wooden left leg, a prosthetic replacement for the limb he had lost in a train accident, Iser competed in gymnastics and won 6 medals, including 3 golds. His performances in events requiring balance, strength, and coordination demonstrated remarkable physical adaptation and determination. His achievements challenged assumptions about what was possible for athletes with physical disabilities. The United States dominated the medal count to an unprecedented degree, winning 239 medals, including 78 golds. No other nation came close. This American sweep was partly due to the lack of international competition, but it also reflected the growing strength of American athletics and the home field advantage of competing with familiar conditions and enthusiastic local support. The marathon in St. Louis became infamous, remembered more for its bizarre incidents than for athletic achievement. The race took place on dusty roads in intense summer heat. Fred Lors, an American runner, was initially celebrated as the winner when he entered the stadium first, but he was quickly disqualified when it was discovered he had ridden in a car for much of the race. The actual winner, Thomas Hicks, barely survived the ordeal. To keep him going through the brutal conditions, his handlers gave him doses of strychnine, a poisonous substance that was used in small amounts as a stimulant at the time, mixed with brandy and egg whites. Hicks crossed the finish line in a state of near collapse, so exhausted that he had to be carried off the track. Two other marathon competitors deserve mention for different reasons. Lentau and Yamasani, two Zulu tribesmen who were part of an exhibit at the World's Fair, decided to run in the marathon. They became the first African athletes to compete in the Olympics. Despite having no marathon training and being chased partway through the race by an aggressive dog, Lentau finished 9th and Yamasani 12th, respectable showings under extraordinary circumstances. Another notable athlete was George Poage, who became the first Black American to win an Olympic medal when he took bronze in both the 200-meter and 400-meter hurdles. His achievements came during a period of intense racial segregation and discrimination in the United States, making his Olympic success particularly significant from a social and historical perspective. The St. Louis Games introduced several new sports to the Olympic program. Boxing made its debut, along with an event called dumbbell lifting, an early form of weightlifting. The decathlon, a 10-event combined competition testing the all-around athletic ability of competitors, was also contested for the first time. These additions expanded the scope of the Olympics and would influence the program in future games. One athlete, Frank Kugler, demonstrated remarkable versatility by winning medals in 3 different sports: wrestling, weightlifting, and tug-of-war. This kind of multi-sport participation was more common in the early Olympics than it would become in later years as athletes increasingly specialized in single disciplines. Swimming events took place in a temporary pool created at the fairgrounds, a significant improvement over the river swimming of Paris. James Lightbody, an American middle-distance runner, set a world record in the 1500-meter race and also won the 800-meter and the steeplechase events, showcasing the dominance of American distance running at these games. The integration of the Olympics into the Louisiana Purchase Exposition created many of the same problems that had plagued the Paris Games 4 years earlier. Events were spread out over months, blurring the sense of a unified competition. Some competitions that were labeled as part of the fair were later recognized as Olympic events, while others were not. The confusion about what was and wasn't part of the Olympics would persist in historical records for decades. Moreover, the fair included troubling anthropological exhibits that reflected the racist attitudes of the era. So-called anthropology days featured competitions among indigenous peoples from around the world who were being exhibited at the fair. These degrading spectacles, which Olympic founder Pierre de Coubertin later condemned, represented a dark chapter in Olympic history and in the history of world's fairs more generally. Despite the problems, the St. Louis Games did mark several firsts that would become Olympic traditions. For the first time, gold, silver, and bronze medals were awarded to the top 3 finishers in each event, establishing the medal system that continues today. Previously, winners had received various prizes, but the standardized 3-medal system became the norm starting in St. Louis. The poor international participation in St. Louis sent a clear message to Olympic organizers. The Games could not be successful if they were merely an appendage to a World's Fair, and they could not thrive if held in locations that were inaccessible to most of the world's athletes. The Olympics needed to be a distinct, focused event with broad international participation. The experiences of Paris and St. Louis would shape the philosophy of future Olympic planning, leading to the more successful and internationally focused games that would follow in London and Stockholm. As the autumn of 1904 arrived and the Louisiana Purchase Exposition finally concluded, the third modern Olympic Games came to an end. They had showcased American athletic talent and had produced some memorable individual performances, but they had failed to advance the Olympic ideal of international friendship through sport. The challenges of St. Louis made clear that the Olympic movement needed to evolve, to establish stronger identity and better organization, if it was to survive and grow into the global institution its founders envisioned. In 1908, the Olympic Games arrived in London, England, and with them came a transformation in how the Olympics would be organized and conducted. Originally scheduled for Rome, the Games had to be relocated when Italy withdrew due to the financial demands of rebuilding after the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. London stepped in to host, and British organizers approached the task with a level of structure and formality that had been lacking in previous Olympics. From April 27 through October 31, the Games unfolded with innovations that would define the modern Olympic experience. London introduced the first proper opening ceremony, a formal event that brought together all participating athletes and nations in a unified celebration before competition began. This ceremony established precedents that would become central to Olympic tradition. Athletes marched into the stadium organized by nation, each delegation following its flag. The spectacle created a powerful sense of international gathering and set the tone for the athletic competition to follow. The Games attracted 2,008 athletes from 22 nations, representing the best international participation since the Athens revival. 110 events were contested across 18 sports, and for the first time, the Olympics felt like a cohesive, well-organized international sporting festival rather than a collection of scattered competitions. Great Britain, as the host nation, dominated the medal count in a manner that reflected both home advantage and genuine athletic strength. British athletes won 56 gold medals and 146 total medals. The United States finished second with 23 gold medals. The strong British performance created enthusiasm among the home crowds and demonstrated the competitive depth of British athletics across multiple sports. Several sports made their Olympic debut in London. Diving competitions were held for the first time, with swimmers launching themselves from platforms into the water and being judged on the grace and technique of their entries. Field hockey, which would become one of the most popular Olympic sports internationally, was added to the program. Most surprisingly, figure skating was included despite being a winter sport, taking place in October at an indoor ice rink. This unusual addition showed the still evolving nature of the Olympic program. The London Games were not without controversy, however. Political tensions surfaced during the opening parade when Finnish athletes refused to march under the Russian flag. Finland was at that time part of the Russian Empire, but Finnish nationalism was strong, and the athletes' protest highlighted the complex political realities that the Olympics could not entirely escape. Similarly, Irish athletes protested against being required to compete under British colors, refusing to participate in some events due to their desire for independence from British rule. In swimming, British athlete Henry Taylor emerged as a dominant force, winning 3 gold medals in various freestyle events. American runner Mel Sheppard also claimed 3 golds in middle distance races, demonstrating the depth of American track talent. Swedish shooter Oskar Swan won 2 gold medals in shooting competitions, beginning what would become a remarkable Olympic career spanning multiple decades. American athlete Ray Urey continued his extraordinary Olympic journey by winning 2 more gold medals in the standing jump events, adding to the collection he had started in Paris. The marathon in London created one of the most enduring Olympic controversies and established the modern marathon distance. The race was planned to start at Windsor Castle and finish at the Olympic Stadium, a distance of 26 miles. However, to allow the royal family to view the start from their residence and to have the race finish directly in front of the royal box at the stadium, an additional 385 yards were added. This specific distance of 26 miles, 385 yards would later be standardized as the official marathon distance, a legacy of London's royal geography. The marathon itself produced high drama. Italian runner Dorando Pietri entered the stadium first but was so exhausted that he collapsed multiple times on the final lap. Officials helped him to his feet and assisted him across the finish line, but this assistance led to his disqualification. American Johnny Hayes, who had entered the stadium second, was declared the winner. Pietri's determined struggle, however, captured public imagination and made him a celebrity despite his disqualification. The London Games introduced several technical innovations that improved competition and record-keeping. Better timing methods were employed, tracks were properly measured and certified, and rules were more clearly defined and uniformly applied. These improvements helped establish the Olympics as a serious international sporting competition where records could be meaningfully compared across different games. The increased formality and structure of the London Olympics extended to accommodations and athlete services as well. While still far from the elaborate Olympic villages of later years, London provided better organized housing and meal arrangements for visiting athletes. Transportation to and from venues was coordinated more systematically. These practical improvements made participation easier for international teams and contributed to the higher attendance. British spectators turned out in large numbers, filling newly constructed stands and creating an atmosphere of genuine sporting enthusiasm. The presence of King Edward VII at the opening ceremony added royal prestige to the event. Newspaper coverage was extensive, helping to spread awareness of the Olympics throughout Britain and internationally. The combination of strong organization, enthusiastic crowds, and media attention helped establish the Olympics as a significant international event. The swimming events, held in a proper pool rather than open water, allowed for more accurate timing and fairer competition. The standardized conditions meant that performances could be better compared to previous results and that athletes competed on equal terms. Diving from fixed platforms rather than improvised structures similarly improved the fairness and safety of those competitions. The field hockey tournament saw England defeat Ireland in the final, beginning what would become a long tradition of intense field hockey competition at the Olympics. The sport's inclusion reflected its popularity in Britain and would lead to its becoming a major Olympic sport, particularly popular in India, Pakistan, and other nations where British influence had spread the game. Track and field athletics remained the centerpiece of the Games, and the British public particularly enjoyed watching their runners, jumpers, and throwers compete against international rivals. The oval track at the White City Stadium provided good conditions, though the cinder surface was affected by London's often damp weather. Athletes competed in weather ranging from sunshine to rain, adding an element of unpredictability to the results. The tug-of-war competition generated particular enthusiasm, with teams of powerful athletes straining against each other in tests of coordinated strength. The event brought together policemen, farmers, and other working-class competitors alongside more traditional athletes, giving the Olympics a broader social appeal. As October arrived and the extended Olympic schedule finally concluded, London could look back on a successful hosting. The Games had been better organized than their predecessors, had attracted stronger international participation, and had introduced innovations that would become permanent features of the Olympic movement. The opening ceremony, the emphasis on proper organization, the attention to technical standards, all these elements showed the Olympics evolving toward the form they would take in the 20th century. London had demonstrated that the Olympics could be both a serious international sporting competition and a magnificent public spectacle, setting a standard that future host cities would strive to match. The 1912 Olympics in Stockholm, Sweden, are often remembered as the Swedish masterpiece, a title that speaks to the exceptional organization, technical innovation, and sporting excellence that characterized these games. From May 5th through July 27th, Stockholm hosted what many consider the finest Olympics of the pre-World War I era. 2,400 athletes from 28 nations gathered in Sweden's capital city, where they would compete in events that showcased both tradition and innovation. The Swedes approached Olympic hosting with meticulous attention to detail. They introduced electronic timing devices for certain track events, making the measurement of performances more accurate than ever before. A public address system allowed announcements to reach spectators throughout the stadium, improving the experience for the thousands who attended. These technical improvements, combined with well-designed venues and efficient organization, set a new standard for Olympic hosting. One of the most significant innovations in Stockholm was the introduction of art competitions. Pierre de Coubertin, the founder of the modern Olympic movement, had long believed that the Olympics should celebrate human achievement in art as well as athletics, echoing the ancient Greek ideal of balancing physical and intellectual pursuits. In Stockholm, medals were awarded in architecture, literature, music, painting, and sculpture, all with themes related to sport. These art competitions would continue as part of the Olympics for several decades, adding a cultural dimension to the athletic spectacle. Women's participation expanded in Stockholm with the addition of swimming and diving events for female athletes. While women's involvement in the Olympics remained limited compared to men, this expansion represented important progress toward gender inclusivity. The swimming events in particular demonstrated that women could compete at high levels in demanding athletic competitions, challenging prevailing assumptions about female athletic capability. The most celebrated athlete in Stockholm was Jim Thorpe, an American of Native American heritage who won both the pentathlon and the decathlon with commanding performances. Thorpe's versatility was extraordinary. He could run with speed, jump with power, throw with strength, and compete with stamina in the most demanding multi-event competitions. When Sweden's King Gustav V presented him with his medals, he reportedly called Thorpe the greatest athlete in the world. Tragically, Thorpe would later be stripped of his medals when it was discovered he had briefly played semi-professional baseball, violating the strict amateur rules of the era. Decades later, long after his death, his medals would be posthumously restored, acknowledging both his remarkable athletic achievements and the harsh injustice of his disqualification. Finnish distance runner Hannes Kalamainen became a national hero by winning 3 gold medals in distance events. His victories in the 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, and cross-country race showcased the Finnish tradition of long-distance running that would dominate Olympic competitions for years to come. Kalamainen ran with a smooth, efficient style that allowed him to maintain pace over long distances, and his success inspired a generation of Finnish runners who would follow in his footsteps. The United States topped the gold medal count with 26, while Sweden as the host nation won the most total medals with 65, a strong showing that delighted home crowds. The Swedish public embraced the Olympics with enthusiasm, filling venues and creating an atmosphere of genuine sporting celebration. The combination of Swedish hospitality, efficient organization, and beautiful summer weather made Stockholm a memorable setting for athletic competition. Boxing, which had been included in London, was not held in Stockholm because Swedish law prohibited the sport. This absence reflected the ongoing debates about which sports deserved Olympic inclusion and how the game should balance tradition with national preferences and legal restrictions. The controversy over boxing illustrated the challenges of creating a truly international sporting program that could be accepted by all host nations. The modern pentathlon made its Olympic debut in Stockholm. This event, designed by Pierre de Coubertin himself, combined 5 disciplines: shooting, fencing, swimming, horseback riding, and cross-country running. The pentathlon was intended to test the skills that would be required of a military courier or cavalry officer, combining technical skills with endurance. The event added an element of adventure and versatility to the Olympic program and would become a permanent fixture of the Summer Games. Jim Thorpe won the first modern pentathlon competition as well as the decathlon, demonstrating his supremacy in events requiring all-around athletic ability. His performances were so dominant that he won the pentathlon by such a large margin that he would have placed first even if he had not competed in one of the 5 disciplines. The marathon in Stockholm provided its own drama and heat-related challenges. Portuguese runner Francisco Lazaro collapsed during the race and tragically became the first athlete to die during Olympic competition. His death highlighted the extreme physical demands of marathon running, especially in warm conditions, and led to increased attention to athlete safety and medical support at Olympic events. Swimming competitions took place in Stockholm Harbor, in the brackish waters where the Baltic Sea meets the Swedish archipelago. While swimming in open water presented challenges similar to those faced in earlier Olympics, the Swedes organized the events well, with clear course markings and boat support for safety. American and Australian swimmers dominated the events, winning most of the medals and setting several world records. The athletics program included a cross-country team race, an event that required runners to navigate a course over varied terrain. Finland's team dominated this event, showcasing the Finnish affinity for distance running in natural settings. Individual cross-country races tested not just running speed but also the ability to read terrain, maintain balance on uneven ground, and sustain effort over challenging courses. Swedish shooter Oscar Swan, who had won medals in London, continued his Olympic career in Stockholm at the age of 64, making him one of the oldest Olympic competitors. His continued success in shooting events demonstrated that Olympic competition could span generations and that skill and experience could sometimes overcome the advantages of youth. The Games in Stockholm also featured equestrian events that tested the partnership between horse and rider. Dressage, show jumping, and eventing required not just athletic ability but also the training of horses and the development of trust and communication between animal and human athlete. These events added variety to the Olympic program and showcased skills that had deep roots in European military and aristocratic traditions. The tennis competition attracted top players from around the world and demonstrated the growing international popularity of the sport. Indoor tennis was played at covered courts, while outdoor tennis took advantage of Stockholm's summer weather. The presence of tennis, along with other sports that already had their own international competitions and championships, raised questions about the Olympics' relationship to established sporting structures. As July drew to a close and the Stockholm Games concluded, athletes and officials recognized that they had experienced something special. The Swedish organizers had shown what the Olympics could be with proper planning, adequate resources, and genuine commitment to excellence. The technical innovations introduced in Stockholm would be adopted by future Olympics. The expanded program, including both new sports and art competitions, reflected the evolving vision of what the Olympics could encompass. The success of Stockholm demonstrated that the Olympic movement had matured beyond its difficult early years. The Games had become a significant international event that attracted the world's best athletes, captured public attention, and showcased the possibilities of peaceful international competition. As athletes returned to their home countries, they carried with them memories of Swedish hospitality, impressive organization, and fierce but friendly competition that embodied the Olympic ideal. 8 years passed between the Stockholm Games of 1912 and the next Summer Olympics. Those years saw the world transformed by the catastrophic tragedy of the First World War, a conflict that claimed millions of lives, reshaped national borders, and shattered the optimistic faith in progress that had characterized the early 20th century. When the Olympics finally resumed in 1920, they came to Antwerp, Belgium, a city and nation that had suffered greatly during the war but was now determined to rebuild and to help restore the spirit of international cooperation that the Olympics represented. The selection of Antwerp as host city was deeply symbolic. Belgium had been invaded and occupied by German forces, its cities damaged, its people subjected to years of hardship and conflict. Choosing Antwerp to host the first post-war Olympics was both a gesture of solidarity with a nation that had endured so much and a statement of hope that the world could emerge from the darkness of war into a new era of peace. The Olympic movement, which had been suspended during the war years, would be reborn in a city still bearing the scars of conflict. The Games opened on August 14, 1920, with an inaugural ceremony that introduced new Olympic traditions. For the first time, the Olympic flag, with its 5 interlocking rings representing the 5 continents, was raised at an Olympic venue. This flag, designed by Pierre de Coubertin years earlier, became the symbol of Olympic unity, its rings linking together to represent the gathering of athletes from around the world. Also introduced was the Olympic Oath, a formal pledge spoken by an athlete on behalf of all participants, promising to compete with honesty and respect for the rules. These ceremonial additions gave the Games greater solemnity and symbolic power. More than 2,600 athletes from 29 nations came to Antwerp, including 64 women whose participation represented a slow but continuing expansion of female involvement in Olympic sport. The increased women's participation reflected changing social attitudes in the wake of the war, during which women had taken on new roles and responsibilities in society. The Games featured 22 sports, continuing the broad Olympic program that had been established in earlier years. Germany and Austria, the defeated Central Powers of the war, were not invited to participate. This exclusion reflected the still raw emotions and political tensions of the post-war period. Similarly, the newly established Soviet Union was not yet part of the Olympic movement. These absences meant that the Games, while international in character, were not truly universal, a limitation that would persist for several more Olympics as the world slowly healed from the war's divisions. Belgian authorities faced enormous challenges in preparing for the Games. The nation's infrastructure had been damaged during the war, resources were scarce, and the economy was struggling. Yet the Belgians persevered, constructing and renovating venues, organizing housing and transportation for athletes, and creating a program of competition that demonstrated remarkable resilience and commitment to the Olympic ideal. The athletics competitions showcased the emergence of new stars who would dominate distance running for years to come. Finnish runner Paavo Nurmi won 3 gold medals in Antwerp: the 10,000-meter race, the individual cross-country, and as part of Finland's team in the team cross-country event. This was just the beginning of what would become one of the most dominant Olympic careers in history. Nurmi's running style was characterized by metronomic consistency, running with a stopwatch and carefully pacing himself to achieve optimal times. His scientific approach revolutionized distance running training and racing strategies. In swimming, American athlete Ethelda Bleibtree swept all 3 women's swimming events, winning gold in the 100-meter and 300-meter freestyle races as well as the relay. Her victories helped establish the United States as a swimming powerhouse and demonstrated the growing competitiveness of women's aquatic sports. Duke Kahanamoku, the legendary Hawaiian swimmer and surfing pioneer, won gold in the 100-meter freestyle after a remarkable display of sportsmanship. When officials required the race to be rerun due to a timing error, Kahanamoku graciously agreed to swim again. In the rerun final, he emerged victorious once more, demonstrating both his swimming prowess and his character. His participation helped popularize swimming internationally and brought attention to Hawaii. Canada enjoyed considerable success, winning 3 gold medals in boxing and track and field. The Canadian victories reflected the growing strength of athletics in North America. Finland tied with the United States in track and field gold medals, each nation winning 9, a remarkable showing that signaled Finnish dominance in running events for years to come. The boxing competitions produced competitive matches that showcased the sport's international appeal, with fighters from various nations competing across different weight classes. Field hockey appeared on the Olympic program for the first time, with England winning the tournament. The sport's Olympic inclusion would have lasting significance, as field hockey would become enormously popular in countries like India and Pakistan, where it would develop into a major national sport. The modern pentathlon continued from Stockholm, testing versatility across 5 disciplines: shooting, fencing, swimming, riding, and running. As September arrived and the Games drew toward their conclusion, Antwerp could take pride in having hosted a successful Olympics despite the enormous challenges of the post-war period. The Games had brought together athletes from around the world, had introduced meaningful new Olympic traditions, and had demonstrated that the Olympic movement could survive and thrive even after the devastating interruption of global war. The success in Antwerp renewed faith in the power of sport to bridge divides and to provide a peaceful arena for international competition and friendship, offering hope that the world might yet build a more peaceful future on the ashes of the terrible conflict that had preceded these Games. 24 years after the chaotic World's Fair Olympics of 1900, Paris welcomed the Games once again. The 1924 Olympics, held from May 4th through July 27th, would be dramatically different from their troubled predecessor. This time, the Olympics were not lost in a larger exhibition but stood as a distinct, well-organized sporting festival that showcased the maturity the Olympic movement had achieved. More than 3,000 athletes from 44 nations gathered in the French capital, competing in 126 events across 19 sports, with art competitions continuing alongside the athletic contests. Paris 1924 holds the distinction of being the first Olympics where the official Olympic motto, Citius, Altius, Fortius, meaning faster, higher, stronger, was prominently featured. This Latin phrase, adopted by Pierre de Coubertin years earlier, captured the essential Olympic spirit of pushing human limits, of constantly striving for improvement and excellence. The motto's formal prominence at the Paris Games gave verbal expression to the aspirations that drove athletes to train and compete at the highest levels. The dominant figure of the Paris Olympics was Finnish distance runner Paavo Nurmi, whose performances elevated him to legendary status. Nurmi won 5 gold medals, an achievement that demonstrated not only his supreme running ability but also his remarkable versatility and stamina. On a single afternoon, he won both the 1,500-meter race and the 5,000-meter race, an extraordinary double that required both speed and endurance. The 1,500 meters demanded tactical racing and a strong finishing kick, while the 5,000 meters tested the ability to maintain a fast pace over many laps. To win both races on the same day showcased superhuman athletic capability. Nurmi's running style was methodical and precise. He carried a stopwatch during races, checking his pace at regular intervals to ensure he was hitting his target times. This scientific approach to running was revolutionary, and Nurmi's success demonstrated the value of careful pacing and strategic race planning. His training methods emphasized consistent, high-volume running at various paces, building both speed and endurance. Finnish runners would dominate distance events for decades, inspired by Nurmi's example and following training principles he helped establish. American swimmer Johnny Weissmuller emerged as another star of the Paris Games. Weissmuller won 3 gold medals in swimming events and also earned a bronze medal as part of the U.S. water polo team, demonstrating his versatility in aquatic sports. His powerful freestyle stroke and competitive drive made him nearly unbeatable in sprint swimming events. After his Olympic career ended, Weissmuller would gain even greater fame as an actor, portraying Tarzan in Hollywood films and becoming one of the most recognizable figures of his era. His Olympic swimming success provided the athletic foundation for his later entertainment career. The United States dominated the overall medal count, winning 99 medals including 45 golds. Finland finished second in total medals with 37, while France as the host nation won 41 medals. The American team's success reflected the strength of U.S. track and field athletics and swimming, areas where American athletes had developed sophisticated training programs and competitive structures. American athlete Harold Osborne achieved remarkable success in Paris by winning both the high jump and the decathlon. In the high jump, he set an Olympic record by clearing 6 feet 6 inches, an impressive height for the era when high jumping technique was still evolving. His decathlon victory, in a demanding 10-event competition, earned him recognition as the world's greatest athlete, a title previously held by Jim Thorpe. Osborne's versatility and consistent excellence across multiple events exemplified the Olympic ideal of all-around athletic development. The marathon, run over the now standard distance of 26.2 miles, saw Albin Stenrus of Finland win in challenging conditions. Marathon running had evolved considerably since the dramatic races of earlier Olympics, with better understanding of pacing, nutrition, and heat management. The Paris Marathon demonstrated the increasing professionalism and scientific approach that athletes were bringing to long-distance running. The gymnastics competition in Paris produced an unusual statistical anomaly: 24 perfect scores of 10.0. Most of these perfect scores came in rope climbing, an event that has since been discontinued from Olympic competition. The prevalence of perfect scores suggested either that the event was not sufficiently challenging for elite gymnasts or that the judging criteria needed refinement. Nevertheless, these perfect scores became part of Olympic statistical history. The football tournament in Paris saw Uruguay win the gold medal and establish a tradition that endures to this day. After their victory, the Uruguayan players took a victory lap around the stadium, celebrating with their fans and creating a spontaneous moment of joy. This celebration became the origin of the victory lap tradition, which has since become a standard part of Olympic and sporting celebrations worldwide. French fencer Roger Ducret excelled in his home Olympics, winning 5 medals including 3 golds in various fencing disciplines. Fencing had deep roots in French culture and sport, and Ducret's success thrilled home crowds and demonstrated French mastery of the sport. The fencing competitions showcased the precision, speed, and tactical complexity of sword fighting as an athletic discipline. Germany remained excluded from the Paris Games, as did the Soviet Union. The continued absence of Germany, nearly 6 years after the end of World War I, reflected ongoing political tensions and the slow process of European reconciliation. The exclusion meant that the Olympics were still not fully universal, though participation had grown considerably compared to earlier games. The tennis competition attracted strong fields in both men's and women's events, with top players competing for Olympic gold. Tennis was experiencing a golden age in the 1920s, and the Olympic tournament provided additional prestige and international competition for players who also competed in established championships like Wimbledon and the U.S. National Championships. The art competitions, which had been introduced in Stockholm and continued in Antwerp, were expanded in Paris. Artists submitted works in categories including architecture, literature, music, painting, and sculpture, all with themes related to sport. Gold, silver, and bronze medals were awarded, just as in the athletic competitions. These art medals were counted alongside sporting medals in national tallies, reflecting the Olympic vision of celebrating human excellence in all its forms. Track and field events saw numerous strong performances beyond Nurmi's domination. American sprinters and hurdlers won multiple medals, demonstrating the depth of U.S. athletics. British middle-distance runners competed fiercely with their Scandinavian rivals. Throwers from various nations set new standards in discus, javelin, shot put, and hammer throw. The diversity of events and the strength of international competition showed how far Olympic athletics had evolved since the small field in Athens nearly 30 years earlier. The rowing events took place on the Seine River, with crews from various nations competing in different boat classes. Rowing required not just individual strength and endurance but also perfect synchronization among crew members. The sport's emphasis on teamwork and coordination added a different dimension to the Olympic program, complementing the individual athletic events. As July came to an end and the Paris Games concluded, the Olympic movement could look back on a highly successful celebration. The Games had been well organized, had featured outstanding athletic performances, and had attracted strong international participation. The prominence of the Olympic motto, the emergence of new stars like Nurmi and Weissmuller, and the continuing evolution of Olympic traditions all contributed to making Paris 1924 a landmark Olympics that advanced the movement and set standards for future games to emulate. The 1928 Olympics came to Amsterdam, Netherlands, where they would make history by dramatically expanding opportunities for women athletes. From July 28 through August 12, the Games unfolded in a city that embraced the Olympics with enthusiasm and organization. 2,883 athletes from 46 nations participated, including 290 women, a significant increase in female participation that reflected changing attitudes about women in sport and society. The most revolutionary aspect of the Amsterdam Games was the decision to allow women to compete in track and field athletics for the first time. Women were added to 5 track and field events: the 100-meter sprint, the 4x100-meter relay, the 800-meter race, the high jump, and the discus throw. This expansion was controversial. Many people, including some within the Olympic movement, believed that strenuous running was inappropriate or even dangerous for women. These concerns reflected broader societal anxieties about changing gender roles in the post-war era. The women's 800-meter race in particular generated controversy that would have lasting consequences. The race was competitive and physically demanding, and at its conclusion, several of the runners were visibly exhausted, some collapsing after crossing the finish line. Critics seized on these images as evidence that distance running was too strenuous for women. The controversy led to the 800-meter race being removed from the Olympic program for women, and it would not return until 1960, more than 30 years later. This setback illustrated how women's athletic participation remained subject to restrictions and paternalistic attitudes, even as opportunities were slowly expanding. Despite the controversy, the women who competed in Amsterdam demonstrated genuine athletic ability and competitive spirit. Their participation challenged prevailing assumptions and paved the way for the eventual full inclusion of women in all Olympic athletics events. The 100-meter sprint winner and the high jump champion showed that women could compete with speed and skill, performing at high levels in events that tested the same qualities admired in male athletes. Paavo Nurmi continued his Olympic success in Amsterdam, though not with the same complete dominance he had shown in Paris. He won gold in the 10,000-meter race, adding to his already impressive collection of Olympic titles. He also won silver medals in the 5,000-meter race and in the team 3,000-meter event, demonstrating that even the great Nurmi could be beaten by the younger generation of runners who had learned from his methods and were now challenging his supremacy. American swimmer Johnny Weissmuller competed in his final Olympics in Amsterdam, winning gold in the 100-meter freestyle and anchoring the 4x200-meter freestyle relay team to victory. These medals added to his collection from Paris, cementing his status as one of swimming's all-time greats before he transitioned to his Hollywood career. Weissmuller's success inspired a generation of American swimmers and helped establish the United States as the world's leading swimming nation. The Netherlands, as the host nation, enjoyed a particularly successful day on August 11th, when Dutch athletes won 7 medals across various sports. These victories included golds in boxing, equestrian events, the gymnastics team competition, and swimming. The home crowd's enthusiasm reached its peak on this day, creating an atmosphere of national celebration that demonstrated the power of the Olympics to unite host nations in support of their athletes. Marie Braun of the Netherlands won gold in the 100-meter backstroke and silver in the 400-meter freestyle, becoming a national heroine. Another Dutch athlete, Bep van Klaveren, won the featherweight boxing gold medal. The United States led the overall medal count with 56 medals, including 22 golds. Germany, competing in the Olympics for the first time since before World War I, finished second despite lingering resentment in some quarters about their return. The German team's strong performance demonstrated that German athletics had remained competitive during the years of exclusion, and their participation represented an important step toward European reconciliation and Olympic universality. The Amsterdam Games introduced several technical improvements that enhanced competition and record-keeping. Electronic timing was used in some events, though manual timing remained the official standard. The increased precision in timing would gradually become more important as performances improved and margins of victory became smaller. Team pursuit cycling made its debut in Amsterdam, adding a new dimension to track cycling competitions. This event required cyclists to work together as a team, coordinating their efforts and taking turns at the front to share the aerodynamic burden. The football tournament in Amsterdam attracted teams from around the world and showcased the growing global popularity of the sport. Uruguay, which had won in Paris, again claimed victory, establishing themselves as a football power. The matches drew enthusiastic crowds, demonstrating football's ability to capture public interest. Athletics competitions featured strong performances across all disciplines, with American sprinters and hurdlers continuing their dominance in the shorter races, while middle-distance events saw intense competition between runners from various European nations. As August drew to a close and the Amsterdam Games concluded, the Olympics had once again demonstrated their power to bring together athletes from around the world. The expansion of women's athletics, despite the controversy, represented meaningful progress. The return of Germany signaled European healing. The strong performances across all sports showed the continuing improvement in athletic training and competition. Amsterdam had successfully hosted the Games, adding to the growing tradition of Olympic excellence and international friendship through sport. The 1928 Olympics came to Amsterdam, Netherlands, where they would make history by dramatically expanding opportunities for women athletes. From July 28 through August 12, the Games unfolded in a city that embraced the Olympics with enthusiasm and organization. 2,883 athletes from 46 nations participated, including 290 women, a significant increase in female participation that reflected changing attitudes about women in sport and society. The most revolutionary aspect of the Amsterdam Games was the decision to allow women to compete in track and field athletics for the first time. Women were added to 5 track and field events: the 100-meter sprint, the 4x100-meter relay, the 800-meter race, the high jump, and the discus throw. This expansion was controversial. Many people, including some within the Olympic movement, believed that strenuous running was inappropriate or even dangerous for women. These concerns reflected broader societal anxieties about changing gender roles in the post-war era. The women's 800-meter race in particular generated controversy that would have lasting consequences. The race was competitive and physically demanding, and at its conclusion, several of the runners were visibly exhausted, some collapsing after crossing the finish line. Critics seized on these images as evidence that distance running was too strenuous for women. The controversy led to the 800-meter race being removed from the Olympic program for women, and it would not return until 1960, more than 30 years later. This setback illustrated how women's athletic participation remained subject to restrictions and paternalistic attitudes, even as opportunities were slowly expanding. Despite the controversy, the women who competed in Amsterdam demonstrated genuine athletic ability and competitive spirit. Their participation challenged prevailing assumptions and paved the way for the eventual full inclusion of women in all Olympic athletics events. The 100-meter sprint winner and the high jump champion showed that women could compete with speed and skill, performing at high levels in events that tested the same qualities admired in male athletes. Paavo Nurmi continued his Olympic success in Amsterdam, though not with the same complete dominance he had shown in Paris. He won gold in the 10,000-meter race, adding to his already impressive collection of Olympic titles. He also won silver medals in the 5,000-meter race and in the team 3,000-meter event, demonstrating that even the great Nurmi could be beaten by the younger generation of runners who had learned from his methods and were now challenging his supremacy. American swimmer Johnny Weissmuller competed in his final Olympics in Amsterdam, winning gold in the 100-meter freestyle and anchoring the 4x200-meter freestyle relay team to victory. These medals added to his collection from Paris, cementing his status as one of swimming's all-time greats before he transitioned to his Hollywood career. Weissmuller's success inspired a generation of American swimmers and helped establish the United States as the world's leading swimming nation. The Netherlands, as the host nation, enjoyed a particularly successful day on August 11th, when Dutch athletes won 7 medals across various sports. These victories included golds in boxing, equestrian events, the gymnastics team competition, and swimming. The home crowd's enthusiasm reached its peak on this day, creating an atmosphere of national celebration that demonstrated the power of the Olympics to unite host nations in support of their athletes. Marie Braun of the Netherlands won gold in the 100-meter backstroke and silver in the 400-meter freestyle, becoming a national heroine. Another Dutch athlete, Bep van Klaveren, won the featherweight boxing gold medal. The United States led the overall medal count with 56 medals, including 22 golds. Germany, competing in the Olympics for the first time since before World War I, finished second despite lingering resentment in some quarters about their return. The German team's strong performance demonstrated that German athletics had remained competitive during the years of exclusion, and their participation represented an important step toward European reconciliation and Olympic universality. The Amsterdam Games introduced several technical improvements that enhanced competition and record-keeping. Electronic timing was used in some events, though manual timing remained the official standard. The increased precision in timing would gradually become more important as performances improved and margins of victory became smaller. Team pursuit cycling made its debut in Amsterdam, adding a new dimension to track cycling competitions. This event required cyclists to work together as a team, coordinating their efforts and taking turns at the front to share the aerodynamic burden. The football tournament in Amsterdam attracted teams from around the world and showcased the growing global popularity of the sport. Uruguay, which had won in Paris, again claimed victory, establishing themselves as a football power. The matches drew enthusiastic crowds, demonstrating football's ability to capture public interest. Athletics competitions featured strong performances across all disciplines, with American sprinters and hurdlers continuing their dominance in the shorter races, while middle-distance events saw intense competition between runners from various European nations. As August drew to a close and the Amsterdam Games concluded, the Olympics had once again demonstrated their power to bring together athletes from around the world. The expansion of women's athletics, despite the controversy, represented meaningful progress. The return of Germany signaled European healing. The strong performances across all sports showed the continuing improvement in athletic training and competition. Amsterdam had successfully hosted the Games, adding to the growing tradition of Olympic excellence and international friendship through sport. In the summer of 1932, the Olympic Games journeyed to Los Angeles, California, at a time when the world was gripped by the Great Depression. Economic collapse had devastated nations across the globe, throwing millions out of work, closing factories and banks, and creating widespread hardship. In this dark economic climate, the decision to host the Olympics seemed almost paradoxical. Yet Los Angeles pressed forward, creating games that would introduce innovations still fundamental to the modern Olympics while demonstrating that international sport could provide hope and inspiration even during the bleakest economic times. The Games ran from July 30th through August 14th, but international participation suffered dramatically due to the Depression. The cost and difficulty of traveling to California, located on the far western edge of North America, proved prohibitive for many nations. Only 37 countries sent teams, and just 1,334 athletes competed, making these the smallest Olympics in participation since before World War I. European teams that did make the journey often traveled by ship across the Atlantic and then by rail across the vast expanse of the United States, journeys that could take weeks and required resources that many nations simply could not spare during the economic crisis. Despite the reduced participation, Los Angeles introduced organizational innovations that would transform the Olympic experience. For the first time, a proper Olympic village was constructed to house male athletes. 500 bungalows were built on a site that provided comfortable accommodations, dining facilities, training areas, and recreational spaces. The village created a sense of community among athletes from different nations, encouraging informal interaction and friendship. Female athletes, reflecting the gender norms of the era, were housed separately in a hotel, but they too benefited from organized accommodation and services. This Olympic Village concept would become a central feature of all future games. The Coliseum in Los Angeles was expanded to seat 100,000 spectators, creating one of the largest sporting venues in the world. The impressive stadium provided a magnificent setting for the opening and closing ceremonies and for the track and field competitions that were the centerpiece of the Olympics. The size and grandeur of the Coliseum demonstrated American ambition and the importance Los Angeles attached to hosting the Games successfully. Track and field competitions took place on a surface of crushed peat, a material that provided good traction and cushioning for runners. This excellent track contributed to outstanding performances, and 10 world records were set during the Games. The combination of good weather, a fast track, and well-organized competition created ideal conditions for athletic excellence. Technical innovations included automatic timing systems and photo finish cameras, tools that allowed more accurate determination of results and would gradually become standard at all major competitions. The medal ceremony in Los Angeles introduced the now familiar three-tiered podium. Winners stood on the highest level, second-place finishers on a medium level, and third-place athletes on the lowest level while their national anthems played and flags were raised. This ceremony added drama and significance to the medal awards and created iconic imagery that would be repeated at every Olympics thereafter. The visual hierarchy of the podium made clear who had achieved victory and provided a memorable moment for athletes and spectators alike. American athlete Mildred "Babe" Didrikson emerged as one of the stars of the Los Angeles Games. She won gold medals in the javelin throw and the 80-meter hurdles, setting world records in both events. She also competed in the high jump, where she finished tied for first place but was controversially awarded the silver medal due to a judging decision about her technique. Didrikson was a remarkable all-around athlete who would later become one of the greatest golfers in history. The compressed 16-day format proved successful and would be adopted as a model for future games. The United States dominated with 103 medals, including 41 golds, reflecting both home field advantage and genuine athletic strength. Italy's Romeo Neri won 3 gold medals in gymnastics, showcasing the artistry and power required for elite performance. Japan emerged as a swimming power, winning 7 gold medals and demonstrating that innovative training could challenge American and European dominance. The marathon took place in warm California weather, with the course finishing in the Colosseum for a dramatic conclusion. New events were added to the women's program, including the 80-meter hurdles and javelin throw, reflecting the gradual expansion of female athletic participation. Equestrian, wrestling, and boxing competitions rounded out the program, attracting competitors from various nations. The Depression's impact was visible throughout the Los Angeles Games. While the facilities were impressive and the organization strong, there was a sense of restraint and economy in many aspects. The reduced participation meant smaller fields in many events, and the crowds, while enthusiastic, did not always fill the vast Colosseum. Yet the Games succeeded in providing inspiration and diversion during difficult times, offering a glimpse of excellence and international cooperation when both were sorely needed. As the Games concluded in mid-August, Los Angeles could take pride in having hosted successful Olympics despite the challenges of the Depression era. The innovations introduced, including the Olympic Village, the Victory Podium, and the compressed schedule, would become permanent features of the Olympic movement. The athletic performances, including the world records and outstanding individual achievements, demonstrated that Olympic excellence could thrive even in difficult times, providing hope and inspiration for a world struggling through economic hardship. The 1936 Olympics in Berlin stand among the most complex and controversial in Olympic history. From August 1st through 16th, nearly 4,000 athletes from 49 nations gathered in the capital of Nazi Germany, where Adolf Hitler's regime sought to use the Games as a propaganda showcase for its ideology of Aryan racial superiority. The Nazi government had spared no expense in preparing for the Olympics, constructing magnificent facilities and organizing the Games with characteristic German precision. Yet the Berlin Olympics would be remembered not for Nazi propaganda but for the performances of athletes who challenged racist ideology through their excellence, none more so than American track star Jesse Owens. The path to Berlin had been controversial from the start. The Olympics had been awarded to Berlin in 1931, before Hitler came to power. As Nazi control of Germany became firmly established and the regime's anti-Semitic policies and racial ideology became increasingly evident, many people around the world called for the Games to be moved or boycotted. Jewish athletes were being excluded from German sports clubs, and there were serious concerns about whether the Olympics could be fairly conducted under Nazi rule. Despite these concerns, the International Olympic Committee decided the Games would proceed in Berlin, accepting Nazi assurances that the Olympic Charter would be respected. The Nazis approached Olympic hosting as an opportunity to present a positive image of Germany to the world and to demonstrate what they claimed was the superiority of the Aryan race. The regime invested heavily in constructing the Olympic Stadium, a magnificent structure seating 100,000 spectators. The facility was architecturally impressive, designed to convey power and permanence. Surrounding the stadium were other Olympic venues, training facilities, and an elaborate Olympic village for male athletes. The organization was meticulous, with transportation, security, and services all carefully coordinated. For the duration of the Olympics, the Nazi regime temporarily softened some of its most visible anti-Semitic policies. Signs reading "Jews not welcome" were removed from public view in Berlin. The anti-Jewish newspaper Der Stürmer was not openly displayed. The regime wanted to present Germany as a normal, civilized nation rather than as a totalitarian state implementing racist policies. This facade would prove temporary, as after the Olympics ended, persecution of Jews and other groups deemed undesirable by the Nazis would intensify dramatically. Berlin 1936 introduced several innovations that would become Olympic traditions. The torch relay, in which a flame is lit in Olympia, Greece, and carried by runners across countries to the host city, was created for these Games. The symbolic linking of the modern Olympics to their ancient Greek origins through this relay added drama and ceremony to the opening of the Games. The torch relay has since become one of the most recognizable Olympic traditions, though its association with the Nazi Olympics has also made it controversial. The Games were also the first to be televised, with limited broadcasts reaching viewers in special public viewing rooms in Berlin. Though television was still in its infancy and the broadcasts reached only a tiny audience, this innovation pointed toward the future importance of broadcast media to the Olympic movement. Radio coverage was extensive, with reports going out to listeners around the world, helping to make the Berlin Olympics more globally accessible than previous games. Adolf Hitler attended many of the events, sitting in a special box with Nazi officials and foreign dignitaries. On the first day of competition, he publicly congratulated German gold medal winners, but when African American athletes began winning events, Hitler became less visible in his congratulations. This behavior created controversy and led Olympic officials to inform Hitler that he should either congratulate all winners or none. Hitler chose to stop public congratulations, a decision that would later be interpreted as his refusal to acknowledge the achievements of non-Aryan athletes. Into this politically charged atmosphere stepped Jesse Owens, a 22-year-old African-American track athlete from Ohio State University. Owens had already established himself as an exceptional runner and jumper, but Berlin would elevate him to legendary status. He would compete in 4 events: the 100-meter sprint, the 200-meter sprint, the long jump, and the 4x100-meter relay. His performances in these events would directly challenge Nazi racial ideology and create some of the most memorable moments in Olympic history. The 100-meter final took place on August 3rd. Owens burst from the starting blocks with explosive power, his running form smooth and efficient. He won the race decisively, crossing the finish line in 10.3 seconds, equaling the Olympic record. His victory was the first of what would become 4 gold medals, and it immediately established him as the star of the Games. The crowd, despite whatever racial prejudices they might have held, recognized athletic excellence and cheered Owens enthusiastically. 2 days later, Owens competed in the long jump, an event that would provide one of the Olympics' most enduring stories of sportsmanship. Owens was the favorite, but in the preliminary rounds, he fouled on his first 2 attempts, putting him in danger of elimination. At this critical moment, German long jumper Luz Long, who was competing against Owens, offered advice. Long suggested that Owens mark his approach several inches before the takeoff board to ensure he wouldn't foul on his final attempt. Owens took the advice, qualified for the finals, and then went on to win the gold medal with an Olympic record leap of 8.06 meters, a mark that would stand for 25 years. The friendship between Owens and Long, which began that day and would continue through correspondence until Long's death in World War II, represented the Olympic ideal of international friendship transcending political barriers. Long, a German athlete competing before Hitler and Nazi officials, had helped his African-American rival succeed, demonstrating that individual decency and sportsmanship could prevail even in a politically toxic environment. Owens would later speak movingly about Long's gesture, calling it one of the most meaningful moments of his Olympic experience. The 200-meter final provided Owens with his 3rd gold medal. Running on the curve and then the straightaway, Owens demonstrated both his speed and his technical skill in negotiating the turn at maximum velocity. He won convincingly, adding another gold to his collection and further establishing his dominance of the sprint events. Owens' 4th gold medal came in the 4x100-meter relay. This victory was complicated by controversy. 2 Jewish American sprinters, Marty Glickman and Sam Stoller, had been scheduled to run in the relay but were replaced at the last minute by Owens and Ralph Metcalfe. The decision to replace the only 2 Jewish members of the American track team just before their event raised questions about whether American officials were trying to avoid embarrassing Hitler by having Jewish athletes compete and potentially win. The controversy has never been fully resolved, but it cast a shadow over what was otherwise a dominant relay performance by the American team. While Jesse Owens dominated headlines and challenged Nazi racial ideology through his 4 gold medals, the Berlin Olympics featured many other notable athletic achievements and competitions that deserve attention. The Games brought together athletes across numerous sports, and the 2 weeks of competition showcased both excellence and the complex political context in which these Olympics unfolded. The United States track and field team performed exceptionally well beyond Owens' individual brilliance. American athletes won 12 gold medals in track and field events, demonstrating the depth and quality of the U.S. athletics program. The success came across various disciplines, including sprints, middle distances, hurdles, and field events. This dominance established the United States as the leading track and field nation and set patterns that would continue in future Olympics. Germany, as the host nation, performed well in the overall medal count, winning 89 medals total. The German athletes competed with the determination of representing their country before their own people and their leader. The home crowd support was enormous, and German victories were celebrated enthusiastically in the stadium. The Nazi regime highlighted German athletic successes as supposed evidence of Aryan superiority, though the victories of athletes like Owens and other non-German, non-Aryan competitors complicated this propaganda narrative. One of the most significant sporting innovations in Berlin was the introduction of basketball as an Olympic sport. The game, invented in the United States less than 50 years earlier, had spread internationally and was deemed ready for Olympic competition. The basketball tournament was held outdoors on clay and dirt courts, very different from the indoor wooden courts that would later become standard. Weather affected the games, with rain making courts slippery and difficult to play on. The United States won the first Olympic basketball tournament, defeating Canada in the final in muddy conditions that limited the quality of play but didn't diminish the significance of basketball's Olympic debut. Canoeing also made its first appearance on the Olympic program in Berlin. This edition reflected the sport's popularity in Europe and would establish canoeing as a permanent Olympic sport. Various canoe and kayak races over different distances tested paddling technique, strength, and endurance. The inclusion of canoeing expanded the Olympic program and added events that were particularly popular in Northern and Central European nations. Team handball, another sport making its Olympic debut, featured competitions that showcased the sport's combination of basketball-like movement and soccer-like goals. The fast-paced team sport would become popular internationally, though it would be decades before team handball achieved the same level of global recognition as more established Olympic sports. Swimming and diving competitions took place in a magnificent aquatic complex. While European swimmers won several events, the overall strength of international swimming was demonstrated by medal distributions across various nations. The swimming program included both pool races at standardized distances and diving events that judged the grace and technical execution of dives from different heights. Diving required not just athletic ability but also artistry and precision. Women competed in 11 events at the Berlin Olympics, including swimming, diving, fencing, and the limited athletics program that had survived the controversy from Amsterdam. 130 women total participated, a small fraction of the nearly 4,000 total athletes, reflecting the continuing limitations on female Olympic participation. The women who did compete demonstrated skill and competitive spirit, but opportunities remained severely restricted compared to male athletes. A particularly poignant story from the marathon involved Korean runner Sun Ki-jong, who won the race but was forced to compete representing Japan, which had colonized Korea. Sun's victory was bittersweet. While he achieved athletic triumph, he did so under the flag of the nation occupying his homeland. Photographs from the medal ceremony were later doctored in Korea to obscure the Japanese flag on his uniform, reflecting the deep resentment Koreans felt about the occupation. Sun's situation illustrated how the Olympics could not escape the political realities and injustices of the era. The Hungarian water polo team won the gold medal, going undefeated through the tournament. Water polo, a demanding sport combining swimming endurance with ball handling skills and physical contact, had a strong following in Europe. The Hungarian victory established a water polo tradition that would see Hungary become one of the dominant nations in the sport over subsequent decades. The equestrian events attracted entries from military officers and aristocratic riders from various nations. Dressage, show jumping, and eventing tested different aspects of horsemanship, from precision and grace to courage over obstacles to endurance across challenging terrain. These events reflected the military origins of modern equestrian sport and the continuing role of cavalry traditions even as mechanized warfare was rendering horse-mounted soldiers obsolete. Swedish shooter Oscar Swan, who had competed in multiple previous Olympics dating back to 1908, did not participate in Berlin, but his legacy lived on in the shooting events. Shooting competitions tested precision and nerve across various disciplines using rifles and pistols at different distances. The sport required intense concentration and steady physical control. The fencing competitions showcased the European dominance of sword fighting sports. Italian and Hungarian fencers won numerous medals in foil, épée, and saber events. Fencing required lightning-fast reflexes, tactical intelligence, and years of technical training. The sport's elegant movements and dueling traditions gave it a distinctive character among Olympic competitions. Gymnastics events, contested on apparatus including parallel bars, horizontal bar, rings, and pommel horse, demanded extraordinary strength, flexibility, and body control. German gymnasts performed well before their home crowds, though competition from Swiss and other European teams was strong. The scoring in gymnastics, based on execution and difficulty of movements, involved subjective judging that sometimes led to disputes. The wrestling competitions featured both freestyle and Greco-Roman styles, with weight classes ensuring that athletes of similar size competed against each other. Wrestling's ancient Olympic heritage gave it special significance, and the sport's tests of strength, technique, and determination produced intense matches where small advantages could determine victory or defeat. As the Berlin Olympics drew to a close on August 16th, their legacy was already taking shape as deeply contradictory. On one hand, the Games had featured outstanding athletic performances, had introduced innovations like the torch relay and television coverage, and had brought together athletes from 49 nations. The organization had been impressive, and the facilities were among the finest ever constructed for the Olympics. On the other hand, these games had been hosted by a brutal dictatorship that used the Olympics for propaganda purposes, that harbored and promoted vicious racial ideologies, and that was already planning the aggressive wars and genocidal policies that would soon engulf the world in catastrophe. The contradiction between Olympic ideals of peace and friendship and the reality of Nazi Germany created a moral complexity that has never been fully resolved. Jesse Owens' 4 gold medals, one in the heart of Nazi Germany, became a powerful symbol of athletic excellence transcending racial ideology. His victories didn't defeat Nazism or prevent the horrors that would follow, but they provided a clear demonstration that Nazi racial theories were false, that athletic ability had nothing to do with racial background, and that excellence could emerge from any community given opportunity and training. The Berlin Olympics would be the last for 12 years. World War II, which Nazi Germany would initiate just 3 years after these games concluded, would suspend the Olympics through 1940 and 1944. When the Games finally resumed in 1948, it would be in a world transformed by the most devastating conflict in human history, a war that made tragically clear the true nature of the regime that had hosted the 1936 Olympics with such impressive organization and such sinister purpose. 12 years after Berlin, as the world slowly emerged from the devastation of World War II, the Olympic Games returned to London. The year was 1948, just 3 years after the war's end, and Britain, like much of Europe, remained scarred by the conflict. Cities bore the marks of bombing, economies struggled to rebuild, rationing of food and materials continued, and the emotional wounds of 6 years of total war were still raw. Into this austere and difficult environment came the Olympics, offering both challenges and opportunities for a war-weary world seeking renewal. The London Games ran from July 29th through August 14th and became known as the Austerity Games, due to the severe restrictions under which they were organized. Britain had neither the resources nor the desire for elaborate facilities or celebrations. Food rationing remained in effect, meaning that feeding thousands of visiting athletes required careful planning and government allocation of scarce resources. Athletes brought their own towels and, in some cases, their own food to supplement the limited rations available. There was no grand Olympic village. Instead, athletes were housed in military barracks, school dormitories, and other existing facilities that could be temporarily converted to accommodate visitors. Despite these hardships, more than 4,000 athletes from 59 nations participated in 136 events across 17 sports. The increase in participating nations compared to Berlin reflected the return of countries that had been enemies during the war and the desire of the global community to come together peacefully after years of devastating conflict. The Olympics represented hope for international cooperation and peaceful competition at a time when such hope was desperately needed. Germany and Japan, the defeated Axis powers, were not invited to participate. The Soviet Union, despite having been among the Allied victors, chose not to attend, remaining outside the Olympic movement for the time being. These absences meant that the Games, while international, were not yet truly universal. The divisions and resentments created by the war were still too fresh for complete reconciliation. The weather in London during the Games was notoriously poor. Rain fell frequently, turning tracks muddy and slowing performances. The wet conditions meant that fewer Olympic or world records were set in London than in previous Games under better circumstances. Yet the athletes persevered, competing with dedication despite the unfavorable conditions. The willingness to compete under difficult circumstances reflected the determination to restart the Olympic movement after its wartime suspension. The star of the London Olympics was Dutch athlete Fanny Blankers-Koen, a 30-year-old mother of two who would win 4 gold medals in track and field events. She won the 100-meter sprint, the 200-meter race, the 80-meter hurdles, and ran the anchor leg on the Netherlands' victorious 4x100-meter relay team. Her achievements were extraordinary not just for their athletic excellence but also because they challenged prevailing assumptions about women athletes and about mothers in particular. Blankers-Koen was nicknamed the Flying Housewife by the press, a designation that reflected both admiration and the gendered expectations of the era. Her success demonstrated that women could compete at the highest levels and that motherhood need not end an athletic career. The United States topped the medal count with 84 medals, including 38 golds. Sweden finished second overall with 46 total medals. The strong performance of American athletes reflected the relative prosperity and normalcy that the United States enjoyed compared to European nations still recovering from wartime destruction. American athletes had access to better training facilities, adequate nutrition, and the time to prepare without the daily struggles that faced many European athletes. Several new events were added to the women's program, including the 200-meter race, the long jump, and the shot put, continuing the gradual expansion of opportunities for female athletes. Swimming saw American dominance in both men's and women's competitions, with the U.S. women's team sweeping many events. One of the most inspiring stories involves Hungarian pistol shooter Károly Takis. A grenade explosion during World War II had severely damaged his right hand, his shooting hand. Takis taught himself to shoot with his left hand and won gold in the rapid-fire pistol event, a testament to remarkable determination. Basketball saw the United States win gold again, continuing American dominance. India won field hockey gold, beginning a remarkable period of Indian dominance in the sport that would last for decades. The marathon, run through rain-slicked London streets, was won by Argentine runner Delfo Cabrera, finishing ahead of British favorite Tom Richards, whose silver thrilled the home crowd. Rowing took place at the famous Henley-on-Thames venue. Boxing attracted fighters across all weight divisions, and fencing continued its tradition with European dominance. As August arrived and the London Games concluded, Britain could take satisfaction in having successfully hosted the Olympics despite enormous challenges. The austerity games had demonstrated that the Olympic spirit could survive even when resources were scarce and conditions difficult. The gathering of athletes from 59 nations, competing peacefully after years of war, offered tangible hope for international reconciliation and cooperation. London had kept the Olympic movement alive through the difficult immediate post-war years, setting the stage for future games that would build on this foundation of resilience and renewal. The 1952 Olympics came to Helsinki, Finland, marking the first participation of the Soviet Union in the Summer Games and introducing the world to one of the most remarkable athletic performances in Olympic history. From July 19 through August 3, 5,000 athletes from 69 nations gathered in Finland's capital, where they would witness feats of endurance that redefined what seemed humanly possible. The Cold War had begun, and the Olympic Games would increasingly become an arena where geopolitical rivalries played out through athletic competition, yet individual excellence would transcend political divisions. The most dominant figure of the Helsinki Games was Czechoslovak distance runner Emil Zatopek, whose achievements would enter Olympic legend. Zatopek had developed an unusual running style characterized by apparent struggle, his head rolling, his facial expression showing pain and effort. Yet this ungainly appearance masked extraordinary physical capabilities and an iron will. In Helsinki, Zatopek would attempt something no runner had ever achieved, winning gold medals in the 5,000 meters, the 10,000 meters, and the marathon, all in the same Olympics. Zatopek began his quest with the 10,000-meter race, 25 laps around the track requiring both speed and endurance. He controlled the race from early on, pushing the pace and pulling away from his competitors to win convincingly. His victory demonstrated his dominance over the longest standard track distance, but it was merely the beginning of his Olympic week. Next came the 5,000 meters, a race requiring tactical awareness and a strong finishing kick along with sustained speed. Zatopek again proved superior, winning his second gold medal. 2 gold medals in distance races would have been a remarkable Olympic achievement for any athlete. But Zatopek was not finished. The marathon, covering 26.2 miles through the streets of Helsinki, would be Zatopek's ultimate test. Remarkably, he had never before run a marathon in competition. The distance was new to him, the challenges of pacing and nutrition management over such an extended race largely unknown. Yet Zatopek entered the marathon with confidence, determined to complete his unprecedented triple victory. During the race, Zatopek ran alongside British runner Jim Peters, who was the world record holder in the marathon and the race favorite. Zatopek, uncertain about marathon pacing, asked Peters if the pace they were running was fast enough. Peters, hoping to discourage his rival, replied that the pace was too slow. Zatopek responded by accelerating, leaving Peters and the rest of the field behind. He ran alone through the streets of Helsinki, maintaining a pace that would eventually see him finish well ahead of his competitors and set an Olympic record. His victory completed the distance running triple, an achievement never before accomplished and rarely even attempted. Adding to the Zatopek family's Olympic success, Emil's wife Dana won the gold medal in the javelin throw on the same day that Emil won the 5,000 meters. The Zatopeks became a celebrated couple, their combined achievements making them national heroes in Czechoslovakia and admired figures throughout the sporting world. Their success represented both individual excellence and the power of mutual support between partners pursuing athletic greatness. The United States topped the overall medal count with 76 total medals, including 40 golds. Finland, as the host nation, performed well with 42 total medals, thrilling home crowds with strong showings across multiple sports. The Soviet Union, in its first Olympic participation, immediately established itself as a major sporting power, finishing second in the overall medal count. The Cold War rivalry between the United States and Soviet Union would define Olympic competition for the next 4 decades. Australian swimmer Marjorie Jackson, nicknamed the Lithgow Flash, won both the 100 and 200-meter sprints, establishing herself as the world's fastest woman. Her victories demonstrated the growing strength of Australian athletics and the emergence of Southern Hemisphere nations as Olympic powers. Jackson's smooth running style and competitive drive made her a star of the Games. The swimming program saw strong performances across various nations, with American swimmers continuing their dominance in many events while facing increasing competition from European and Australian swimmers. The introduction of the fiberglass pole in pole vaulting represented a technical innovation that would eventually revolutionize the event, though immediate improvements in records did not materialize in Helsinki. The Games featured 17 sports and 149 events. Soviet athletes excelled in wrestling, using their strength and technical training to dominate various weight classes. The Hungarian water polo team won gold, continuing their nation's tradition of excellence in the demanding sport. Track and field beyond Zatopek featured competitive racing across all disciplines, with sprinters, middle distance runners, and field event competitors all pushing limits. Women's athletics continued to expand, though opportunities remained limited. Boxing, gymnastics, and equestrian events all drew strong international competition. Soviet gymnasts began demonstrating the excellence that would characterize future performances. Fencing, rowing, shooting, weightlifting, and wrestling in both freestyle and Greco-Roman styles rounded out the comprehensive Olympic program. As the Helsinki Games concluded in early August, the Olympic movement had reached a new level of international participation and competitive excellence. The inclusion of the Soviet Union marked a significant expansion, bringing the world's 2 superpowers into direct athletic competition during the Cold War. Zatopek's unprecedented distance running triple would be remembered as one of the greatest achievements in Olympic history, demonstrating what human determination and physical conditioning could accomplish. Helsinki had successfully hosted games that advanced the Olympic ideal while showcasing remarkable individual and team performances that would inspire athletes for generations to come. In late 1956, for the first time in Olympic history, the Summer Games journeyed to the Southern Hemisphere. Melbourne, Australia, hosted the Olympics from November 22nd through December 8th, bringing summertime athletics to a city experiencing its warm season while much of the Northern Hemisphere shivered through winter. The unusual timing and distant location created both opportunities and challenges for what would prove to be Olympics marked by international political tensions that threatened to overwhelm the sporting competition. The journey to Melbourne was formidable for European and North American athletes, requiring weeks of travel by ship across vast oceans. The distance and expense meant that some nations sent smaller teams than usual, and a few countries declined to participate at all due to the logistical difficulties. Despite these challenges, 3,314 athletes from 72 nations made the journey, competing in 151 events across 17 sports. Australia's strict quarantine laws, designed to protect the nation's unique ecosystems from foreign diseases and pests, created an unprecedented problem for the equestrian events. Horses could not be brought into Australia under the quarantine regulations, making it impossible to hold equestrian competitions in Melbourne. The solution was creative but unusual. The equestrian events were separated from the main games and held in Stockholm, Sweden, in June, 6 months before the rest of the Olympics. This split created the only instance in Olympic history where Summer Games events were held on different continents months apart. The Melbourne Olympics unfolded against a backdrop of international crisis that brought Cold War and anti-colonial struggles directly into the Olympic arena. In late October and early November of 1956, just weeks before the Games were scheduled to begin, two major international crises erupted. The Soviet Union invaded Hungary to crush a popular uprising against communist rule, while Britain, France, and Israel attacked Egypt in response to Egyptian nationalization of the Suez Canal. These events created enormous political tensions that threatened the Olympics. Several nations boycotted the Melbourne Games in protest of these crises. The Netherlands, Spain, and Switzerland boycotted to protest the Soviet invasion of Hungary. Egypt, Iraq, and Lebanon boycotted in response to the Suez Crisis. China withdrew after learning that Taiwan would be allowed to compete. These boycotts reduced participation and demonstrated how international political conflicts could disrupt the Olympic ideal of peaceful competition. Despite these tensions, one sporting event in Melbourne became a powerful symbol of the political atmosphere. The water polo match between Hungary and the Soviet Union, later known as the Blood in the Water match, took place in an atmosphere of intense emotion and hostility. Hungarian athletes, their country under Soviet military occupation, faced Soviet opponents in a match that became physically brutal. Hungarian player Ervin Zador was struck in the face, leaving blood streaming into the pool water. The violence threatened to spread to spectators, and police had to intervene to prevent a riot. Hungary won the match and eventually the gold medal, but the incident illustrated how deeply political conflicts could penetrate Olympic competition. Against this turbulent political background, athletic excellence still emerged. Australian swimmer Murray Rose, just 17 years old, won 3 gold medals in freestyle events, becoming a national hero. His victories demonstrated the emergence of Australian swimming as a world power and thrilled home crowds who celebrated each of his wins enthusiastically. Rose's smooth stroke technique and endurance made him dominant in middle and long-distance swimming events. Australian sprinter Betty Cuthbert won 3 gold medals in track and field, claiming victories in the 100 meters, 200 meters, and running the anchor leg on Australia's victorious 4x100-meter relay team. Her achievements paralleled those of Fanny Blankers-Koen in London and established Cuthbert as one of the great female sprinters of her era. Home crowd support created an electric atmosphere for her races. As the host nation, Australia topped the medal count with 35 total medals, including 13 golds, an impressive showing that reflected home field advantage and genuine athletic strength across multiple sports. The United States finished second overall with 74 total medals. The Soviet Union demonstrated its continuing emergence as an Olympic power with strong performances in various sports. The modern pentathlon added a team event to complement the individual competition, expanding this demanding 5-discipline competition that tested shooting, fencing, swimming, riding, and running. The addition of team scoring created new strategic considerations and allowed nations to demonstrate depth in the multi-sport event. Race walking made its Olympic debut with the 20-kilometer event, testing walking technique along with speed and endurance. Women's athletics remained limited, with the 800-meter race still excluded due to lingering concerns from Amsterdam. Only 385 women competed, demonstrating how slowly attitudes changed. Soviet distance runner Vladimir Kutz swept both the 5,000 and 10,000-meter races with his aggressive front-running style. China made a brief appearance but withdrew after one event, protesting Taiwan's participation, beginning a decades-long dispute. For the first time, ABC broadcast the Olympics on American television, though viewers saw delayed footage due to distance and time differences. Basketball saw the United States win gold for the 8th consecutive time, demonstrating American dominance. Field hockey returned with India claiming gold, continuing their excellence. Swimming showcased Australian success in their home pool, with improving techniques and world records. Boxing, wrestling, and weightlifting drew diverse international competition. As December arrived and the Melbourne Games concluded, the Olympics had survived significant political challenges but had shown how vulnerable they were to international conflicts. The boycotts, the blood-in-the-water match, and the Chinese withdrawal all demonstrated that the Olympic ideal of separating sport from politics remained elusive. Yet athletic excellence had still been achieved, records had been broken, and young athletes like Murray Rose and Betty Cuthbert had created inspiring moments that transcended political tensions. Melbourne had brought the Olympics to a new hemisphere and had weathered political storms, keeping the Olympic movement alive during a turbulent period of Cold War conflict. The 1960 Olympics returned the Games to Europe, coming to Rome, Italy, where ancient Olympic ideals met modern athletic competition in a city steeped in history. From August 25th through September 11th, 5,348 athletes from 83 nations competed in 150 events across a broad program of sports. Rome offered a dramatic setting, with competitions held at venues that included ancient ruins and Renaissance palaces alongside modern facilities, creating a visual spectacular that would help define how the Olympics presented themselves to the world. These games marked a significant shift in Olympic presentation and reach. They were the first Summer Olympics to be fully televised and broadcast worldwide, bringing Olympic competition into millions of homes across continents. Television transformed the Olympics from an event experienced primarily by those who could attend in person to a global phenomenon accessible to anyone with access to a television set. The visual medium emphasized athletic drama, personal stories, and national rivalries in ways that print media and radio could not match. Rome's success on television would establish broadcasting as central to Olympic identity and financing. Among the emerging stars in Rome was an 18-year-old American boxer named Cassius Clay, who would later become known as Muhammad Ali. Clay won the gold medal in the light heavyweight division, displaying the quick hands and graceful movement that would later make him the most famous boxer in the world. His Olympic victory launched a professional career that transcended sport, making him a global cultural icon. In Rome, he was still a young amateur with extraordinary talent and confidence, charming spectators and fellow athletes with his personality and defeating opponents with his skill. Another American athlete created an inspiring story in Rome. Wilma Rudolph, who had overcome childhood polio that left her unable to walk without leg braces until she was 12 years old, won 3 gold medals in sprint events. She claimed victory in the 100 meters, the 200 meters, and ran anchor on the victorious American 4x100-meter relay team. Her achievements demonstrated remarkable determination and physical recovery, transforming a child who doctors said might never walk normally into the fastest woman in the world. Rudolph's grace and speed earned her the nickname Black Gazelle in European press, and her success helped break down racial and gender barriers in American sport. The marathon in Rome featured one of the Olympics' most memorable performances. Ethiopian runner Abebe Bikila won the race running barefoot through the streets of Rome at night, a sight that captured global imagination. Bikila, who served in the Ethiopian Imperial Guard, had trained at altitude in Ethiopia and possessed extraordinary endurance. His decision to run without shoes was partly due to problems with his assigned footwear and partly because he had trained extensively without shoes. He ran steadily through the Roman night, eventually breaking away from the field to win decisively and set a world record. His victory was the first Olympic gold medal won by a sub-Saharan African athlete and marked the emergence of East African distance running as a force that would dominate long-distance events for decades. The United States topped the medal count with 71 total medals, maintaining American Olympic strength across swimming, track and field, and other sports. The Soviet Union continued its emergence as an Olympic power, finishing competitively in the medal standings and demonstrating strength across diverse sports from gymnastics to wrestling to team sports. Basketball saw the United States win yet another gold medal, their 8th consecutive victory since basketball's introduction to the Olympics. American dominance in the sport seemed complete, with U.S. teams typically defeating opponents by large margins. The depth of American basketball talent, drawn from high schools, colleges, and amateur athletic organizations, overwhelmed teams from other nations still developing their basketball programs. The decathlon produced one of the Olympics' most dramatic competitions when American Rafer Johnson faced Taiwanese athlete C.K. Yang in a competition that went down to the final event. Johnson and Yang were training partners and friends who attended the same university in California, but in Rome they represented different nations and competed with everything they had. The competition was extraordinarily close, with lead changes across the 10 events. In the final event, the 1,500-meter run, Johnson needed to finish close to Yang to secure overall victory. He stayed near Yang throughout the race, maintaining just enough contact to preserve his slight overall lead. Johnson's narrow victory demonstrated both athletic excellence and competitive determination, while the friendship between the rivals exemplified Olympic sportsmanship. Italian sprinter Livio Berruti provided a thrilling moment for the host nation by winning the 200-meter race, upsetting favored American sprinters. His victory sparked enormous celebration in the Olympic Stadium as Italian fans erupted in joy at seeing their compatriot triumph. Berruti's success demonstrated that European sprinters could compete with Americans and gave Italy a memorable gold medal in a high-profile event. New nations made their Olympic debuts in Rome, reflecting the decolonization process transforming Africa and Asia. Countries like Morocco and Tunisia, recently independent from French colonial rule, sent athletes to compete under their own flags. This expansion of Olympic participation represented the changing political geography of the post-colonial world and the spread of Olympic ideals to newly independent nations. Canoeing events for women were added to the program, expanding opportunities for female athletes, though opportunities remained far more limited than for men. Field hockey returned with India again demonstrating dominance, showcasing the subcontinent's stick skills and tactical understanding. Swimming saw American dominance with strong competition from Australian and European swimmers. Soviet gymnast Larissa Latynina won multiple medals, adding to a collection that would make her one of the most decorated Olympic athletes in history. Soviet gymnasts dominated with technical precision and artistic grace. Weightlifting, wrestling in both freestyle and Greco-Roman styles, fencing, and boxing all produced intense competitions across weight divisions and drew competitors from diverse nations. As September arrived and the Rome Olympics concluded, the Games had demonstrated the power of television to transform Olympic reach and impact. The dramatic settings of competitions in ancient and Renaissance venues had created visually stunning broadcasts. Individual athletic achievements, from Bikila's barefoot marathon to Rudolph's sprint triple to Clay's boxing gold, had provided memorable moments that would be replayed and remembered for decades. Rome had successfully hosted games that honored Olympic tradition while embracing modern media technology, setting patterns for future Olympics in the television age. In October of 1964, the Olympic Games came to Asia for the first time, hosted by Tokyo, Japan. From the 10th through the 24th of October, 5,151 athletes from 93 nations competed in 163 events. The Tokyo Olympics represented Japan's return to the international community less than 20 years after the devastating conclusion of World War II, showcasing the nation's remarkable post-war recovery and economic development. Tokyo approached Olympic hosting with characteristic Japanese attention to detail and technological innovation, creating games that would influence how future Olympics were organized and presented. The opening ceremony included the lighting of the Olympic flame by Yoshinori Sakai, a young man born in Hiroshima on August 6, 1945, the day the atomic bomb was dropped on that city. His selection as torchlighter carried profound symbolism, representing Japan's journey from the ashes of war to peaceful international cooperation. The ceremony was deeply moving, reflecting both Japan's tragic wartime experience and its hopeful post-war transformation. To accommodate the Olympics and demonstrate Japanese modernity, Tokyo underwent massive infrastructure development. A new bullet train line connecting Tokyo and Osaka was completed just days before the Games began, showcasing Japanese technological prowess and providing rapid transportation that amazed international visitors. New highways, hotels, and sports facilities transformed Tokyo's urban landscape. The investment in Olympic infrastructure accelerated Japan's economic development and established patterns of Olympic-driven urban modernization that many future host cities would follow. Ethiopian runner Abebe Bikila returned to defend his marathon title, this time wearing shoes. 4 years earlier in Rome, he had won running barefoot. In Tokyo, he wore running shoes and again emerged victorious, setting a world record in the process. His successful title defense made him the first person to win consecutive Olympic marathon gold medals, cementing his status as one of the greatest marathon runners in history. Bikila's consistency at the highest level demonstrated that his Rome victory had been no fluke but rather the performance of a supremely talented endurance athlete. The basketball final between the United States and the Soviet Union produced one of the Olympics' most controversial finishes. The game was intensely competitive, with the Soviet team mounting a serious challenge to American dominance. In the final seconds, with the United States leading by 1 point, confusion over the game clock and a series of disputed rulings led to a chaotic ending. The Soviet Union ultimately was credited with victory, though the Americans protested vehemently, refusing to accept their silver medals. The controversy highlighted how high the stakes had become in Cold War Olympic competition and how difficult it was to separate sport from geopolitics when superpowers clashed. Australian swimmer Dawn Fraser won her 3rd consecutive gold medal in the 100-meter freestyle, becoming the first swimmer to win the same event 3 Olympics in a row. Her achievement demonstrated remarkable longevity and consistency at the sport's highest level. Fraser's career spanned multiple Olympic cycles during an era when few swimmers maintained peak performance across such extended periods. Her success inspired Australian swimming and established standards for sustained excellence. Soviet high jumper Valery Brummel set a world record in winning the gold medal, demonstrating the technical evolution of high jumping. Jumping techniques were still developing, with athletes experimenting with different approaches to clearing the bar. Brummel's success reflected both natural athletic ability and innovative approach to the event. American sprinter Wyomia Tyus won the 100-meter sprint, becoming the first athlete to repeat as Olympic champion in that event. Her victory continued American strength in women's sprinting and demonstrated the depth of American track talent. Tyus would later successfully defend her title again in Mexico City, establishing herself among the great Olympic sprinters. Judo made its Olympic debut as a sport in Tokyo, appropriately given its Japanese origins. The inclusion of judo reflected both host nation influence on program decisions and the sport's growing international popularity. Japanese judoka performed well on home mats, though Dutch heavyweight Anton G. Sink won gold in the open weight division, preventing a complete Japanese sweep and demonstrating judo's global spread. Volleyball also debuted as an Olympic sport, with competitions for both men and women. The fast-paced team sport, which required athleticism, coordination, and strategic play, added excitement to the Olympic program. The inclusion of women's volleyball from the sport's Olympic beginning reflected volleyball's development as a sport with strong participation by both genders. The United States topped the medal count with 90 total medals, maintaining American Olympic strength. Japan finished third overall with 29 medals, a strong showing for the host nation that pleased Japanese spectators and demonstrated Japanese athletic development. The Soviet Union remained competitive across multiple sports, continuing the Cold War rivalry that defined much of Olympic competition during this era. Emil Zatopek, the legendary distance runner whose triple gold performance in Helsinki had entered Olympic lore, competed in Tokyo in what would be his final Olympics. Now well past his competitive prime, Zatopek did not medal, but his presence in Tokyo connected these games to Olympic history and reminded spectators of his extraordinary achievements a dozen years earlier. South Africa was banned from participation due to its apartheid policies, representing the IOC's response to international pressure on human rights issues. South Africa would not return until apartheid's dismantling decades later. Track and field produced 18 world records, demonstrating continuing improvement and excellent competition conditions. Swimming saw American dominance with emerging competition from Australian and British swimmers. Gymnastics featured Soviet excellence in technical precision and Japanese strength on home apparatus. Equestrian events, boxing, wrestling, fencing, modern pentathlon, and weightlifting all continued Olympic traditions with strong international competition. As October ended and the Tokyo Olympics concluded, Japan had successfully demonstrated its post-war recovery and technological advancement to the world. The Games had been exceptionally well organized, with innovations in television broadcasting, timing systems, and infrastructure that would influence future Olympics. Athletic performances had been outstanding, with world records and memorable competitions across many sports. Tokyo had brought the Olympics to Asia, expanding the Games' geographic reach and demonstrating that Olympic excellence could be achieved on any continent, by any nation willing to embrace the Olympic ideals of peaceful competition and athletic excellence. The 1968 Olympics came to Mexico City, marking the first time the Games were held in Latin America and creating unique challenges due to the city's extraordinary altitude. Located 7,350 feet above sea level, Mexico City's thin air would profoundly affect athletic performances, benefiting some events while disadvantaging others. From October 12 through 27, 5,516 athletes from 112 nations competed in 172 events, navigating both the physical challenges of altitude and the political tensions that would make these games among the most socially significant in Olympic history. The altitude affected different events in different ways. In explosive, short-duration events like sprints and jumps, the reduced air resistance allowed athletes to achieve extraordinary performances. In endurance events requiring sustained oxygen consumption, the thin air created significant disadvantages for athletes not accustomed to altitude. This split created a unique Olympic environment where some world records would be shattered dramatically while others would be beyond reach. The most spectacular altitude-aided performance came in the long jump, where American Bob Beamon produced one of the most astounding athletic achievements in Olympic history. On October 18th, Beamon's first jump in the final soared through the thin air to land at an astonishing distance. The jump was so long that the optical measuring device reached its limit and officials had to use a steel tape to determine the distance. 8.90 meters, or 29 feet 2¼ inches. Beeman had broken the previous world record by nearly 2 feet, an improvement so massive that it seemed to defy belief. The record would stand for 23 years, and Beeman's jump would be remembered as one of the greatest single athletic performances ever achieved. The sprint events also benefited from reduced air resistance. In the 200-meter final, 3 American runners swept the medals, with all 3 finishing under the previous world record. Tommy Smith won gold, John Carlos took bronze, and Peter Norman of Australia finished second. What happened after the race, however, would overshadow the athletic performance itself and create one of the Olympics' most iconic and controversial moments. On the medal podium, as the American national anthem played, Smith and Carlos bowed their heads and each raised a black-gloved fist in the Black Power salute, a gesture of protest against racial discrimination in the United States. They wore no shoes, only black socks, to represent black poverty. Smith wore a black scarf around his neck representing black pride, and Carlos wore beads representing lynching victims. The silent protest, broadcast worldwide via television, created immediate controversy. The International Olympic Committee, viewing the gesture as a political demonstration violating Olympic principles, demanded the United States Olympic Committee punish the athletes. Smith and Carlos were expelled from the Olympic Village and sent home, though they retained their medals. Their protest reflected the broader social upheaval of 1968, a year marked by civil rights struggles, anti-war demonstrations, and challenges to established authority across the world. Just 10 days before the Olympics began, Mexican security forces had massacred hundreds of student protesters in Mexico City's Tlatelolco Square, a tragedy that Mexico's government tried to suppress but that cast a shadow over the Games. The combination of the Tlatelolco massacre and the Smith-Carlos protest made Mexico City 68 Olympics where sport and politics collided dramatically and visibly. Czechoslovakian gymnast Vera Kaslavska won 4 gold medals in gymnastics events, achieving excellence in a turbulent personal context. Just months before the Olympics, Soviet tanks had rolled into Czechoslovakia to crush the reform movement known as the Prague Spring, which had sought to create socialism with a human face. Kaslavska had publicly supported the reformers, making her a target of the post-invasion communist authorities. In Mexico City, when the Soviet national anthem played during one medal ceremony where a Soviet athlete shared the podium, Kaslavska visibly turned her head away, a subtle but clear expression of protest against the Soviet occupation of her country. American high jumper Dick Fosbury revolutionized his event by introducing what would become known as the Fosbury flop, a technique where he went over the bar backwards, landing on his back rather than using the traditional straddle or roll techniques. Fosbury's unconventional approach looked awkward but proved effective, and he won the gold medal. Within a few years, nearly all elite high jumpers would adopt the Fosbury flop, which allowed better exploitation of an athlete's center of gravity and became the standard technique that remains dominant today. East and West Germany competed as separate teams for the first time, a reflection of Cold War divisions and the existence of 2 German states. The division of Germany would persist in Olympics until reunification in 1990. The 2 German teams often competed fiercely against each other, with athletic competition serving as a proxy for broader ideological and political rivalries. The marathon, run at altitude, severely tested competitors' cardiovascular systems. Ethiopian runner Mamo Wolde won the race, adding to East African dominance in distance running that had begun with Abebe Bikila's victories. The thin air made the marathon even more grueling than usual, and only the fittest and best adapted runners could maintain pace at altitude over the 26.2-mile distance. 20 athletes were disqualified for using prohibited substances, including Swedish modern pentathlete Hans-Gunnar Liljenwall, who tested positive for alcohol. These disqualifications represented early anti-doping efforts, though drug testing and enforcement remained far less sophisticated and comprehensive than they would become in later decades. The disqualifications demonstrated that performance-enhancing substance use was already a concern, even if the full extent of doping would only become clear much later. Women's athletics expanded with the addition of the 200-meter sprint and the 1,500-meter distance race, providing female athletes with more opportunities to compete. Each expansion of the women's program represented progress toward gender equality, though women's events still remained far fewer than men's. The women who competed took full advantage of the opportunities available, demonstrating athletic ability and competitive drive equal to male athletes. Boxing featured fighters across weight divisions from light flyweight through heavyweight, with competitors from diverse nations battling in elimination tournaments. The sport continued to attract passionate followers and provided opportunities for amateur fighters to compete internationally. Flag-burning protests occurred outside Olympic venues, as activists demonstrated against the International Olympic Committee's policies and decisions. The protests reflected broader social movements challenging traditional authorities and demanding change across society. Olympic organizers worked to keep protests away from competition venues, but the political environment of 1968 could not be completely excluded from the Olympics. The United States won 107 total medals, topping the count despite the controversies surrounding American athletes. The Soviet Union remained competitive across multiple sports, and East Germany's emergence as a separate team began what would become sustained excellence in Olympic competition, particularly in sports like swimming, athletics, and cycling. The 1968 Mexico City Olympics will forever be remembered for moments that transcended sport itself. While the thin air at 7,350 feet above sea level created unprecedented athletic performances, it was the actions of human beings standing up for their beliefs that truly defined these games. The intersection of sports and social justice reached a pivotal moment on a podium in the Estadio Olimpico, creating one of the most iconic images in Olympic history. On October 16th, after the men's 200-meter final, American sprinters Tommy Smith and John Carlos climbed onto the medal podium wearing black socks without shoes, each carrying a single black glove. Smith had won gold in a world record time of 19.83 seconds, while Carlos had claimed bronze. Australia's Peter Norman stood between them with the silver medal. As the Star-Spangled Banner began to play, Smith and Carlos bowed their heads and raised their gloved fists skyward in what became known as the Black Power Salute, a silent protest against racial inequality and injustice in the United States. The gesture was planned, deliberate, and profoundly meaningful. Smith later explained that his raised right fist represented black power, while Carlos's raised left fist represented black unity. Together, their fists formed an arch of unity and power. The black socks without shoes represented black poverty in America. The beads around their necks symbolized those who had been lynched or killed without trial. Every element of their protest carried symbolic weight, transforming a simple medal ceremony into a statement heard around the world. The reaction was immediate and severe. The International Olympic Committee, led by Avery Brundage, demanded that the United States Olympic Committee send Smith and Carlos home. Within 48 hours, both athletes were expelled from the Olympic Village and sent back to America. They faced death threats, economic hardship, and years of ostracism from the sporting establishment. Yet their courage inspired generations of athletes to understand that sports and politics cannot truly be separated, that athletes have both the platform and the responsibility to speak out against injustice. Peter Norman's role in this moment deserves recognition as well. The Australian sprinter, who had run a phenomenal race to claim silver, wore a badge supporting the Olympic Project for Human Rights on his tracksuit during the ceremony, showing solidarity with Smith and Carlos. This act of support would cost Norman dearly in his own country. Despite qualifying times that should have earned him a spot on Australia's 1972 Olympic team, he was left off the roster. Norman never ran in another Olympics, and his support for Smith and Carlos remained controversial in Australia for decades. The United States swept all 3 medals in the 200 meters, with all 3 medalists being black athletes. This fact itself spoke volumes about the complexity of race in America. Here were 3 men who had reached the pinnacle of their sport, representing their country on the world stage, yet they felt compelled to use that moment to highlight the injustice and inequality that Black Americans continued to face at home. The contrast between their athletic triumph and their social protest created a powerful and uncomfortable tension that forced people to confront difficult truths. Beyond the political drama, the Mexico City Games showcased remarkable athletic achievements. The thin air that had worried so many coaches and doctors before the Games turned out to favor explosive, short-duration events while challenging endurance athletes. Bob Beeman's long jump of 8.90 meters, set earlier in the competition, remained the defining moment of pure athletic achievement. That record would stand for 23 years, a testament to how perfectly Beeman had harnessed the conditions of that October day. Dick Fosbury introduced the world to a revolutionary high jump technique that would become known as the Fosbury flop. Instead of approaching the bar face first and rolling over it in the traditional straddle or scissor style, Fosbury approached at an angle and went over the bar backward, landing on his back on the landing mat. This technique, which looked awkward and unconventional to observers, proved remarkably effective. Fosbury won gold with a jump of 2.24 meters, and within a decade, virtually every competitive high jumper in the world would adopt his technique. The women's events saw Czech gymnast Vera Kaslavska emerge as a beloved figure. She won 4 gold medals and 2 silvers, becoming one of the most decorated athletes of the Games. Kaslavska's grace and skill captivated audiences, but her story carried political significance as well. She had signed the manifesto opposing the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia earlier that year, making her a symbol of resistance. When she received one of her gold medals, she subtly turned her head away during the Soviet national anthem, a quiet but unmistakable gesture of protest. The altitude affected different events in different ways. Sprint races saw fast times, with the thin air offering less resistance. The 400-meter hurdles, the 800 meters, and the 1500 meters also produced excellent performances. However, distance races proved brutal. Runners struggled with the reduced oxygen, and times in events like the 5,000-10,000 meters were notably slower than they might have been at sea level. The marathon, run in the thin air and warm temperatures, became a true test of human endurance. East and West Germany competed as separate teams for the first time, a division that reflected the Cold War split that had divided the nation since the end of World War II. This separation would continue through subsequent Olympics until German reunification in 1990. The presence of 2 German teams served as a constant reminder of how political divisions shaped the Olympic movement. The 1968 Games also marked the first time that drug testing resulted in a disqualification. Swedish pentathlete Hans-Gunnar Liljenwall tested positive for excessive alcohol consumption, having drunk beer before his pistol shooting event to calm his nerves. While this seems quaint compared to later doping scandals, it represented the beginning of a more serious approach to performance-enhancing substances in Olympic competition. Mexico became the first Latin American nation and the first developing country to host the Olympic Games. The Mexican government had invested heavily in infrastructure, building new venues and improving transportation networks. The opening ceremony showcased Mexican culture and history, with thousands of performers celebrating their nation's heritage. For Mexico, hosting the Olympics represented an opportunity to present itself as a modern, capable nation on the world stage, though the student protests that had been violently suppressed just days before the opening ceremony cast a shadow over this narrative. As the flame was extinguished in Mexico City, the Olympic movement had been forever changed. The Games had demonstrated that athletes were not apolitical figures, that they carried beliefs and convictions that sometimes outweighed even their sporting achievements. Smith and Carlos had shown that courage sometimes means sacrifice, that standing up for what you believe in can cost you everything you have worked for. Their raised fists would become one of the enduring images of the 20th century, a reminder that the Olympic Games, for all their rhetoric about unity and brotherhood, take place in a world marked by injustice and inequality. The Mexico City Olympics had been a games of extraordinary athletic achievement and profound social significance, a combination that would echo through Olympic history for generations to come. The 20th Olympic Games opened in Munich, West Germany, on August 26, 1972, with optimism and hope. Germany had not hosted the Summer Olympics since the infamous Berlin Games of 1936, and West Germany was determined to present a very different face to the world. These were to be the cheerful games, a celebration of sport and international friendship that would help the world forget the dark associations with German Olympics. The organizers created a welcoming, open atmosphere. Security was deliberately kept light and non-intrusive. Athletes could move freely in and out of the Olympic Village, mingling with visitors and enjoying the festive environment. For the first 10 days, everything went according to plan. The sports were spectacular, athletes from around the world competed with joy and determination, and Munich seemed to have succeeded in creating the peaceful, happy Olympics it had promised. Then came September 5th. In the early morning darkness, 8 members of a Palestinian terrorist organization called Black September climbed the fence surrounding the Olympic Village. They made their way to Kanalstrasse 31, the building housing the Israeli Olympic delegation. At approximately 4:30 in the morning, they broke into the Israeli apartments. Wrestling coach Moshe Weinberg and weightlifter Yosef Romano fought back against the intruders and were shot and killed. 9 other Israelis were taken hostage. The terrorists demanded the release of over 200 prisoners held in Israeli jails, along with safe passage out of Germany. The world watched in horror as the crisis unfolded. Television cameras captured the now iconic image of a masked terrorist standing on the balcony of the Israeli building. The cheerful Olympics had become a scene of terror and violence. For hours, negotiators attempted to find a peaceful resolution. The German authorities, inexperienced in dealing with such situations, struggled to develop an effective response. The Olympic Games were suspended. Athletes who had trained for years, who had dreamed of Olympic glory, found themselves wondering whether the competition should continue at all. As night fell, the terrorists agreed to be transported, along with their hostages, to a nearby military airfield where they believed they would board a plane to an Arab country. German sharpshooters were positioned at the airfield in an attempt to free the hostages. What followed was a catastrophic failure of the rescue operation. In the darkness and chaos, a gun battle erupted. All 9 Israeli hostages were killed, along with 5 of the 8 terrorists and 1 German police officer. The horror of the situation became clear in the early morning hours of September 6th. 11 members of the Israeli Olympic team were dead. The Olympic Games had become the site of one of the most shocking terrorist attacks in history. The question immediately arose of whether the Games should continue. Some argued that canceling the Olympics would give the terrorists exactly what they wanted, allowing violence to triumph over peace and international cooperation. Others felt that continuing to compete while bodies lay in morgues was disrespectful and obscene. After intense debate, Olympic officials decided that the Games would go on after a one-day suspension and a memorial service. International Olympic Committee President Avery Brundge delivered a controversial speech in which he appeared to compare the terrorist attack to the exclusion of Rhodesia from the Games, a comparison that many found deeply offensive. His famous phrase, "The Games must go on," became both a rallying cry and a point of contention. On September 6th, a memorial service was held in the Olympic Stadium. 80,000 people gathered in silence. Flags flew at half-mast. The Israeli team, devastated by the loss of their teammates and friends, initially decided to withdraw from the Games entirely and return home. This decision was understandable. How could they be expected to continue competing after such a tragedy? Yet many athletes from around the world expressed solidarity with the Israeli team, and eventually, some Israeli athletes chose to return and finish their events as a way of honoring their fallen comrades. The mood of the Olympics had fundamentally changed. The joy and celebration that had characterized the first 10 days gave way to somber reflection and grief. Athletes competed, but the shadow of the massacre hung over every event. Security, which had been deliberately minimal, was suddenly and dramatically increased. Armed guards appeared throughout Olympic venues. The open, trusting atmosphere that organizers had worked so hard to create was shattered, never to fully return. Every Olympic Games since Munich has operated under the shadow of that September day, with extensive security measures now considered essential to protecting athletes and spectators. The 11 Israeli victims represented different aspects of the Olympic community. Wrestling coach Moshe Weinberg and weightlifter Yosef Romano were the first killed fighting back. Wrestling referee Yosef Gutfreund held the door shut, allowing roommates to escape. The others included coaches, athletes, and 18-year-old wrestler Mark Slavin, the youngest victim. For years, families felt the Olympic movement had been too eager to move past the tragedy without proper acknowledgement. The Munich massacre changed Olympic security forever. Never again would an Olympic village be so easily accessible. In place of innocent idealism came metal detectors, armed guards, extensive surveillance, and controlled access. The terrorists who survived were released within weeks after a hijacking, causing outrage. Israel launched Operation Wrath of God, hunting down those responsible. For the Olympic movement, Munich proved the Games could not exist outside political reality. The idea that sports and politics could be entirely separated was revealed as an illusion. The memorial service in the Olympic Stadium on September 6th became a defining image of these Games, as powerful in its way as any athletic achievement. 80,000 people standing in silence, united in grief, demonstrated that the Olympic community could come together in tragedy even if it struggled to prevent such tragedies in the first place. The service included prayers from Christian, Jewish, and Muslim clergy, an attempt to show that religion and difference need not divide humanity. Yet even this gesture could not erase the fundamental reality that 11 men were dead, killed because of who they were and what they represented. As the days passed and competition resumed, athletes did their best to honor the victims by competing with courage and excellence. Many felt that to abandon the Games entirely would be to let terrorism win, to allow violence to destroy the Olympic ideal. Yet there was no escaping the fact that the Munich Olympics would forever be remembered primarily for the massacre, not for the remarkable athletic achievements that also took place. The cheerful Games that West Germany had planned had become the tragic Games, a reminder that human conflict and violence can intrude anywhere, even into celebrations of human potential and peaceful competition. While the Munich Olympics of 1972 will forever be defined by the tragic events of September 5th, It would be a disservice to the athletes who competed there to ignore the extraordinary sporting achievements that also took place. These games witnessed some of the greatest performances in Olympic history, moments of human excellence that deserve to be remembered alongside the tragedy. The shadow of the massacre should not entirely eclipse the light of athletic triumph. Mark Spitz entered the Munich Olympics already a celebrated swimmer. 4 years earlier in Mexico City, the young American had boldly predicted he would win 6 gold medals. He had fallen short, winning only 2 golds while also collecting a silver and a bronze. The disappointment had stung, and Spitz had spent the intervening 4 years training with fierce determination, preparing for redemption in Munich. What he achieved there exceeded even his own ambitious expectations. Spitz won 7 gold medals, an achievement unprecedented in Olympic history. Even more remarkably, he set world records in every single one of his 7 events. He won the 100-meter freestyle in 51.22 seconds. He took the 200-meter freestyle in 1 minute, 52.78 seconds. In the 100-meter butterfly, he clocked 54.27 seconds. The 200-meter butterfly saw him finish in 2 minutes, 0.7 seconds. He anchored the 4x100-meter freestyle relay to victory in 3 minutes, 26.42 seconds. The 4x200-meter freestyle relay finished in 7 minutes, 35.78 seconds, with Spitz swimming a crucial leg. Finally, the 4x100-meter medley relay touched the wall in 3 minutes, 48.16 seconds, with Spitz delivering a masterful butterfly leg. 7 events, 7 golds, 7 world records. It was a performance of almost mathematical perfection, a demonstration of dominance that had never been seen before in Olympic swimming. Spitz's dark hair and mustache became iconic, and his image appeared on magazine covers around the world. He became an instant celebrity, proof that even in an Olympics marked by tragedy, individual athletic achievement could still captivate global attention. What made Spitz's achievement even more poignant was that he was Jewish, and the terrorist attack had specifically targeted Jewish athletes. In the immediate aftermath of the massacre, there were concerns about Spitz's safety. American officials, worried that he might become a target himself, quietly moved him out of the Olympic Village and eventually sent him home early, even though he had completed all his events. Spitz's incredible week of triumph was thus bookended by fear and precaution, his golden moment shadowed by the very real danger faced by Jewish Olympians in Munich. In the pool, Spitz was not the only story of excellence. Australian Shane Gould, just 15 years old, won 3 individual gold medals in the women's events while also claiming a silver and a bronze. Her victories in the 200-meter and 400-meter freestyle, along with the 200-meter individual medley, showcased her versatility and talent. Gould's youth and skill made her a sensation, though the pressure of Olympic competition and the demands of training would eventually lead her to retire from swimming while still a teenager. A reminder of the toll that elite athletics can exact on young bodies and minds. On the track, Finnish distance runner Lasse Viren produced one of the most memorable performances of the Games. In the 10,000-meter final, Viren was involved in a collision with another runner and fell to the track. Most observers assumed his race was over. Elite distance running at the Olympic level demands perfect pacing and energy conservation. A fall typically means the race is lost. But Viren got up, regained his rhythm, and not only caught up to the leaders but went on to win the race in a world record time of 27 minutes, 38.4 seconds. His ability to recover from the fall, both physically and psychologically, demonstrated extraordinary mental toughness. Viren's achievement in the 10,000 meters would have been remarkable enough on its own, but 5 days later he returned to win the 5,000 meters as well, completing a difficult double. The combination of the 5,000 10,000 meter victories has always been considered one of the most challenging feats in track and field, requiring both speed and endurance at the highest levels. Viren's performance in Munich established him as one of the great distance runners in Olympic history. In gymnastics, Soviet teenager Olga Korbut became the darling of the Games. Though she was not the most decorated gymnast, her charisma and innovative routines captured the world's imagination. On the uneven bars, she performed a backward somersault, a move so daring and difficult that it seemed to defy physics. When she faltered in one event, crying in disappointment, television cameras captured her distress, and audiences around the world felt genuine sympathy for the pixie-like 16-year-old. When she recovered to win gold medals in the floor exercise and balance beam, her triumph felt personal to millions of viewers. Korbut's appeal went beyond her athletic skill. She had personality, emotion, vulnerability. She made gymnastics accessible and exciting to people who had never previously paid attention to the sport. The United States basketball team suffered one of the most controversial defeats in Olympic history. America had never lost a basketball game in Olympic competition, winning every gold medal since the sport was introduced in 1936. In the gold medal game against the Soviet Union, the Americans appeared to have secured victory with a last-second basket. However, in a series of confusing and disputed events, officials put time back on the clock twice. On the third attempt to play the final seconds, the Soviet team scored, winning 51-50. The American team was so convinced they had been robbed that they refused to accept their silver medals, which remain unclaimed to this day. The controversy highlighted the challenges of officiating in an era before instant replay and raised questions about whether Cold War politics had influenced the outcome. Distance running saw American Frank Shorter win the marathon, giving the U.S. its first marathon gold in 64 years. His victory helped spark a running boom in America. In field events, Soviet athletes dominated with Viktor Saneyev winning his second consecutive triple jump gold. East Germany emerged as a swimming and rowing powerhouse, winning medals across multiple events, their systematic training methods showing results. The Munich Games included 121 nations and over 7,000 athletes. Women competed in 100 events while men participated in 95. The program included 21 different sports, showcasing the diversity of human physical achievement. As the Olympic flame was extinguished in Munich on September 11, 1972, the emotions were deeply mixed. There was pride in the athletic achievements, sorrow for the lives lost, and uncertainty about the future of the Olympic movement. Could the Games survive such a tragedy? Would nations continue to send their athletes to compete? The fact that the Olympics did continue, that they survived Munich and even grew stronger, speaks to the enduring power of the Olympic ideal. But Munich left scars that would never fully heal, memories that would never fade. It was a Games of both the highest triumphs and the deepest tragedies, a reminder that the Olympics, for all their aspirational rhetoric about human unity, take place in a world marked by conflict, hatred, and violence. The challenge for future Olympics would be to honor the athletic excellence while never forgetting the human cost of that September morning. The summer of 1976 brought the Olympic Games to Montreal, Canada, a city of elegant French charm and ambitious aspirations. These would be the first Olympics held in Canada, a moment of national pride and international showcase. Yet the Montreal Games would become famous for two very different reasons: the athletic perfection of a 14-year-old Romanian gymnast, and the financial disaster that would burden the host city for decades to come. When Nadia Comaneci stepped onto the uneven bars at the Montreal Forum on July 18th, few spectators understood they were about to witness history. The tiny Romanian, weighing barely 86 pounds and standing just 4 feet 11 inches tall, began her routine with a focused intensity that belied her youth. She moved through her routine with mechanical precision, each release and catch executed flawlessly, each handstand held with perfect stillness. When she dismounted and stuck her landing, there was a moment of silence as judges conferred. Then the scoreboard flickered to life, attempting to display something it had never been designed to show, a perfect score. The scoreboard read 1.00. It took a moment for people to understand. The scoring system had been designed to only go up to 9.99. A perfect 10 had been considered so unlikely that no one had programmed the boards to display it. But there was no doubt about what had happened. Nadia Comaneci had just performed the first perfect routine in Olympic gymnastics history. The crowd erupted in astonishment and joy, celebrating a moment of absolute athletic perfection. That first perfect 10 would not be Comaneci's last. Over the course of the Montreal Games, she would receive 7 perfect scores across different events and routines. She won gold medals in the uneven bars, balance beam, and individual all-around competition. Her performances revolutionized gymnastics, raising the standard of what was considered possible. Before Nadia, gymnastics had been impressive but imperfect, a sport of near misses and minor deductions. After Nadia, anything less than perfection seemed disappointing. Her legacy would shape the sport for generations, inspiring countless young girls to take up gymnastics in pursuit of their own perfect 10s. What made Comaneci's achievement even more remarkable was her demeanor. She performed with an almost eerie calm, showing little emotion even in moments of triumph. While other gymnasts might smile or wave to the crowd, Nadia remained focused and serious, a tiny perfectionist executing her routines with robotic precision. Her coach, Bela Karolyi, would later become famous for training multiple Olympic champions. But Nadia was his first great masterpiece, the gymnast who proved his demanding, detail-oriented approach could produce results at the highest level. Yet beneath the surface of Comaneci's triumph lay troubling questions about the cost of such perfection. She had been training since age 6 under Karolyi's intense system. Her childhood had been dedicated almost entirely to gymnastics, to the pursuit of these perfect 10s. Questions about the physical and psychological toll of elite gymnastics on young bodies and minds would grow louder in subsequent decades. But in Montreal, the dominant narrative was one of wonder and admiration for what this remarkable teenager had achieved. While Comaneci dominated gymnastics, the track and field events produced their own memorable moments. Cuban runner Alberto Giunterina accomplished a rare double victory, winning both the 400-meter and 800-meter races. This combination had long been considered nearly impossible, the 400 requiring explosive speed while the 800 demanded more sustained speed endurance. Giunterina's long, graceful stride and powerful physique allowed him to excel at both distances. His victories marked the emergence of Cuba as a track and field power, challenging American and Eastern European dominance. In the decathlon, Bruce Jenner of the United States captured gold with a world record score. The decathlon, combining 10 different track and field events over 2 days, had long been considered the ultimate test of athletic versatility. Jenner's victory and subsequent celebrity made the decathlon more visible to American audiences. Decades later, Jenner's personal journey and transition to Caitlyn Jenner would add another layer of complexity and interest to this Olympic achievement, though in 1976, the focus was purely on athletic accomplishment. American swimmer John Naber emerged as another star of the Montreal pool, winning 4 gold medals and setting world records in the 100-meter and 200-meter backstroke. His victories helped cement America's traditional dominance in swimming, though East German women were beginning to challenge that supremacy in disturbing ways. The East German women's swimming team won 11 of 13 events, performances that seemed almost superhuman. Decades later, evidence would emerge of systematic state-sponsored doping in East Germany, casting a shadow over these achievements. But in Montreal, the focus was on the immediate results, the shocking dominance of swimmers from a relatively small nation. The Montreal Olympics were marked by what didn't happen. 26 African nations boycotted to protest New Zealand's rugby ties with apartheid South Africa, meaning talented African distance runners didn't compete. Canada invested enormous sums in spectacular facilities, but costs spiraled from $310 million to nearly $1.5 billion. Montreal spent 30 years paying off Olympic debt. Ironically, Canada won no gold medals, the first host nation shut out, though they earned 5 silvers and 6 bronzes. Women's events expanded with basketball's debut, rowing events added, and 100-meter hurdles replacing 80-meter hurdles. U.S. boxing dominated with 5 golds, including brothers Leon and Michael Spinks. Cuba also showed boxing strength. The Montreal Olympics concluded with a closing ceremony that celebrated both Canadian culture and the international Olympic spirit. Despite the financial troubles and the African boycott, the Games had produced memorable moments and extraordinary achievements. Comaneci's perfect tens would be remembered long after the debt was paid off. The images of her tiny figure on the balance beam, the scoreboard's confused attempt to display perfection, and the quiet confidence with which she performed under enormous pressure became part of Olympic lore. As athletes departed Montreal and returned to their home countries, the Olympic movement faced important questions about its future. The escalating costs of hosting the Games threatened to limit future Olympic bids to only the wealthiest nations. The political boycotts suggested that the Olympics could not truly escape the conflicts that divided the world. Yet despite these challenges, the fundamental appeal of the Olympics endured. People still gathered to watch athletes push the boundaries of human performance. Nations still took pride in their Olympic representatives. And every 4 years, for a brief moment, the world could come together to celebrate what humans could achieve when they dedicated themselves fully to a goal, whether that goal was a perfect 10 on the uneven bars or simply the completion of a marathon. Montreal had shown both the glory and the burden of the Olympic Games, setting the stage for the complex decades that would follow. The Moscow Olympics of 1980 should have been a moment of triumph for the Soviet Union. After decades of competing in Olympics held in Western nations or neutral countries, the Soviets finally had the chance to host the Games in their own capital, to showcase their society and achievements to the world. They built impressive facilities, trained thousands of volunteers, and prepared meticulously for what they hoped would be the greatest Olympics ever held. Instead, the Moscow Games became the most politically contentious Olympics since World War II, defined more by who wasn't there than by the athletes who competed. On December 27, 1979, Soviet forces invaded Afghanistan, beginning what would become a brutal 9-year occupation. The invasion shocked the world and prompted immediate condemnation from Western governments. In the United States, President Jimmy Carter faced intense pressure to respond forcefully to Soviet aggression. After considering various options, Carter settled on a symbolic but painful gesture. He would call for a boycott of the Moscow Olympics. If American athletes did not compete, the Soviets would be denied the propaganda victory they sought. The Olympics, Carter argued, could not proceed normally while Soviet tanks rolled through Kabul. The decision to boycott devastated American athletes who had spent years preparing for their Olympic moment. Swimmers, track and field stars, gymnasts, and wrestlers had organized their entire lives around the goal of competing in Moscow. Many were in their physical prime, unlikely to get another opportunity 4 years later. Some athletes had already qualified for the team. They had dreamed of standing on the Olympic podium, of representing their country, of testing themselves against the world's best. Now, through no fault of their own, That dream was being taken away for political reasons. The United States was not alone in boycotting. Ultimately, 65 nations declined to participate in the Moscow Olympics, including West Germany, Japan, Canada, and many other Western allies. Some countries, like Great Britain, allowed their Olympic committees to make the decision independently, and British athletes did compete despite government pressure to stay home. The boycott reduced the number of participating nations to 80, the lowest since 1956. Entire events were affected dramatically. The swimming competitions lacked the traditional American dominance, making it easier for other nations to claim medals. Track and field events missed American stars, particularly in sprinting and throwing events where the United States had historically excelled. For the Soviet Union, the boycott was both a political defeat and a propaganda opportunity. On one hand, the absence of so many nations undermined the legitimacy of the Games and denied the Soviets the full international celebration they had sought. On the other hand, Soviet propagandists portrayed the boycott as evidence of Western hostility and used it to rally domestic support. Soviet media depicted Carter's boycott as a cynical political maneuver that punished innocent athletes for crimes they didn't commit. The athletes who did compete in Moscow experienced games unlike any that had come before. The absence of so many strong competitors changed the competitive landscape entirely. Soviet athletes dominated the medal count in ways that would have been impossible with full participation. The USSR won 80 gold medals and 195 total medals, far exceeding any previous performance. East Germany finished second in the medal count, benefiting similarly from reduced competition. For athletes from smaller nations who normally faced overwhelming American or Western European opposition, the Moscow Games offered unprecedented opportunities to win medals and achieve Olympic glory. In the swimming pool, the absence of American swimmers was most noticeable. The United States had traditionally dominated Olympic swimming, but in Moscow, the medals were distributed more widely. Soviet and East German swimmers claimed victories that might have been impossible against full American teams. Vladimir Salnikov of the Soviet Union won 3 gold medals in distance freestyle events, setting a world record in the 1500 meters that would stand for years. His performances were genuinely exceptional, but questions always lingered about how he would have fared against missing American competitors like Rowdy Gaines, who was in his prime but unable to compete due to the boycott. On the track, the middle distance races produced one of the most anticipated duels in Olympic history. British runners Sebastian Coe and Steve Ovett were the world's best at 800 meters and 1500 meters, but before Moscow, they had rarely raced directly against each other. The Moscow Olympics would finally provide their showdown. In the 800 meters, Ovett was favored, while Coe was expected to win the 1500. In a surprising reversal, Ovett won the 800 meters while Coe took the 1500. Both runners delivered under enormous pressure, producing one of the few moments in the Moscow Games that transcended the boycott controversy. Ethiopian distance runner Miritz Yifter completed a remarkable double victory in the 5,000-10,000 meters. Known as Yifter the Shifter for his ability to change pace during races, the Ethiopian had missed the 1976 Olympics due to the African boycott. Now, at approximately 36 years old, though his exact age was uncertain, he finally achieved Olympic glory. His victories highlighted the unpredictable nature of distance running and the importance of tactical racing intelligence. The gymnastics competitions showcased Soviet strength in an event where they would have been competitive regardless of boycotts. Soviet gymnasts won multiple medals across all apparatus. The absence of strong American gymnasts like Kurt Thomas, who had won world championships and was expected to compete for gold in Moscow, left questions about what might have been. Nonetheless, The Soviet and Eastern European gymnasts who did compete performed at extraordinarily high levels. East Germany's Waldemar Sierpinski won his second consecutive Olympic marathon, a rare achievement in one of the Olympics' most grueling events. His victory came in 2 hours, 11 minutes, and 3 seconds, demonstrating consistent excellence across 2 Olympic cycles. The marathon, run through the streets of Moscow on a warm August day, provided one of the game's most dramatic moments as Sierpinski pulled away from his competitors in the final kilometers. The women's field hockey tournament made its Olympic debut in Moscow, adding another sport to the women's Olympic program. Zimbabwe won the gold medal in an upset, defeating Czechoslovakia in the final. This victory was particularly notable because Zimbabwe had only recently gained independence and was competing in its first Olympics as a sovereign nation. Synchronized swimming was included as a demonstration sport in Moscow, previewing what would become an official Olympic sport in later games. The artistic combination of swimming, gymnastics, and dance appealed to audiences and showcased athletic skills that had not previously been part of the Olympic program. Despite the boycott, over 5,000 athletes from 80 nations did compete in Moscow. For these athletes, the Olympics remained meaningful. They had trained for years, sacrificed enormously, and deserved recognition for their achievements. The fact that competition was diminished by absences did not erase the real accomplishments of those who were there. Records were still set, personal bests were still achieved, and Olympic dreams were still realized. The Moscow Olympics highlighted the vulnerability of the Olympic movement to political pressures. The ideal of the Olympics as a space separate from politics, where nations could compete peacefully regardless of their political differences, was revealed as increasingly difficult to maintain. The Cold War divisions that split the world were too deep, the conflicts too intense, for sports to remain entirely neutral. For ordinary Soviet citizens, the Olympics provided a rare glimpse of international culture and a sense of pride in their country's accomplishments. Moscow had been transformed for the Games, with new metro stations, renovated buildings, and improved infrastructure. For a few weeks, foreigners walked the streets of the Soviet capital, and Muscovites could feel connected to the wider world in ways that were normally restricted by the closed nature of Soviet society. As the Moscow Olympics concluded, there was relief that they had been completed without major incidents, but also recognition that something important had been lost. The principle that the Olympics should be above politics had been severely damaged. Athletes had been used as pawns in geopolitical struggles. The anticipation was already building for what might happen 4 years later in Los Angeles. Would the Soviets retaliate with their own boycott? Would the cycle of politically motivated absences continue to undermine the Olympic movement? These questions hung over the closing ceremony, casting shadows on what should have been a moment of pure celebration. The Moscow Olympics had been well organized and had produced genuine athletic achievements, but they would forever be remembered as the boycott games, a stark reminder of how politics and sports remained inextricably linked despite all claims to the contrary. 4 years after the American boycott of Moscow, the Olympic Games returned to the United States for the first time since 1932. Los Angeles would host, bringing Hollywood glamour and American entrepreneurialism to the Olympic movement. These games would prove transformative in ways both intended and unexpected, demonstrating that the Olympics could be financially profitable while also suffering from the predictable political retaliation for the Moscow boycott. On May 8, 1984, the Soviet Union announced it would not send athletes to the Los Angeles Olympics. The official justification cited concerns about security and anti-Soviet sentiment in the United States, but everyone understood the real reason. The Los Angeles boycott was payback for Moscow, a tit-for-tat response that demonstrated the Soviets would not accept political humiliation without retaliation. 14 other Eastern Bloc nations joined the Soviet boycott, including East Germany, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Bulgaria. Cuba also boycotted, though Romania notably defied the Soviet-led boycott and sent a team to Los Angeles. The absence of the Soviet Union and its allies dramatically changed the competitive landscape, much as the American-led boycott had affected Moscow. Events that would normally have been fiercely contested became easier for American athletes to dominate. The United States won 83 gold medals and 174 total medals, the largest margin of victory in modern Olympic history. While American athletes certainly deserved credit for their performances, the asterisk of the boycott would forever qualify these achievements. Yet despite the political disappointments, the Los Angeles Games revolutionized how Olympics were organized and financed. Peter Uberroth, the organizing committee president, pioneered a new model for Olympic funding. Instead of relying primarily on government support and risking massive debt like Montreal, Los Angeles turned to private sponsorship, corporate partnerships, and existing facilities. Uberroth sold exclusive sponsorship rights to companies willing to pay premium prices for official Olympic association. Companies like Coca-Cola, McDonald's, and Anheuser-Busch became major sponsors, providing funding in exchange for marketing opportunities. The Los Angeles Olympics also made extensive use of existing facilities rather than building expensive new venues that might become white elephants after the Games. The Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, which had hosted the 1932 Olympics, was renovated rather than replaced. University facilities were used for various sports. The Olympic Village was built on the campuses of UCLA and USC, with the dormitories continuing to serve students after the Games. This practical approach to facilities management and financing would influence how future Olympic hosts approached their preparations. The Games opened on July 28 with a spectacular ceremony that embodied American showmanship. Movie composer John Williams conducted a specially commissioned Olympic fanfare. 84 pianists played in synchronized performance. Rocket men flew through the stadium using jetpacks, a moment of pure theatricality that delighted audiences. The Hollywood influence was unmistakable, transforming the opening ceremony into entertainment spectacle rather than just ceremonial protocol. This approach to Olympic pageantry would become standard, with each host nation trying to outdo previous games in creative ambition. Carl Lewis emerged as the dominant figure of the Los Angeles Olympics, winning 4 gold medals in track and field events. He triumphed in the 100 meters, 200 meters, long jump, and 4x100 meter relay, matching Jesse Owens' achievement from the 1936 Berlin Olympics. Lewis's performances were exceptional by any measure. His long jump of 8.54 meters would have won gold in any Olympics. His sprint times were world-class. Yet questions persisted about how he would have fared against missing Soviet and East German competitors, particularly in the sprints and relay events. In gymnastics, 16-year-old Mary Lou Retton became America's sweetheart by winning the women's all-around competition, the first American woman to claim that title. Her final vault, performed with intense pressure knowing she needed a perfect score to win gold, was executed flawlessly. She stuck the landing and earned her 10.0, securing the gold medal. Retton's energetic, powerful style contrasted with the more balletic Eastern European approach to gymnastics. Her success made her a household name in America and helped popularize gymnastics among young American girls. The swimming competition saw American dominance that would have been more contested with full international participation. The absence of Soviet and East German swimmers, particularly the East German women who had been so dominant in Moscow, allowed American swimmers to claim medals more easily. Nevertheless, swimmers like Tracy Calkins, Nancy Hogshead, and Rowdy Gaines delivered excellent performances that deserved recognition regardless of who was missing. Women's cycling made its Olympic debut with the individual road race, won by American Connie Carpenter-Phinney in a thrilling sprint finish. The addition of women's cycling events represented important progress toward gender equity in Olympic sports, though full parity remained distant. Rhythmic gymnastics also debuted as an official medal sport, adding an event that combined gymnastics, dance, and apparatus manipulation in artistic performances. The marathon produced one of the game's most memorable moments. Joan Benoit of the United States won the first women's Olympic marathon, finishing well ahead of her competitors in 2 hours, 24 minutes, and 52 seconds. The addition of the women's marathon, after years of resistance based on outdated notions about women's physical capabilities, represented a significant victory for advocates of women's sports. Benoit's dominating performance proved that women could excel at endurance events. In men's basketball, the United States fielded a team featuring college stars like Michael Jordan, Patrick Ewing, and Chris Mullin. This team, coached by Bob Knight, went undefeated and won the gold medal easily, though the absence of the strong Soviet team meant they never faced their toughest potential opponent. Jordan's Olympic performance foreshadowed his future professional career dominance, though in 1984 he was still primarily known as a college player from North Carolina. The track and field events showcased British middle-distance excellence, with Sebastian Coe defending his 1500-meter title from Moscow and also claiming silver in the 800 meters. His repeat victory in the 1500 demonstrated consistency and excellence across 2 Olympic cycles. Coe's ability to perform under pressure, particularly in his favorite event, marked him as one of the great middle-distance runners in Olympic history. Morocco's Nawal El Moutawakkil won the inaugural women's 400-meter hurdles, becoming the first female Olympic champion from an Islamic country and the first Moroccan Olympic champion in any sport. Her victory represented a breakthrough for Arab and African women in Olympic athletics, challenging stereotypes and inspiring future generations of female athletes from regions where women's sports had limited acceptance. Daley Thompson of Great Britain won his second consecutive decathlon gold medal, scoring 8,797 points to edge out West Germany's Jürgen Hinkson. Thompson's victory cemented his status as one of the greatest all-around athletes in Olympic history. The decathlon, requiring excellence across 10 different track and field events, had always been considered the ultimate test of athletic versatility, and Thompson's repeat gold demonstrated remarkable consistency. The financial success of the Los Angeles Olympics surprised many skeptics who had predicted disaster. Instead of losing money like Montreal, Los Angeles generated a surplus of over $200 million, which was distributed to youth sports programs in Southern California and the U.S. Olympic Committee. This profitability proved that Olympics could be organized without bankrupting host cities, though it also raised concerns about increasing commercialization and the influence of corporate sponsors on Olympic decisions. The closing ceremony featured another spectacular Hollywood-style show, with performers creating elaborate displays and musical numbers that emphasized entertainment over traditional Olympic protocol. The torch was extinguished, but not before organizers had demonstrated a new model for how Olympics could be staged and financed. The Los Angeles Olympics left a mixed legacy. On one hand, they had been excellently organized, financially successful, and had produced memorable athletic moments. On the other hand, the absence of Soviet and Eastern Bloc athletes meant the competition was diminished, with questions forever hanging over many results. The tit-for-tat boycotts of Moscow and Los Angeles had damaged the Olympic movement's credibility and universality. Athletes from boycotting nations had once again been denied their Olympic dreams for political reasons having nothing to do with their own actions or beliefs. As the athletes departed Los Angeles and the facilities were converted back to their everyday uses, Olympic officials worried about the future. 2 consecutive boycott-marred Olympics had created a troubling pattern. Would future games face similar political interference? Could the Olympic movement survive if Cold War tensions continued to prevent full participation? These questions would be answered 4 years later in Seoul, where the challenge would be to bring the Olympic family back together after 8 years of division. Los Angeles had shown that Olympics could be glamorous and profitable, but it had also demonstrated that political conflicts remained a constant threat to the Olympic ideal of universal participation and peaceful competition. When Seoul, South Korea was awarded the 1988 Summer Olympics, many observers worried that political tensions would once again prevent full participation. South Korea was technically still at war with North Korea, with only an armistice rather than a peace treaty ending hostilities in 1953. The Korean Peninsula remained one of the world's most dangerous flashpoints, with massive armies facing each other across the demilitarized zone. Some feared that communist nations would boycott Seoul just as Western nations had boycotted Moscow and Eastern nations had boycotted Los Angeles. Yet something remarkable happened. After 8 years of divided Olympics, the international community largely came together in Seoul. The Soviet Union decided to participate, breaking the cycle of Cold War boycotts. Most communist nations followed the Soviet lead, with only North Korea, Cuba, Ethiopia, and a handful of others refusing to attend. For the first time since 1976, the Olympics approached truly global participation, with 159 nations sending athletes to compete. The Olympic family, fractured for nearly a decade, was healing. South Korea had invested massively in preparing for these games, building state-of-the-art facilities and infrastructure. The Han River Development Project transformed Seoul's waterfront. New subway lines improved transportation. The Olympic Stadium, with its distinctive roof design suggesting traditional Korean aesthetics, became an architectural landmark. For South Korea, hosting the Olympics represented international recognition of its remarkable economic development and democratic progress. The Games would showcase a nation that had transformed itself from post-war poverty to prosperity in just one generation. The athletic competitions in Seoul were among the most competitive in Olympic history, with the return of Soviet and Eastern European athletes creating truly world-class fields. The swimming pool saw intense battles between American, East German, and Soviet swimmers. American Matt Biondi won 5 gold medals, demonstrating versatility across freestyle and butterfly events. East Germany's Kristen Otto won 6 medals, the most by any woman at a single Olympics, dominating multiple strokes and distances. In track and field, Florence Griffith Joyner of the United States became one of the most glamorous and controversial figures in Olympic history. Flo Jo, as she was known, won 3 gold medals in the 100 meters, 200 meters, and 4x100 meter relay, while also claiming silver in the 4x400 meter relay. Her world records in the 100 meters of 10.49 seconds and 200 meters of 21.34 seconds still stand decades later. Griffith Joyner's flowing hair, long decorated fingernails, and colorful running suits made her a fashion icon as well as a sprinting legend. However, whispers about possible performance-enhancing drug use followed her, though she never failed a drug test during her career. Yet it was another sprint race that would produce the most shocking and controversial moment of the Seoul Olympics. On September 24th, Canadian sprinter Ben Johnson lined up for the men's 100-meter final, facing American Carl Lewis in one of the most anticipated races in Olympic history. The two had become fierce rivals, with Johnson holding the world record and Lewis seeking to defend his Olympic title from Los Angeles. The race was over almost before it began. Johnson exploded from the blocks and dominated from start to finish, crossing the line in an astonishing 9.79 seconds, a new world record. Johnson celebrated his victory, wrapped himself in a Canadian flag, and basked in what seemed to be the greatest moment of his athletic life. Carl Lewis, who had finished second in 9.92 seconds, graciously congratulated Johnson. The race had been exciting and decisive, apparently settling the question of who was the world's fastest man. But 3 days later, news broke that would send shockwaves through the sporting world. Johnson had tested positive for the anabolic steroid stanozolol. He was stripped of his gold medal and his world record. Carl Lewis was elevated to gold, and the 1984 Olympics victory that had been questioned due to boycotts was now validated by this triumph in fully contested competition. The Johnson scandal opened a Pandora's box of questions about drug use in track and field and Olympic sports more broadly. How widespread was doping? How many other athletes were using performance-enhancing drugs but had not been caught? Could spectators trust what they were watching? The innocence and purity that the Olympics tried to project seemed naive in light of Johnson's positive test. His admission that he had been using steroids for years, combined with subsequent revelations about systematic doping in various countries, would forever change how people viewed Olympic achievements. In the aftermath of Johnson's disgrace, attention turned to increased drug testing and more severe penalties. The International Olympic Committee promised to crack down on doping, to protect clean athletes and preserve the integrity of competition. Yet the battle against performance-enhancing drugs would prove to be ongoing and difficult, a game of cat and mouse between athletes seeking chemical advantages and authorities trying to detect and punish cheaters. Table tennis made its Olympic debut in Seoul, with China dominating the sport that was widely played in Asia. The inclusion of table tennis represented the Olympics' efforts to expand beyond traditional Western sports and include disciplines popular in other parts of the world. Tennis also returned to the Olympics as a full medal sport after a 64-year absence, bringing professional tennis stars into Olympic competition for the first time. The boxing competitions were marred by controversy when American light middleweight Roy Jones Jr. appeared to clearly defeat South Korean Park Si-hun in the final, only to have the judges award the decision to Park. The decision was so blatantly incorrect that even South Korean spectators were embarrassed, and subsequent investigations revealed judging corruption. Jones would eventually receive apologies and recognition, but the gold medal went to Park, another reminder that Olympic judging in subjective sports remained vulnerable to bias and corruption. East Germany won 102 medals in Seoul, their best performance ever and a final showcase of their sports system before German reunification would end the separate East German Olympic team. The systematic state-sponsored doping program that had fueled much of East Germany's success was not yet publicly exposed, though suspicions were widespread. The dominance of East German women in swimming and track and field, with their masculine builds and deep voices, had raised questions for years. Only after German reunification would the full extent of the doping be revealed, with documents showing that thousands of East German athletes, many of them teenagers, had been given performance-enhancing drugs without their knowledge or informed consent. The Soviet Union topped the overall medal count with 132 medals, including 55 golds, demonstrating that they remained a dominant Olympic power even as their political system was beginning to show cracks that would lead to collapse just 3 years later. The Seoul Olympics would be the last games where the Soviet Union competed as a unified nation, adding historical significance to their strong performance. South Korea performed admirably as host, winning 12 gold medals and 33 total medals, their best Olympic performance ever. South Korean archers dominated the archery competitions, beginning a tradition of excellence that would continue in subsequent Olympics. The host nation's success, combined with the successful organization of the Games, gave South Koreans enormous pride and confidence in their country's abilities. The closing ceremony featured a powerful moment when North and South Korean students marched together carrying a flag showing an undivided Korea. This symbolic gesture hinted at hopes for eventual reunification, though decades later the Korean peninsula remains divided. Nevertheless, the image of young people from both Koreas walking together, if only for a moment, captured the Olympic ideal of unity transcending political division. As the Olympic flame was extinguished in Seoul, there was a sense that the Olympic movement had survived its crisis. The boycotts were over, full participation had been restored, and the Games had proven they could be held in Asia with the same success as in Europe or North America. However, the Ben Johnson scandal had exposed the persistent problem of doping, a challenge that would only grow more complex and troubling in subsequent decades. Seoul had been a successful Olympics in many ways, demonstrating the resilience of the Olympic ideal while also revealing the persistent problems of cheating and corruption that would require constant vigilance to address. The Olympic family was reunited, but it was a family with serious problems that could no longer be ignored or swept aside in the name of Olympic idealism. The Barcelona Olympics of 1992 marked a profound transition point in Olympic history and world politics. The Soviet Union had collapsed in December 1991, ending the Cold War that had shaped the Olympics for decades. Athletes from the former Soviet republics competed as the unified team, using the Olympic flag and anthem rather than representing a nation that no longer existed. This was a temporary solution for a competition season, as these republics would form their own national Olympic committees for future games. Yugoslavia was fragmenting into civil war, with some athletes competing as independent Olympic participants, since their nation was disintegrating even as the Games proceeded. South Africa returned to the Olympics after 32 years of exile due to apartheid, welcomed back into the international community following Nelson Mandela's release from prison and the dismantling of racist laws. The world was being remade, and the Olympics reflected these historic changes. Barcelona itself provided a stunning setting for this transformative Olympics. The Catalan capital, with its Mediterranean climate, distinctive architecture by Gaudi, and vibrant culture, charmed visitors from around the world. The city had used the Olympics as a catalyst for urban renewal, transforming the waterfront, building new infrastructure, and creating parks and public spaces. The Olympic Village was designed to become permanent housing after the Games. The Montjuic area, site of many venues, was renovated and beautified. Barcelona showed that hosting the Olympics could leave lasting positive legacies rather than just debt and empty stadiums. The opening ceremony, held in the renovated Olympic Stadium on July 25th, featured a moment of pure drama when Paralympic archer Antonio Rebollo lit the Olympic cauldron by firing a flaming arrow through the night sky. The arrow arced perfectly toward the cauldron, which ignited spectacularly as the arrow passed overhead. This breathtaking moment, combining precision, symbolism, and theatricality, set the tone for games that would be remembered for their artistic and athletic excellence. The Barcelona Olympics would forever be associated with one team that transcended sports and became a global cultural phenomenon: the United States men's basketball dream team. For the first time, the Olympics allowed professional basketball players from the NBA to compete. The United States assembled a team featuring Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Charles Barkley, Patrick Ewing, Karl Malone, Scottie Pippen, John Stockton, David Robinson, Chris Mullin, Clyde Drexler, and Christian Laettner. This roster read like a who's who of basketball greatness, arguably the most talented collection of basketball players ever assembled on one team. The Dream Team dominated their competition in ways that were both impressive and slightly unsettling. They won all 8 games by an average margin of 44 points. No opponent came within 20 points of defeating them. They were so superior that their games felt less like competitions and more like exhibitions. Crowds cheered for them even when they were playing against local teams. Opposing players asked for autographs and photographs. The Dream Team became global celebrities, marketing ambassadors for basketball who helped grow the sport's international popularity. Jordan, in particular, became a worldwide icon, his image recognizable from Chicago to Beijing. Yet the Dream Team's dominance raised questions about competitive balance and the purpose of Olympic basketball. If one team was so overwhelmingly superior that games were essentially predetermined, did that undermine the Olympic ideal of uncertain competition? Some argued that allowing professionals in any sport violated the Olympic spirit, though this argument became harder to sustain as more and more Olympic sports opened to professionals. Others contended that the Olympics should feature the best athletes in the world, regardless of their professional status, and that the Dream Team represented basketball at its highest possible level. Beyond basketball, the Barcelona Olympics showcased extraordinary individual achievements. Belarusian gymnast Vitaly Sherbo won 6 gold medals in a single games, dominating the men's gymnastics competitions with a versatility and consistency that had rarely been seen. He won the all-around team competition and 4 individual apparatus finals. His achievement was particularly remarkable given the difficult political situation in his home region, competing for the unified team rather than a nation of his own. In track and field, British sprinter Linford Christie won the 100 meters at age 32, making him one of the oldest Olympic sprint champions in history. His victory demonstrated that sprinting excellence could be maintained longer than many believed possible. Christie's powerful build and explosive speed had made him a consistent performer for years, but this Olympic gold was the crowning achievement of his career. Derek Redmond of Great Britain provided one of the Olympics' most emotionally powerful moments, though not through victory. In the 400-meter semi-final, Redmond felt his hamstring tear about halfway through the race. In obvious agony, he hobbled forward, determined to finish despite the injury. His father, Jim Redmond, rushed from the stands, evading security to reach his son. Together, father supporting son, they completed the race as the stadium gave them a standing ovation. Redmond was disqualified for receiving assistance, but the image of paternal love and athletic determination touched hearts around the world. Sometimes Olympic moments transcend medals and records to remind us of deeper human connections. The women's track events saw Algerian runner Hassaba Boulmerka win the 1500 meters, becoming the first Algerian woman to win Olympic gold and a symbol of possibility for women in conservative societies. Her achievement was celebrated by many but also criticized by Islamic fundamentalists in her home country who felt women should not display their bodies while running. Boulmerka's courage in continuing to compete despite threats and criticism made her an inspiration for female athletes facing cultural barriers. Chinese diver Fu Mingxia, only 13 years old, won gold in the women's platform diving event, showcasing the remarkable skill development possible in diving. Her youth and precision represented China's growing dominance in diving, a sport where the Chinese had developed systematic training methods that produced exceptional results. Fu would go on to win more Olympic gold medals in future games, becoming one of diving's all-time greats. The swimming competition saw the emergence of Russia's Alexander Popov, who won both the 50-meter and 100-meter freestyle races. Popov's smooth, technically flawless stroke made him nearly unbeatable in sprint freestyle events. American Summer Sanders won 4 medals in women's swimming, including 2 golds, demonstrating the depth of American women's swimming talent. Baseball made its debut as an official medal sport in Barcelona, with Cuba winning the gold medal. The inclusion of baseball reflected the sport's growing international appeal, though it remained most popular in the Americas and parts of Asia. Badminton also became an official Olympic sport, won initially by Asian athletes who dominated the game globally. Spain performed admirably as host nation, winning 22 medals including 13 golds, their best Olympic performance in history. Spanish athletes succeeded across various sports, from cycling to judo, giving the home crowd plenty to celebrate. The enthusiastic Spanish spectators created electric atmospheres at venues throughout Barcelona, supporting all athletes but particularly cheering their own. The unified team, competing under the Olympic flag for former Soviet republics, topped the medal count with 112 medals, demonstrating that the athletic infrastructure of the former Soviet Union remained strong even as the political structure had collapsed. However, this would be the last time these athletes would compete together, as independent nations formed their own Olympic committees for future games. The United States finished second in the medal count with 108 medals, showing American athletic strength across a broad range of sports. Germany, newly reunified and competing as a single nation for the first time since 1964, finished third with 82 medals, proving that German athletic excellence survived political division and unification alike. As the Barcelona Olympics concluded with a spectacular closing ceremony featuring fireworks over the Mediterranean, there was a sense that the Olympics had entered a new era. The Cold War divisions were over. Professional athletes were now welcome in most sports. The games were becoming bigger, more commercial, and more globally popular. Television coverage reached billions of viewers worldwide. Corporate sponsorship provided massive funding. The Olympics were more successful as an event and enterprise than ever before, but they were also changing in fundamental ways. The balance between Olympic ideals and commercial realities, between amateurism and professionalism, between competition and entertainment, would continue to evolve in the decades ahead. Barcelona had been a beautiful, successful Olympics that showed both the enduring appeal of the Olympic movement and its continued evolution to meet the demands and opportunities of a changing world. The summer of 1996 marked 100 years since the modern Olympic movement had been reborn in Athens. For this centennial celebration, the Olympics returned to the United States, awarded to Atlanta, Georgia, in a decision that surprised many who had expected Athens to receive the honor of hosting the anniversary games. Atlanta, home of Coca-Cola and headquarters of CNN, represented modern American commerce and media power. The city promised to deliver an Olympics that would combine Southern hospitality with cutting-edge technology and organization. The Atlanta Olympics would be the largest ever held up to that point, with over 10,000 athletes from 197 nations competing in 271 events across 26 sports. The scale was enormous, the logistics complex, and the expectations high. This would be the Olympics that welcomed the world to America, celebrating a century of modern Olympic competition while looking forward to the new millennium approaching in just 4 years. The opening ceremony on July 19 featured Muhammad Ali, the former Olympic champion Cassius Clay, lighting the Olympic cauldron. Ali, now suffering from Parkinson's disease, moved slowly and his hands trembled as he held the torch. Yet the moment was profoundly moving, as one of the 20th century's most famous and controversial athletes received the honor of igniting the flame. Ali's journey from Olympic gold medalist to conscientious objector to the Vietnam War, from stripped champion to beloved global icon, embodied many of the complex social changes America had experienced over the previous 3 decades. The torch relay leading up to the Atlanta Games had been the longest in Olympic history, covering 15,000 miles across the United States. Communities throughout America had celebrated as the flame passed through, with millions of people lining routes to witness this symbol of Olympic spirit. The relay built anticipation and brought the Olympics to small towns and big cities alike, creating a sense of national participation that extended far beyond Atlanta itself. On the track, Michael Johnson delivered one of the most dominant performances in Olympic history. The American sprinter won both the 200 meters and 400 meters, a double that was considered almost impossible given the very different demands of these distances. What made Johnson's achievement even more remarkable was his world record of 19.32 seconds in the 200 meters, a time that shattered the previous record and seemed almost superhuman. Johnson ran with an unusual upright style, his gold shoes flashing as he maintained perfect form through the curve and into the straightaway. His 200-meter record would stand for over a decade, testament to how special that performance had been. In gymnastics, the American women's team achieved something that had seemed impossible, defeating the traditionally dominant Romanian and Russian teams to win the team gold medal. The victory came down to a dramatic final vault by Carrie Strug, who had injured her ankle on her previous attempt. Despite obvious pain and with her team's gold medal hanging in the balance, Strug performed her second vault, landed on one foot, and immediately collapsed. The vault scored high enough to secure the gold for the American team. The image of her coach, Bela Karolyi, carrying the injured Strug to the medal podium became one of the defining moments of the Atlanta Games. Yet Strug's vault also sparked important conversations about the pressure placed on young gymnasts and the ethics of asking an injured athlete to perform. Was it heroic or was it exploitation? Did the team really need her to vault, or could they have won without risking further injury to a teenager? These questions reflected growing concerns about gymnastics culture and the treatment of young athletes in pursuit of medals and glory. The swimming competition saw American dominance, with the U.S. team winning 26 medals in the pool. However, the most talked about swimmer wasn't American. Ireland's Michelle Smith won 3 gold medals in events where she had never previously been considered a contender. Her unexpected success raised immediate suspicions about doping, though she did not test positive during the Games. Years later, Smith would be banned for 4 years for tampering with a urine sample, casting a retroactive shadow over her Atlanta victories. Carl Lewis, now 35 years old, won his 4th consecutive Olympic long jump gold medal, a feat of consistency and excellence that had never been achieved before. From Los Angeles in 1984 through Atlanta in 1996, Lewis had stood atop the long jump podium, defying age and maintaining his technical brilliance. This final gold medal was a perfect ending to one of the greatest Olympic careers ever, cementing Lewis's legacy as one of track and field's immortals. The marathon saw Ethiopian runner Fatu Maroba become the first African woman to win an Olympic marathon. Her victory, achieved in warm, humid conditions that favored athletes from East Africa, signaled the beginning of East African dominance in women's marathon running that would continue in subsequent Olympics. Josiah Thugwane of South Africa won the men's marathon, becoming the first black South African to win an Olympic gold medal. His victory was particularly meaningful given South Africa's recent emergence from apartheid and readmission to the Olympic movement. Beach volleyball made its Olympic debut in Atlanta, with matches played on specially constructed courts near downtown Atlanta. The sport's relaxed atmosphere and exciting play attracted enthusiastic crowds. The United States won both the men's and women's beach volleyball tournaments, validating the sport's Olympic inclusion and beginning what would become American dominance in the event. Women's soccer also debuted as an Olympic sport, with the United States winning the inaugural tournament. The American victory, achieved before a massive crowd at Sanford Stadium in Athens, Georgia, demonstrated the growing popularity of women's soccer in the United States and provided momentum for the Women's World Cup that would come 3 years later. Yet the Atlanta Olympics will forever be marked by tragedy. On July 27th, during a late-night concert at Centennial Olympic Park, a pipe bomb exploded, killing one person directly and causing a heart attack that killed another. Over 100 people were injured. The bomb had been planted by Eric Robert Rudolph, a domestic terrorist who would not be captured until 2003. The bombing shattered the festive atmosphere and raised serious questions about Olympic security. That a bomber could plant a device in the heart of the Olympic celebration revealed significant security failures. In the aftermath of the bombing, security was dramatically increased throughout Olympic venues. The Games continued, following the principle established in Munich that the Olympics would not be stopped by terrorism. Yet the joy had been diminished, replaced by vigilance and anxiety. The bombing reminded everyone that even in celebration, danger could strike, that the Olympic gathering of nations could be a target for those seeking to create terror. The organization of the Atlanta Games faced criticism for commercialization, transportation problems, and what some felt was an overly corporate atmosphere. The presence of sponsor logos and advertisements everywhere led some to nickname these the Coca-Cola Olympics. Transportation between venues was often chaotic, with athletes and officials complaining about long waits and poor coordination. International Olympic Committee members expressed disappointment that the Centennial Games had not lived up to the historical significance of the occasion. Despite these problems, the athletic achievements in Atlanta were remarkable. Nigerian soccer players upset Argentina and Brazil to win gold, celebrating with exuberant displays that captured the joy of unexpected victory. Turkey's Naim Suleimanoglu won his third consecutive Olympic weightlifting gold medal in a different weight class, demonstrating versatility along with strength. France defeated Croatia in handball, while Denmark won women's handball, showing the sport's European dominance. The dream team of basketball returned, though with different personnel than the legendary Barcelona squad. This version, featuring Shaquille O'Neal, Hakeem Olajuwon, Grant Hill, and other NBA stars, won gold but with less dominance and less global fanfare than their predecessors. International basketball was improving, and while the United States still won comfortably, the margins were smaller, hinting at future challenges to American supremacy. 24 nations won their first ever Olympic medals in Atlanta, a testament to the increasing global spread of Olympic competitiveness. Ecuador, Burundi, Tonga, and others celebrated historic breaches of the medal podium, moments of national pride that would inspire future generations of athletes. As the Centennial Olympics concluded, the assessment was mixed. Athletically, the Games had been superb, with memorable performances and historic achievements. Organizationally, there had been significant problems. The bombing had cast a permanent shadow. Yet over 10,000 athletes had competed, billions had watched worldwide, and the Olympic movement had survived its first century and seemed poised to continue growing. The challenges of security, commercialization, and maintaining Olympic ideals amid massive growth would continue. But Atlanta had demonstrated that the Olympics remained compelling despite their imperfections. The flame would travel next to Sydney, Australia, for the first Summer Olympics of the new millennium, carrying forward traditions established in Athens a century earlier while adapting to the realities of a rapidly changing world. As the world approached the year 2000, anticipation built for the first Summer Olympics of the new millennium. Sydney, Australia had been selected to host these historic games, bringing the Olympics to the Southern Hemisphere for only the second time. Australia promised to deliver games that would combine sporting excellence with environmental consciousness, cultural celebration, and the natural beauty of one of the world's most spectacular cities. The Sydney Olympics would become known as among the best organized and most successful games in modern Olympic history. The opening ceremony on September 15th showcased Australian culture, history, and natural beauty. The ceremony featured a tribute to Aboriginal culture, acknowledging the indigenous peoples of Australia and their connection to the land spanning tens of thousands of years. 132 Aboriginal performers participated in a segment honoring their heritage, a meaningful gesture in a country still grappling with its treatment of Indigenous peoples. The ceremony also celebrated Australia's beach culture, its immigrant diversity, and its unique wildlife, with massive inflatable figures and creative choreography delighting the global television audience. The most powerful moment came when Aboriginal runner Cathy Freeman lit the Olympic cauldron. Freeman, who would compete in the 400 meters, stood in the center of the stadium in a white suit, surrounded by a circle of fire, before ascending to light the cauldron. 4 Aboriginal Australians, who had suffered discrimination and marginalization, Freeman's selection represented recognition and hope. She carried enormous pressure, not just as an athlete but as a symbol of reconciliation and progress. A week later, Freeman walked onto the track for the 400-meter final, the weight of a nation's expectations on her shoulders. The entire stadium seemed to hold its breath as the race began. Freeman ran her race with controlled power, building her speed through the first 200 meters, then maintaining it through the challenging final curve and straightaway. She crossed the finish line first in 49.11 seconds, falling to the track in exhaustion and emotion. When she rose, she wrapped herself in both the Australian flag and the Aboriginal flag, a gesture acknowledging her dual identity. The crowd erupted in celebration, and tears flowed throughout the stadium. Freeman's gold medal transcended sports, representing possibility and healing for a divided society. The Sydney Olympics featured record participation, with over 10,600 athletes from 199 nations. The Games included 28 sports and 300 events, with women now comprising 42% of all competitors, the highest percentage ever. Women's water polo, modern pentathlon, weightlifting, and trampoline made their Olympic debuts, continuing the expansion of opportunities for female athletes. In the swimming pool, Ian Thorpe emerged as Australia's golden boy, winning 3 gold medals and 2 silvers while setting world records. The 17-year-old size 17 feet, enormous wingspan, and powerful stroke made him nearly unbeatable in freestyle events. Thorpe's dominance thrilled Australian crowds and established him as one of swimming's all-time greats. Dutch swimmer Peter van den Hoogenband upset American Gary Hall Jr. in the 100-meter freestyle, sparking a rivalry that would define sprint swimming for years. American Marion Jones arrived in Sydney with the ambitious goal of winning 5 gold medals in track and field. Jones had been dominant in the years leading up to Sydney, winning consistently in both sprints and long jump. She won gold in the 100 meters, 200 meters, and 4x400-meter relay, along with bronze medals in the long jump and 4x100-meter relay. At the time, her 3 golds seemed like a historic achievement. However, years later, Jones would admit to using performance-enhancing drugs during this period and would be stripped of all her Sydney medals, a devastating fall that tarnished what had appeared to be one of the great Olympic performances. Ethiopian distance runner Haile Gebrselassie won the 10,000 meters, adding Olympic gold to his collection of world records and world championships. Known as one of the greatest distance runners in history, Gebrselasie's smooth stride and tactical intelligence had made him nearly unbeatable. Czech distance runner Jan Železný won his 3rd consecutive Olympic javelin gold medal, a feat of consistency and technical mastery in one of track and field's most challenging events. British rower Steve Redgrave won his 5th consecutive Olympic gold medal, an achievement unprecedented in endurance sports. From Los Angeles in 1984 through Sydney in 2000, Redgrave had stood atop the rowing podium, defying age and maintaining excellence across 16 years. After crossing the finish line in Sydney, Redgrave famously said that if anyone saw him near a rowing boat again, they had permission to shoot him. His relief at finally completing his Olympic journey was palpable, though he would later return to rowing for recreation and coaching. The baseball tournament saw the United States win gold, though questions about the sport's Olympic future were already emerging. Professional baseball players from Major League Baseball did not participate, limiting the competition's prestige. Cuba had traditionally dominated Olympic baseball with their talented amateur players, but American college and minor league players proved superior in Sydney. The sport's complicated relationship with professionalism and the Olympics would eventually lead to baseball being dropped from future games, though it would later return. Australia's women's basketball team reached the final against the United States, thrilling home crowds with their skill and determination. Though they lost to the superior American team, the Australian women's silver medal performance demonstrated the growth of women's basketball internationally and gave Australians another sporting hero in Lauren Jackson, who would go on to become one of the WNBA's greatest players. The equestrian events showcased the unique challenge of bringing horses to Australia, with strict quarantine requirements adding complexity to these competitions. Nevertheless, the events proceeded successfully, with Germany and Netherlands claiming multiple medals across different equestrian disciplines. The dressage, show jumping, and eventing competitions demonstrated the deep partnership between horse and rider, skills honed over years of training. Taekwondo made its debut as a full medal sport, with South Korea dominating the competition in the martial art that originated on the Korean peninsula. The addition of Taekwondo represented the Olympics' continuing efforts to include sports from diverse cultural traditions, broadening beyond the Western European sports that had dominated early Olympics. The Sydney Olympics were praised for their environmental consciousness. Venues were designed with sustainability in mind, using solar power and water recycling systems. The Olympic Village incorporated environmentally friendly technologies. Australia's commitment to the environment, showcased throughout the Games, influenced how future host cities approached Olympic construction and operations. The women's soccer tournament featured the United States and Norway in the final, with Norway winning in overtime to claim gold. The match was watched by a crowd of over 20,000 at Stadium Australia, demonstrating the growing popularity of women's soccer. The tournament's success built momentum for women's soccer worldwide and proved that female athletes could draw large, enthusiastic crowds. Venue design in Sydney was spectacular, taking advantage of the city's natural beauty. Olympic Park, situated on a former industrial site that had been remediated and transformed, hosted many events. The Sydney Cricket Ground and Stadium Australia provided world-class facilities. Darling Harbour venues allowed spectators to enjoy Olympic events while experiencing Sydney's waterfront charm. The city became a character in the Olympics, its beauty and vibrancy enhancing the overall experience. The closing ceremony included International Olympic Committee President Juan Antonio Samaranch declaring these the best Olympic Games ever, high praise that reflected the genuine success of Sydney's organization and execution. From transportation to venue operations to volunteer enthusiasm, Sydney had set new standards for Olympic hosting. The ceremony itself was a joyful celebration, with Australian humor and warmth on full display. As the Olympic flame was extinguished and athletes departed Sydney, there was widespread agreement that these had indeed been exceptional games. The organization had been superb, the athletic performances memorable, and the atmosphere joyful throughout. Kathy Freeman's gold medal, Ian Thorpe's swimming dominance, and Steve Redgrave's historic fifth gold provided unforgettable moments. The environmental consciousness and cultural sensitivity shown by organizers set examples for future hosts. Yet beneath the success, familiar problems persisted. Marion Jones's later admission of doping would eventually cast shadows over the track and field competitions. Questions about which sports belonged in the Olympics and how to balance tradition with innovation remained unresolved. The cost of hosting, even for a successful Olympics, raised concerns about whether the Games were becoming accessible only to the wealthiest cities. Nevertheless, Sydney had demonstrated what the Olympics could be at their best: a global celebration of human athletic achievement, staged with care and creativity, bringing together nations in peaceful competition while honoring the host country's unique character and culture. The new millennium had begun with Olympic Games that honored the past while looking confidently toward the future, setting a high bar for Athens 2004, where the Olympics would return home to Greece for the first time in over a century. 108 years after the first modern Olympics had been celebrated in Athens, the Games returned home to Greece for the summer of 2004. This homecoming carried profound symbolic significance. Athens, where Pierre de Coubertin's vision had been realized in 1896, would once again host the world's athletes in a celebration of Olympic ideals. The connection between ancient and modern, between the marble stadiums of antiquity and the technological marvels of the 21st century, would be honored and explored throughout these games. Yet the journey to Athens 2004 was marked by anxiety and doubt. Construction delays plagued Olympic preparations, with venues unfinished and infrastructure incomplete as the opening ceremony approached. International observers worried that Greece had overextended itself, that the Games might not be ready, that disaster loomed. The international media filled with stories questioning whether Athens could pull off a successful Olympics. The pressure on Greek organizers was immense, carrying not just the normal responsibilities of hosting but the added weight of historical significance and national pride. In the end, Greece delivered. When the opening ceremony began on August 13th, the venues were complete, the organization was sound, and Athens was ready to welcome the world. The ceremony itself was a journey through Greek history and mythology, from ancient times through Byzantine glory to modern achievement. The lighting of the Olympic cauldron featured the flame ascending to the top of the Olympic Stadium in a pool of water, creating a stunning visual effect that combined the ancient Greek elements. The ceremony celebrated Greece's contributions to civilization, philosophy, democracy, and athletics, reminding the world of the cultural foundation upon which the modern Olympics had been built. Security concerns dominated the planning and execution of the Athens Olympics. These were the first summer games since the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks in the United States and the first since the Afghanistan and Iraq wars had heightened global tensions. Greece spent over $1 billion on security, an unprecedented sum that reflected the changed reality of Olympic hosting in an age of terrorism. NATO warships patrolled offshore waters. Fighter jets maintained air patrols. Security personnel outnumbered athletes. The visible security presence was a constant reminder that Olympic idealism existed in a dangerous world. In the swimming pool, American Michael Phelps began building what would become the greatest Olympic career in history. The 19-year-old won 6 gold medals and 2 bronze medals in Athens, dominating multiple strokes and distances. His victories in the 200-meter butterfly, 400-meter individual medley, 200-meter individual medley, and 3 relay events showcased his versatility. Phelps's achievements in Athens were just the beginning of an Olympic journey that would eventually see him win 23 Olympic gold medals across 4 Olympic Games, a record that may never be surpassed. Australian swimmer Ian Thorpe, defending his titles from Sydney, won 2 gold medals in the 200-meter and 400-meter freestyle. Thorpe's rivalry with Phelps and other swimmers created compelling narratives that captivated swimming fans worldwide. The Athens pool saw numerous world records fall as swimming technology, particularly the new generation of bodysuits, contributed to faster times. On the track, Moroccan runner Hisham El Garoui achieved a rare middle-distance double, winning both the 1,500 meters and 5,000 meters. This combination had long been considered nearly impossible, requiring both speed and endurance at the highest levels. El Garoui's victories were particularly sweet because he had suffered heartbreaking defeats in previous Olympics, including falling in the final of the 1,500 meters in Sydney. His Athens triumph was redemption and vindication. proof that persistence and belief could overcome past disappointments. British runner Kelly Holmes shocked observers by winning both the 800 meters and 1500 meters, another difficult double. Holmes, at 34 years old, had struggled with injuries throughout her career and had never won an Olympic gold medal despite years of trying. Her double victory in Athens was unexpected and emotional, showing that Olympic dreams can be realized even after years of disappointment and that athletic prime can extend longer than conventional wisdom suggested. American sprinter Justin Gatlin won the 100 meters in a tight finish, signaling the emergence of a new generation of sprinters. However, Gatlin would later be suspended for doping violations, eventually serving a 4-year ban before returning to competition. His Athens gold would be tainted by these subsequent revelations, another reminder of the persistent doping problem in track and field. The men's marathon took place on the actual route from Marathon to Athens that the ancient messenger Phidippides had supposedly run in 490 BC to announce the Greek victory over the Persians. This connection to Olympic mythology gave the race special significance. Brazilian runner Vanderlei de Lima was leading the race when a deranged spectator tackled him, disrupting his rhythm and costing him precious seconds. De Lima eventually finished third, winning the bronze medal with grace and sportsmanship despite the bizarre interference. His dignified response to the incident earned him the Pierre de Coubertin Medal for sportsmanship. Stefano Baldini of Italy won the marathon gold, Italy's first victory in the event since the 1988 Seoul Olympics. The marathon's historical significance and the dramatic interference incident made this race one of the most talked about events of the Athens Games, embodying both the noble and absurd aspects that can coexist in Olympic competition. In gymnastics, American Paul Hamm won the men's all-around in a controversial finish. Hamm had fallen during his vault routine, seemingly ending his gold medal chances. However, a scoring error had given South Korean Yang Tae-young a start value that was too low on parallel bars. Hamm's strong performance on the high bar, combined with the scoring irregularity, resulted in him winning gold by the narrowest of margins. The controversy sparked debate about judging accuracy and whether the medal should be redistributed, though Hamm kept his gold. American gymnast Carly Patterson won the women's all-around, defeating Romanian and Russian competitors who had traditionally dominated the event. Her victory reflected the growing strength of American women's gymnastics, building on the foundation laid by previous generations of American gymnasts who had worked to close the gap with Eastern European powerhouses. Argentina's men's basketball team defeated the United States in the semifinals, a shocking upset that revealed American vulnerability in a sport they had dominated for decades. The U.S. team, featuring NBA players but not the absolute superstars of the Dream Team eras, settled for bronze after losing to Lithuania in the bronze medal game. This disappointing performance led to soul-searching in American basketball and eventually to the formation of USA Basketball's more selective and committed approach to Olympic team selection. Greece exceeded expectations as host nation, winning 6 gold medals and 16 total medals, including a surprising gold in men's soccer. The Greek basketball team also performed admirably, reaching the semifinals before losing to the United States. These successes gave Greek fans plenty to celebrate and validated the nation's ability to compete at the highest levels. The women's marathon saw Mizuki Noguchi of Japan win gold, while British runner Paula Radcliffe, the world record holder and heavy favorite, dropped out of the race in emotional distress. Radcliffe's collapse, both physical and emotional, reminded viewers of the immense pressure Olympic athletes face and how even the most prepared competitors can falter under the weight of expectations. Fencing saw surprising results when American Mariel Zagunis won gold in women's individual saber, the first American fencing gold medal in 100 years. Zagunis had only qualified for the Olympics when another nation withdrew, Yet she seized the opportunity to achieve something no American fencer had done in a century. Her unexpected victory demonstrated that Olympic opportunities can come from unlikely circumstances and that preparation must always meet readiness. The Athens Olympics included 201 nations and over 10,600 athletes, maintaining the pattern of growth that had characterized the modern Olympic movement. New events included women's wrestling, which had been added to provide more gender equity in the Olympic program. The addition of women's wrestling was significant because wrestling was one of the ancient Olympic sports, connecting women's participation to the deep historical roots of the Games. As the Olympics concluded with a closing ceremony celebrating Greek culture and passing the Olympic flag to Beijing for 2008, the assessment was largely positive. Greece had overcome doubts and delays to deliver successful games. The athletic performances had been memorable, with new stars emerging and established champions confirming their excellence. The connection to Olympic history, celebrated throughout the Games, had added depth and meaning to the competitions. However, the financial cost to Greece was severe. The Athens Olympics cost approximately $15 billion, far exceeding initial budgets. The debt burden would contribute to Greece's economic crisis in the following years. Many Olympic venues, built at great expense, fell into disrepair after the Games, becoming symbols of waste and mismanagement. The lesson, learned again and again, was that Olympic glory could come at an unsustainable price, particularly for smaller nations without the resources to absorb cost overruns. Despite these concerns, the Athens Olympics had successfully returned the Games to their birthplace, honoring the connection between ancient and modern while showcasing contemporary athletic excellence. The Olympic flame would next travel to Beijing, where China would stage an Olympics of unprecedented scale and spectacle, demonstrating the global reach of a movement that had begun in a small marble stadium in Athens over a century earlier. While Michael Phelps commanded the aquatic realm with his unprecedented 8 gold medals, another legend was being born on the track at the Bird's Nest Stadium. The evening of August 16, 2008, would witness the arrival of a phenomenon that would reshape the world's understanding of human speed. Usain Bolt, a 21-year-old Jamaican sprinter standing 6 feet 5 inches tall, stepped onto the blue track for the men's 100-meter final with a relaxed confidence that seemed almost out of place in such a pressure-filled moment. The conventional wisdom about sprinting suggested that someone of Bolt's height should not excel at the short sprint. Taller runners typically needed more strides to reach top speed, making them better suited for the 200 meters or longer distances. But Bolt would shatter this assumption along with the world record that evening. As the 9 finalists settled into their blocks under the stadium lights, 91,000 spectators held their breath, and countless millions around the world leaned closer to their television screens. When the starting gun fired, Bolt did not get the best start. Richard Thompson of Trinidad and Tobago and several others broke from the blocks more quickly. But by 20 meters, Bolt's long, powerful stride began to assert itself. By 50 meters, he had pulled even with the leaders. And then, in a display of acceleration that seemed to defy the laws of physics, Bolt simply pulled away from the field. At 70 meters, the race was effectively over. At 80 meters, with the finish line in sight and victory assured, Bolt did something that would become one of the most iconic moments in Olympic history. He began celebrating. With 15 meters still to run, Bolt threw his arms wide, looked to the crowd and slapped his chest in triumph. He crossed the line in 9.69 seconds, a new world record, but the sports scientists immediately began calculating what his time might have been had he run through the line. Estimates suggested he could have run 9.55 seconds or faster. The race had been so dominant, so effortless in its final meters, that Bolt had essentially jogged across the finish line and still broken the world record by 0.03 of a second. 3 days later, Bolt returned to the track for the 200 meters, the event he actually preferred and where many experts thought he belonged given his height. The 200-meter final would see no early celebration this time. Bolt focused throughout, leaning hard into the curve and maintaining his devastating speed down the home straight. He crossed in 19.30 seconds, obliterating Michael Johnson's world record that had stood since the Atlanta Olympics in 1996. This was not a marginal improvement but a quantum leap, the largest margin of improvement in the 200-meter record in decades. The Jamaican team had more magic in store. In the 4x100-meter relay final, Bolt joined Nesta Carter, Michael Frater, and Asafa Powell to demolish the world record, running 37.10 seconds. The team's chemistry and raw speed left the other nations far behind, with Trinidad and Tobago taking silver and Japan claiming bronze. Bolt had completed an unprecedented sprint triple, setting world records in all 3 events. The track and field world had witnessed the emergence of its greatest showman since Muhammad Ali, an athlete who combined supreme talent with an infectious personality that transcended sport. China's success as host nation extended well beyond providing magnificent venues. The Chinese team topped the gold medal count for the first time in Olympic history, claiming 51 gold medals compared to the United States' 36. American athletes still led the overall medal tally with 110 medals to China's 100. But the symbolic importance of the gold medal count gave the host nation an unprecedented moment of triumph. Chinese dominance was particularly evident in diving, where they won 7 of the 8 gold medals available, and in gymnastics, where they claimed 9 golds across artistic and rhythmic disciplines. The Chinese women's gymnastics team captured the team gold, though their victory would later be shadowed by persistent questions about the ages of some team members. Olympic rules required gymnasts to turn 16 during the Olympic year, and several Chinese gymnasts appeared considerably younger. Official documents were produced showing birth dates that met the requirements, but doubts lingered in the gymnastics community. This controversy could not diminish the overall excellence of Chinese gymnastics, however, particularly the performances of individual stars who dazzled with their difficulty and execution. In weightlifting, Chinese athletes dominated across multiple weight classes, with both men and women setting world records and claiming gold medals. The systematic approach to identifying and developing talent through China's sports school system had created a generation of exceptionally prepared athletes. Table tennis, a sport where Chinese supremacy had been long established, saw China sweep all 4 gold medals available, winning both the men's and women's singles and team events without dropping a final. The American team, while not topping the gold count, still delivered remarkable performances across diverse sports. In basketball, the men's team known as the Redeem Team reclaimed the gold medal after disappointing bronze in 2004. Led by Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, and Dwayne Wade, the Americans played with defensive intensity and team-first mentality that had been absent from previous Olympic squads. Their final against Spain was competitive throughout, with Spain refusing to surrender, but the Americans prevailed in what many considered the finest Olympic basketball final in decades. American women continued their dominance in team sports, with the women's basketball team cruising to gold and the women's soccer team reclaiming the top of the podium. In swimming, beyond Phelps's historic achievement, American women also excelled, with Katie Hutto winning 4 gold medals and Natalie Coughlin adding 5 medals to her already impressive Olympic collection. The depth of American swimming talent remained unmatched, though several other nations made significant strides, particularly Australia, whose swimmers claimed 18 medals including 6 golds. Great Britain's team enjoyed success in cycling, both on the velodrome track and in the BMX competition that made its Olympic debut in Beijing. Chris Hoy became Scotland's most successful Olympian by winning 3 gold medals in track cycling, while Victoria Pendleton dominated the women's sprint. The British cycling program, supported by substantial lottery funding and innovative training methods, had transformed the nation into a cycling powerhouse that would continue to grow in subsequent Olympics. The Games witnessed breakthrough moments for athletes from around the world. Sammy Wanjiru of Kenya won the marathon in Olympic record time despite brutal heat and humidity, becoming the first Kenyan to win the Olympic marathon. Elena Isinbayeva of Russia continued her pole vault dominance, clearing 5.05 meters to win gold and set her 24th world record. The women's marathon saw Romania's Constantina Dita claim gold at age 38, a reminder that endurance sports often reward experience and wisdom as much as pure physical talent. Japan's performance included notable moments in judo and wrestling, sports where Japanese athletes had long excelled. The Japanese wrestling team claimed multiple medals, and Japanese judoka demonstrated the technical precision that had defined their martial art since its Olympic introduction decades earlier. Mongolia's success in wrestling and judo reflected the continued importance of these combat sports in Mongolian culture, with the nation of less than 3 million people punching well above its weight in the medal count. South Korea's success in archery continued an extraordinary Olympic tradition. Korean archers, particularly the women's team, had been virtually unbeatable for decades, and Beijing saw this dominance continue with gold medals in multiple events. The Korean system of developing archers through intense competition and pressure situations had created a production line of champions that other nations studied but could not replicate. The Paralympics that followed the Olympics also reached new heights of participation and public interest. China's organization of the Paralympic Games matched the excellence shown in the Olympics, with venues adapted and schedules managed to showcase Paralympic sport to massive audiences. The integration of Olympic and Paralympic values in Beijing's presentation helped advance the Paralympic movement and increased awareness of adaptive sports globally. As the Beijing Olympics drew to a close on August 24, 2008, the closing ceremony in the Bird's Nest Stadium celebrated both Chinese culture and the Olympic spirit. London, the next host city, received the Olympic flag and presented a preview that included a double-decker bus, British pop music, and David Beckham kicking a football. The contrast between Beijing's massive, precisely choreographed spectacle and London's more playful, casual presentation hinted at the different approaches these two great cities would bring to hosting the world's largest sporting event. Beijing 2008 had set new standards for Olympic spectacle, organization, and athletic performance. The venues would stand as monuments to China's emergence as a sporting superpower and its capacity to deliver events of unprecedented scale. The performances of Phelps and Bolt would be remembered as among the greatest in Olympic history, while China's success as both host and competitor marked a shift in the global sporting landscape. The Games had been watched by more people than any previous Olympics, with billions around the world sharing in moments of triumph, heartbreak, and extraordinary human achievement under the summer skies of Beijing. On the evening of August 8, 2008, at 8 minutes past 8 in the evening, the Beijing Olympics opened with a ceremony of breathtaking scale and precision. The choice of this date and time was deliberate, the number 8 being considered lucky in Chinese culture. What followed was perhaps the most elaborate and expensive opening ceremony in Olympic history, a spectacular display of Chinese culture, history, and technological capability that announced to the world that China had arrived as a global power. The Bird's Nest Stadium, with its intricate steel lattice design, housed a ceremony featuring thousands of performers moving in perfect synchronization. Massive LED screens covered the stadium floor, creating visual effects that seemed to defy reality. Ancient Chinese inventions like papermaking, movable type printing, gunpowder, and the compass were celebrated through creative choreography. Confucian philosophy and Chinese artistic traditions were showcased. The ceremony sent a clear message that China, after decades of isolation and development, was ready to take its place at the center of the world stage. The Beijing Olympics represented an enormous investment by the Chinese government. Official estimates placed the cost at over $40 billion, though some analysts believe the true figure was much higher. Entire neighborhoods had been demolished and rebuilt. Air pollution, Beijing's persistent environmental challenge, was addressed through dramatic measures including shutting down factories and restricting vehicle traffic. The Chinese government was determined that these Olympics would be perfect, that nothing would mar the image of China they wanted to project to the global audience. Human rights concerns shadowed the Beijing Games. China's record on freedom of speech, political dissent, and treatment of minorities faced international criticism. Tibet had experienced protests and unrest in the months leading up to the Olympics, with violent suppression by Chinese authorities drawing condemnation. The Olympic torch relay had been disrupted by protests in multiple cities around the world, forcing organizers to alter routes and increase security. Some activists called for boycotts, arguing that hosting the Olympics would legitimize Chinese authoritarianism. Yet the Olympics proceeded with full participation. No nations boycotted Beijing, and over 10,900 athletes from 204 countries competed. The International Olympic Committee maintained that engagement through sports could encourage positive change more effectively than isolation and boycotts. This debate between Olympic idealism and political reality would continue long after the Beijing Games concluded. In the Water Cube, the spectacular swimming venue with its bubble-like exterior and blue interior lighting, Michael Phelps pursued what seemed an impossible goal: winning 8 gold medals in a single Olympics. This would surpass Mark Spitz's 7 gold medals from Munich 1972, a record that had stood for 36 years. Many doubted Phelps could achieve this feat, as it would require winning in multiple strokes and distances, including several relay events where he would depend on teammates. Phelps began his quest with gold in the 4x100-meter freestyle relay. The American team, anchored by Jason Lezak's remarkable come-from-behind swim to catch France's Alain Bernard, won by 8/100ths of a second. This thrilling victory kept Phelps's dream alive. He then won the 200-meter freestyle, 200-meter butterfly, and 200-meter individual medley in succession, each time finishing first and setting world records. The 4x200-meter freestyle relay brought another American victory and another Phelps gold. The 200-meter backstroke, swimming an event that wasn't his specialty, resulted in his 5th individual gold. The 4x100-meter medley relay, where Phelps swam the butterfly leg, gave him his 7th gold. Finally, in his last event, the 100-meter butterfly, Phelps touched the wall just 1/100th of a second ahead of Serbia's Milorad Kavic, winning by the smallest possible margin. 8 events, 8 gold medals, 7 world records. Phelps's achievement was historic, a performance that transcended swimming and became a cultural phenomenon. His mother, watching from the stands, had witnessed every race. His coach, Bob Bowman, had designed a training regimen that prepared Phelps for this grueling schedule. The pressure had been immense, the margin for error non-existent, yet Phelps had delivered. His 8 golds in Beijing, combined with his 6 golds from Athens, made him the most decorated Olympic athlete in swimming history at that point, though he would add to his total in future Olympics. On the track, Jamaican sprinter Usain Bolt announced his arrival as perhaps the greatest sprinter in history. In the 100-meter final, Bolt not only won but slowed down before the finish line, celebrating prematurely yet still setting a world record of 9.69 seconds. His joyful demeanor and showmanship made him instantly popular worldwide. Track and field observers marveled at what his time might have been if he had run through the finish line at full speed. 3 days later, in the 200 meters, Bolt ran 9.69 seconds, shattering the world record. This time he ran through the finish line, and his time of 19.30 seconds broke Michael Johnson's record from Atlanta, a mark that had seemed untouchable. Bolt's tall frame, long stride, and smooth acceleration made him nearly unbeatable. He completed his Beijing triple by anchoring Jamaica's 4x100-meter relay to victory and another world record. Bolt's personality matched his athletic ability. He celebrated with his signature lightning bolt pose, pointing to the sky with both arms. He joked with competitors and engaged with fans. His joy in competition was infectious, reminding audiences that sports could be fun even at the highest levels. Bolt's emergence as a global superstar gave track and field a charismatic champion at a time when the sport desperately needed one to counter persistent doping scandals. Ethiopian distance runner Kenenisa Bekele won both the 5,000 and 10,000 meters, joining the elite company of runners who had completed this difficult double. Bekele's smooth stride and tactical intelligence made him the dominant distance runner of his generation. His victories continued East African dominance in distance running, a tradition that stretched back decades and showed no signs of diminishing. Kenyan runner Sammy Wanjiru won the men's marathon in an Olympic record time, demonstrating the aggressive racing style that had become common among Kenyan marathoners. Rather than running conservatively and saving energy for a late surge, Wanjiru pushed the pace from early in the race, breaking his competitors and winning decisively. His approach represented a shift in marathon racing strategy that would influence the event for years to come. In gymnastics, Chinese athletes dominated on home soil, winning 9 gold medals across various apparatus. The Chinese gymnasts, trained from young ages in rigorous state-sponsored programs, demonstrated technical precision and difficulty that overwhelmed competitors. However, questions arose about the ages of some Chinese gymnasts, with suspicions that they were younger than the required minimum age of 16. Documents suggesting age falsification circulated, though investigations proved inconclusive and the medals were never stripped. American gymnast Nastia Liukin won the women's all-around gold medal, defeating teammate Shawn Johnson in a close competition. The two young Americans had been friends and training partners, and their rivalry was friendly but intense. Liukin's grace and extension contrasted with Johnson's powerful tumbling, showcasing different approaches to gymnastic excellence. The basketball tournaments saw the United States field what would be called the Redeem Team, featuring LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Dwayne Wade, and other NBA superstars determined to restore American dominance after the disappointing Athens performance. The Americans went undefeated, winning gold by defeating Spain in a close final. This victory represented a return to form for American basketball, achieved by assembling committed superstars willing to dedicate their summers to the Olympic cause. China topped the gold medal count with 51 golds, edging out the United States, which won more total medals but fewer golds. This achievement gave China enormous pride and was celebrated as evidence of national strength and development. For the Chinese government and people, hosting the Olympics and topping the medal count represented arrival on the world stage, validation of decades of economic growth and athletic investment. The Bird's Nest and Water Cube, along with other Beijing Olympic venues, represented architectural achievements that would become iconic. The venue's innovative designs and construction techniques pushed boundaries and created structures that would be recognized worldwide long after the Games concluded. However, questions about the long-term use and maintenance of these expensive facilities would persist, with some venues struggling to find sustainable post-Olympic purposes. As the first week of competition concluded, Beijing had delivered on its promise of spectacular organization and facilities. The athletic performances had been extraordinary, with records falling and new stars emerging. Yet underlying tensions remained, between Olympic ideals and political realities, between celebration and criticism, between the image China wanted to project and the concerns many observers continued to hold. The second week would bring more memorable moments and athletic achievements, confirming Beijing 2008 as one of the most significant Olympics in modern history. London became the first city to host the Summer Olympics 3 times when the Games opened on July 27, 2012. Having previously hosted in 1908 and 1948, London brought historical perspective to Olympic hosting. The city promised games that would combine British heritage with modern innovation, creating an event that would inspire a generation of young people to take up sports while regenerating the East London area around the Olympic Park. The opening ceremony, directed by filmmaker Danny Boyle, was a celebration of British culture, history, and humor. It featured a journey through British rural life, the Industrial Revolution, the National Health Service, children's literature, and popular music. Queen Elizabeth appeared in a filmed segment with James Bond actor Daniel Craig, apparently parachuting into the stadium. Paul McCartney performed "Hey Jude" as the ceremony concluded. The ceremony was quintessentially British, self-aware and sometimes self-deprecating, mixing grandeur with whimsy in ways that reflected British character. The Olympic Park in Stratford, East London, had been built on formerly industrial land, transforming a neglected area into a modern sporting complex. The Olympic Stadium, with its distinctive triangular floodlight towers, became the centerpiece. The Aquatic Center, designed by architect Zaha Hadid with its sweeping wave-like roof, housed swimming and diving competitions. The Velodrome provided a world-class cycling venue. These facilities were designed not just for the Olympics but for long-term community use after the Games concluded, addressing concerns about white elephant venues that plagued previous Olympics. In the swimming pool, American Michael Phelps added to his already historic medal count. Though past his absolute prime at 27 years old, Phelps still won 4 gold medals and 2 silvers in London, bringing his career total to 22 Olympic medals, 18 of them gold. His final individual race, the 200-meter individual medley, ended in victory, a fitting conclusion to the greatest Olympic swimming career in history. Phelps's dominance across 3 Olympics, from Athens through London, had redefined what was possible in swimming and made him arguably the greatest Olympian of all time. American teenager Missy Franklin emerged as a swimming star, winning 4 gold medals at age 17. Her joyful personality and obvious love of competition made her popular with fans. Franklin's versatility, winning in both freestyle and backstroke events, demonstrated complete swimming ability. Her success suggested she would dominate women's swimming for years to come, though later struggles would make her London performance the peak of her career. On the track, Usain Bolt defended his titles in the 100 meters, 200 meters, and 4x100-meter relay, becoming the first man to win back-to-back Olympic sprint doubles. His victories in London confirmed that his Beijing performance had been no fluke, that he truly was the greatest sprinter in history. Bolt's times in London weren't quite as fast as Beijing, but his ability to perform under pressure and deliver when championships were on the line set him apart. His celebrations and showmanship continued to delight crowds, making him one of the most recognizable athletes in the world. Great Britain experienced Super Saturday on August 4th, when British athletes won 3 gold medals in track and field within the span of just 46 minutes. Jessica Owens won the heptathlon, Mo Farah won the 10,000 meters, and Greg Rutherford won the long jump. The crowd in the Olympic Stadium was electric, celebrating each British victory with growing excitement and national pride. This single evening became the defining moment of the London Olympics for British fans, a perfect encapsulation of home Olympic success. Mo Farah would win a 2nd gold medal in the 5,000 meters, completing a difficult distance double that placed him among the elite distance runners in Olympic history. Farah's victories were particularly meaningful for Britain, as he had been born in Somalia and immigrated to Britain as a child. His success represented the diverse, multicultural nature of modern Britain and inspired immigrant communities throughout the country. David Rudisha Shah of Kenya won the 800 meters in a world record time of 1 minute, 40.91 seconds, considered one of the greatest middle distance races in Olympic history. Rudisha Shah ran from the front, setting a punishing pace that broke his competitors. His smooth stride and tactical courage demonstrated why front-running can be effective when executed by an athlete of sufficient talent and fitness. The race was celebrated by track and field enthusiasts as exemplifying perfect middle-distance running technique and strategy. Allyson Felix of the United States won 3 gold medals on the track, including the 200 meters and 2 relay events. Felix's smooth running style and competitive consistency had made her one of the dominant female sprinters of her generation. Her London performance was the peak of a career that would span multiple Olympics and make her one of the most decorated American track and field athletes in history. In gymnastics, American Gabby Douglas became the first African-American woman to win the all-around gymnastics gold medal, a breakthrough moment that inspired young black gymnasts across America. Douglas's powerful tumbling and elegant bars routine showcased complete gymnastic ability. Her victory, combined with the American women's team gold, confirmed the United States as a gymnastics powerhouse. British cyclist Bradley Wiggins won gold in the men's time trial, adding to a remarkable summer in which he had already won the Tour de France. Wiggins's success, along with other British cycling victories in both road and track events, reflected the massive investment Britain had made in cycling programs. British cyclists dominated the track cycling events at the Velodrome, winning multiple gold medals and thrilling home crowds with technical skill and powerful sprinting. Andy Murray won the men's tennis singles gold medal, defeating Roger Federer on the grass courts of Wimbledon. For Murray, this victory was particularly sweet, coming just weeks after losing to Federer in the Wimbledon final. Murray's gold medal represented a rare moment of tennis glory for Britain, a nation with a proud tennis history but few recent champions. The emotional nature of Murray's victory, celebrated by partisan British crowds, made it one of the game's most memorable moments. Women's boxing made its Olympic debut in London, with competitions in 3 weight classes. This edition represented important progress toward gender equity, as boxing had been one of the last major Olympic sports to exclude women entirely. American Claressa Shields won gold in the middleweight division, beginning what would become a dominant amateur and professional career. The inclusion of women's boxing was celebrated by advocates for women's sports, though debates continued about why it had taken so long for women to be allowed to compete. The men's basketball tournament saw the United States field another dominant team featuring LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Kevin Durant, and other NBA superstars. The Americans went undefeated, winning gold by comfortable margins. Spain pushed them in the final, but American talent and athleticism proved too much. The era of automatic American dominance was over, requiring the United States to field its very best players to ensure victory. But when properly motivated and organized, American basketball remained the world's best. Great Britain topped its best medal count in over a century, winning 65 medals including 29 golds. British success was distributed across multiple sports, from rowing to cycling to track and field to gymnastics. The investment in elite sports programs following London's successful Olympic bid had paid dividends, creating a generation of British champions who performed spectacularly on home soil. The success gave British sports authorities evidence that funding and systematic athlete development could produce results at the highest levels. The United States led the overall medal count with 104 medals, maintaining its position as the dominant Olympic nation. China finished second with 88 medals, while Russia took third with 82. The medal standings reflected both national investment in sports and underlying population and economic advantages that shaped Olympic outcomes. London's transportation infrastructure, tested by millions of additional journeys during the Games, largely performed well. Public transit systems that many had worried would be overwhelmed generally coped with increased demand. The Olympic Park was accessible by multiple transit modes, and traffic restrictions helped maintain flow. The organizational success vindicated London's bid claims that they could host successful games despite being a densely populated city with limited space. The Olympic Stadium witnessed several world records and memorable moments, but perhaps none more emotional than Oscar Pistorius of South Africa competing in both the Olympics and Paralympics. Pistorius, a double amputee who ran on carbon fiber prosthetic blades, had fought for years to be allowed to compete against able-bodied athletes. His participation in the 400 meters and relay events in London represented a breakthrough for Paralympic athletes, though his later murder conviction would taint his athletic legacy. As the closing ceremony featured a celebration of British music from the Beatles through Adele to the Spice Girls, there was widespread agreement that London had delivered excellent games. The organization had been smooth, the venue spectacular, and the British public had embraced the Olympics with enthusiasm that surprised even optimists. The phrase "inspire a generation," London's Olympic motto, seemed achievable given the excitement and interest the Games had generated, particularly among young people. The London Olympics demonstrated that established Western cities could still host successful games despite their higher costs and complex regulatory environments. The careful attention to legacy planning and the successful post-Games use of many venues showed that Olympic hosting didn't have to result in wasted infrastructure. London had honored its Olympic history while creating new memories, delivering games that were both distinctly British and universally accessible, maintaining traditions while embracing innovation. The Olympic flame would next travel to Rio de Janeiro, the first South American city to host the Games, continuing the global spread of the Olympic movement to regions that had never before welcomed the world's athletes. When the Olympic Games came to Rio de Janeiro in August 2016, they brought the Olympics to South America for the first time in history. Brazil, a nation passionate about sports and culture, had long sought to host the Games. Rio's selection represented recognition of South America's place in the global Olympic family and Brazil's emergence as an important world power. The city's stunning natural setting, from Copacabana Beach to Sugarloaf Mountain to Christ the Redeemer statue, promised to provide a spectacular backdrop for Olympic competition. Yet the road to the Rio Olympics was troubled. Brazil's economy, booming when Rio was selected in 2009, had fallen into recession. Political turmoil, including the impeachment of President Dilma Rousseff during the Olympics themselves, created instability and distraction. The Zika virus outbreak raised health concerns, with some athletes choosing not to attend. Water pollution in Guanabara Bay, where sailing and open water swimming events would take place, worried athletes and officials. Construction delays threatened venue completion. Crime rates in Rio remained high, raising security concerns. Many questioned whether Rio would be ready, whether the Games should even proceed. Despite these challenges, Rio opened the Olympics on August 5th with a ceremony that celebrated Brazilian culture, history, and diversity. The ceremony featured samba dancers, carnival floats, and artistic interpretations of Brazilian history from indigenous peoples through Portuguese colonization to modern multicultural society. The ceremony addressed environmental concerns, with a segment about climate change and the importance of protecting the rainforest. Each athlete received a seed to plant, symbolizing growth and sustainability. Brazilian supermodel Gisele Bündchen walked across the stadium to the girl from Ipanema, one of Brazil's most famous musical exports. The final torchbearer was Brazilian marathon runner Vanderlei de Lima, who had famously been tackled by a spectator while leading the Athens 2004 marathon, yet had finished with grace and good sportsmanship. His selection to light the cauldron honored his character and resilience, qualities that resonated with Brazilians facing their own economic and political challenges. The lighting of the cauldron featured a unique kinetic sculpture that unfurled and rose, representing growth and transformation. In the swimming pool, American Katie Ledecky dominated distance freestyle events with performances that were simply astounding. She won gold in the 200-meter, 400-meter, and 800-meter freestyle, along with the 4x200-meter freestyle relay. Her margin of victory in the 800 meters was over 11 seconds, an almost unimaginable gap at the Olympic level. Ledecky's times were so fast that they would have won many men's national championship races. Her dominance in distance freestyle was total, making her perhaps the greatest female distance swimmer in history. American Michael Phelps, at age 31, competed in what he said would be his final Olympics. Phelps won 5 gold medals and 1 silver in Rio, bringing his career total to 23 gold medals and 28 total Olympic medals. His final race, swimming the butterfly leg of the 4x100-meter medley relay, ended in American victory and gold. Phelps's retirement from Olympic competition closed a chapter in swimming history. His 28 Olympic medals across 5 Olympic Games represented an achievement that may never be matched. Simone Biles emerged as the face of the Rio Olympics, dominating women's gymnastics with a level of difficulty and execution that redefined the sport. Biles won gold in the individual all-around, vault, floor exercise, and team competition, with a bronze on balance beam. Her tumbling passes included skills so difficult that no other woman attempted them. The Biles on floor exercise, a double layout with a half twist, became her signature move. Her performances were so superior to her competitors that she seemed to be competing in a different sport entirely. On the track, Usain Bolt completed his legendary career by winning gold in the 100 meters, 200 meters, and 4x100-meter relay for the 3rd consecutive Olympics. This triple-triple had never been achieved before and likely will never be achieved again. Bolt's consistency across 3 Olympics, from Beijing through Rio, his ability to deliver when championships were on the line, and his charismatic personality made him perhaps the greatest track and field athlete in history. His final Olympic race, anchoring Jamaica's relay to victory, was a fitting end to an extraordinary career. British distance runner Mo Farah defended both his 5,000-meter and 10,000-meter titles from London, completing his own double-double across 2 Olympics. Farah's tactical intelligence and devastating finishing kick made him nearly unbeatable in championship races. His success, particularly meaningful as a Somali-born immigrant to Britain, continued to inspire diverse communities. Wade van Niekerk of South Africa ran one of the greatest races in Olympic history to win the 400 meters in a world record time of 43.03 seconds. What made the performance even more remarkable was that Van Niekerk ran from lane 8, the outside lane that is generally considered disadvantageous because the runner cannot see competitors. His combination of speed endurance and pure sprinting ability produced a time that shattered Michael Johnson's world record from 1999, a mark that many had considered untouchable. American gymnast Simone Manuel became the first African-American woman to win an individual swimming gold medal, sharing the 100-meter freestyle title with Canadian Penny Alexiak after they tied for first. Manuel's victory was celebrated as a breakthrough moment for Black swimmers, who have historically been underrepresented in swimming due to systemic barriers to pool access and swimming instruction. Manuel spoke emotionally about the significance of her achievement, hoping it would inspire other Black children to pursue swimming. Golf returned to the Olympics after a 112-year absence, with both men's and women's tournaments held on a specially built course in Rio. Justin Rose of Great Britain won the men's tournament, while In B Park of South Korea won the women's event. Golf's return to the Olympics was celebrated by the sport's governing bodies, though the absence of several top male players due to Zika concerns and scheduling conflicts diminished the men's tournament's prestige. Rugby Sevens, a faster-paced seven-player version of rugby union, made its Olympic debut with both men's and women's tournaments. Fiji won the men's tournament, achieving the nation's first-ever Olympic medal of any kind. The celebration in Fiji was jubilant, with the entire nation embracing their rugby heroes. Australia won the women's tournament, defeating New Zealand in the final. Rugby Sevens' fast-paced action and accessibility to spectators unfamiliar with rugby union made it a successful Olympic edition. The refugee Olympic team competed for the first time in Rio, with 10 athletes from various conflict zones competing under the Olympic flag. This team represented millions of displaced people worldwide and provided hope that sports could transcend national boundaries and political conflicts. The refugee team's participation was largely symbolic, as none of the athletes won medals, but their presence reminded viewers of global humanitarian crises and the Olympic ideal of inclusion. Women's rugby sevens, women's golf, and expanded events in canoeing, cycling, and other sports reflected ongoing efforts to achieve gender equity in Olympic programs. The Rio Olympics came closer than any previous games to equal participation between men and women, though complete parity remained elusive. American Ryan Lochte became embroiled in controversy when he falsely claimed to have been robbed at gunpoint by men impersonating police officers. Security camera footage revealed that Lochte and teammates had vandalized a gas station bathroom and been confronted by security guards. The scandal embarrassed Lochte, American swimming, and Olympic organizers. It also reinforced negative stereotypes about American athletes behaving badly abroad, damaging goodwill between Americans and Brazilians. Russia's participation in Rio was heavily restricted due to a massive state-sponsored doping scandal exposed by whistleblowers and investigated by the World Anti-Doping Agency. Evidence showed that Russian authorities had engaged in systematic doping of athletes and tampering with drug tests, including during the Sochi 2014 Winter Olympics. While some Russian athletes were allowed to compete in Rio after proving they were clean, over 100 Russians were banned. The scandal represented one of the most serious doping crises in Olympic history, raising questions about the integrity of Russian Olympic performances across multiple games. Brazil won 7 gold medals at home, including the nation's first-ever Olympic gold in men's soccer, achieved by a team featuring star player Neymar. The soccer gold was particularly meaningful for Brazil, a nation where soccer is almost a religion, and Olympic gold had somehow remained elusive through decades of attempts. The victory allowed Brazilians to celebrate amid their economic and political troubles, providing a moment of national unity and joy. The United States topped the medal count with 121 medals, including 46 golds. Great Britain finished second with 67 medals, while China took third with 70 medals. The American dominance in swimming and track and field, combined with strong performances in gymnastics and team sports, ensured their position atop the standings. As the Rio Olympics concluded with a closing ceremony featuring a handover to Tokyo for 2020, the assessment was mixed. Athletically, the Games had been spectacular, with memorable performances and historic achievements. Organizationally, Rio had overcome doubts to deliver functional games, though not without problems. Financially, the Olympics had strained Brazil's resources and left expensive infrastructure that would struggle to find sustainable post-Olympic use. The Zika concerns had proven largely unfounded, with few actual cases affecting athletes or visitors. Rio had shown that South America could host the Olympics, but also that emerging economies face significant challenges in managing the massive costs and complexity of modern Olympic Games. The joy and passion of Brazilian fans, the stunning natural setting, and the athletic excellence on display created positive memories. Yet the economic burden and political turmoil served as cautionary tales about the risks of hosting Olympics during times of economic vulnerability. The Rio Olympics had been a celebration of South American culture and Brazilian resilience, but also a reminder that Olympic glory can come at a steep price. The Olympic Games have survived world wars, economic depressions, terrorist attacks, and Cold War boycotts, but they had never before been postponed in peacetime. Yet in March 2020, as a novel coronavirus spread rapidly across the globe, the International Olympic Committee and the Tokyo Organizing Committee made the unprecedented decision to delay the Summer Olympics by 1 year. The Games scheduled to begin in July 2020 would instead open in July 2021, retaining the name Tokyo 2020 despite the postponement, a decision that reflected both practical considerations and symbolic hope that this disruption would prove temporary. For the athletes who had spent years preparing for their Olympic moment, the postponement created a cascade of challenges. Training facilities closed during lockdowns. Qualifying events were canceled or postponed. Coaches and athletes had to navigate travel restrictions, quarantine requirements, and the uncertainty of not knowing when or whether the games would actually occur. Some athletes who had peaked their training for summer 2020 found themselves struggling to maintain form for another year. Others who might have missed the original games due to injury or form found themselves with unexpected opportunities. The postponement aged every athlete by a year, which in Olympic terms could mean the difference between peak performance and decline. The financial impact on Tokyo and on the broader Olympic movement was staggering. The organizing committee had to maintain venues, renegotiate contracts, and keep staff employed during an additional year of preparation without ticket revenue or sponsorship income. The International Olympic Committee faced pressure from broadcasters, sponsors, and national committees, all of whom had built business models around the 4-year Olympic cycle. Estimates of the additional costs ran into billions of dollars, costs that would ultimately be borne by Japanese taxpayers and the Olympic movement itself. As 2020 gave way to 2021, and vaccination campaigns began to roll out across the world, the question shifted from whether the Games could be held to how they would be conducted safely. The decision to proceed without spectators in most venues represented a heartbreaking compromise. The energy of a crowd, the roar that greets a personal best or a dramatic finish, the visual spectacle of national flags and colorful supporters, all of these elements that make the Olympics uniquely powerful would be absent. Athletes would compete in largely empty stadiums, their exertions echoed back by vacant seats rather than celebrated by passionate fans. The opening ceremony on July 23, 2021, at the Olympic Stadium in Tokyo reflected the somber reality of the pandemic era while still attempting to celebrate the resilience of the Olympic spirit. Emperor Naruhito declared the Games open before an audience consisting primarily of officials, media, and a small contingent of athletes who had not yet begun competing. The ceremony included moments of silence for those lost to COVID-19 around the world, recognition that made explicit what everyone watching understood. These Games were taking place in the shadow of a tragedy that had killed millions and disrupted billions of lives. Tennis star Naomi Osaka, born in Japan to a Japanese mother and Haitian father but raised in the United States, received the honor of lighting the Olympic cauldron. Her selection symbolized both Japan's pride in its diaspora and the increasingly global nature of identity in the 21st century. Osaka's recent advocacy for mental health awareness and social justice had made her a controversial figure to some, but her choice as the final torchbearer signaled that the Olympic movement recognized sports' connection to broader social conversations. The athletes who did compete faced protocols unlike anything previously seen at an Olympic Games. Daily COVID testing, strict bubbles that limited movement between venues and the Olympic Village, mask requirements in all indoor spaces and during award ceremonies. These measures created an atmosphere of clinical efficiency rather than joyful celebration. Athletes who tested positive faced immediate isolation and withdrawal from competition. Their Olympic dreams ended not by defeat in sport but by a virus that had already claimed so much from the world. Despite these challenges, the competition itself often transcended the strange circumstances. The swimmers who raced in the Tokyo Aquatic Center did so without the roar of crowds but with the same fierce determination that had driven Olympic swimmers for generations. The gymnastics competitions in the Ariake Gymnastics Center featured routines of extraordinary difficulty and artistry, even as the empty seats created an eerie quiet that felt wrong to anyone accustomed to the noise of gymnastics fans. Track and field athletes at the Olympic Stadium competed for medals in front of thousands of empty seats. Their victories celebrated primarily by teammates, coaches, and television viewers watching from distant homes. The American swimming program, despite the absence of Michael Phelps who had retired after Rio, continued its tradition of excellence. Caleb Dressel emerged as the new face of American swimming, winning 5 gold medals including victories in the 50-meter and 100-meter freestyle events. His versatility and explosive speed reminded observers of Phelps, though Dressel made clear he was his own swimmer with his own goals. Katie Ledecky, already Olympic legend after Rio, added 2 more gold medals to her collection in the 800-meter and 1500-meter freestyle events, the latter being the first women's 1500-meter freestyle race in Olympic history. The decision to add the women's 1500-meter freestyle represented part of the ongoing effort to achieve gender parity at the Olympics. Tokyo 2020 came closer to equal participation than any previous Summer Games, with women comprising 48% of all athletes. New events like the women's 1500-meter swim, the mixed team events in various sports, and other additions reflected the IOC's commitment to expanding opportunities for women athletes and creating a more balanced program. Skateboarding made its Olympic debut in Tokyo, bringing with it a culture and aesthetic quite different from traditional Olympic sports. The skateboarders, many of them teenagers, approached competition with a relaxed, supportive attitude that contrasted sharply with the intensity of established Olympic sports. When competitors landed difficult tricks, rivals celebrated alongside them. When someone fell, others offered encouragement. This spirit of camaraderie felt particularly welcome in the pandemic Olympics, a reminder that sport at its best brings people together rather than merely sorting them into winners and losers. 13-year-old Momiji Nishia of Japan won gold in the women's street skateboarding event, becoming one of the youngest Olympic champions in history. Her victory in front of her home country, even without spectators present, represented a breakthrough moment for skateboarding and for young women in sport. In the men's park skateboarding event, competitors ranged in age from teenagers to athletes in their 40s, demonstrating skateboarding's broad appeal across generations. Surfing also made its Olympic debut, with competitions held at Tsurugasaki Beach about 40 miles from central Tokyo. The surfers faced the challenge of competing in waves that were often less than ideal, a reminder that Olympic surfing, unlike pool-based aquatic sports, depends entirely on natural conditions. Brazil's Italo Ferreira won the men's event with aggressive, powerful surfing, while American Carissa Moore claimed the women's gold with smooth, stylish wave riding that showcased her mastery of competitive surfing fundamentals. Sport climbing's Olympic debut featured a unique combined format that required climbers to compete in 3 distinct disciplines: speed climbing, bouldering, and lead climbing. The format proved controversial among climbing purists, who argued that combining such different disciplines was like asking swimmers to compete in swimming, diving, and water polo as a single combined event. Nevertheless, the climbing competitions showcased the strength, problem-solving ability, and mental toughness that make climbing such a compelling sport. Spain's Alberto Ginés Lopez won the men's event, while Slovenia's Janja Garnbret dominated the women's competition. The Japanese team, competing in front of their home country despite the absence of spectators, delivered strong performances across multiple sports. Japanese wrestlers claimed 5 gold medals, continuing a tradition of wrestling excellence that stretched back generations. In judo, the martial art that originated in Japan, the home team won 9 gold medals out of 15 events, a dominant performance that thrilled the Japanese public following the competitions via television and digital streams. Skateboarding's debut also gave Japan 3 medals, including Nishiya's gold, providing moments of celebration for a host nation that had sacrificed so much to make these games possible. As the Tokyo Olympics moved into their second week, the impact of competing without crowds became more apparent in some sports than others. In gymnastics, where audience energy traditionally helps carry athletes through their routines, the silence felt particularly stark. Yet it was in this unusual atmosphere that one of the Olympics' most significant moments unfolded, one that would reverberate far beyond the gymnastics venue and spark global conversations about athlete mental health and the pressures of elite competition. Simone Biles, the American gymnast who came to Tokyo as perhaps the most dominant figure in her sport's history, withdrew from the team final after completing only one event. She later explained that she was experiencing the twisties, a phenomenon where gymnasts lose their spatial awareness in mid-air, making the execution of the complex, dangerous skills they regularly perform potentially catastrophic. Her decision to prioritize her mental and physical safety over the pursuit of medals sparked intense debate. Some praised her courage in speaking openly about mental health and the wisdom of knowing when to step back. Others questioned whether an Olympic champion should withdraw except in cases of clear physical injury. The American gymnastics team rallied around Biles's decision and claimed silver in the team competition, with Russia's team winning gold. Biles subsequently withdrew from several individual finals to protect her health, but returned for the balance beam final, where she competed a simplified routine and earned a bronze medal. Her presence on that podium, smiling beside the winners, seemed to represent something beyond the usual Olympic narrative of victory and defeat. It suggested that showing up, doing what you can safely do, and prioritizing long-term well-being over short-term glory could itself be a form of courage. Sunny Salih, Biles's teammate, stepped into the spotlight in the all-around competition and delivered a brilliant performance to win gold, becoming the 5th consecutive American woman to win the Olympic all-around title. Her victory demonstrated the depth of the American gymnastics program, but also the individual excellence of an athlete who had overcome significant family hardship, including her father's paralysis in an accident, to reach the Olympic podium. Lee's calm, focused approach to competition under enormous pressure impressed all who watched her work through her routines with precision and grace. In track and field, the sprints once again provided drama and memorable moments. Italy's Lamont Marcel Jacobs stunned the world by winning the men's 100 meters in 9.80 seconds, succeeding Usain Bolt as Olympic champion in the sport's most prestigious event. Jacobs, born in Texas to an American father and Italian mother but raised in Italy, had not been among the pre-Olympic favorites. His victory represented one of the genuine surprises of the Games, a reminder that in the 100 meters, anything can happen when 8 athletes line up for 10 seconds of maximum effort. The American sprinters regrouped for the relays, with the women's 4x100-meter team winning gold and setting a championship record. The men's team appeared on track for gold as well until a poor baton exchange in the final exchange zone, illustrating once again that relay success requires not just individual speed but also practiced teamwork and technical precision. Italy claimed silver in the men's relay, adding to Jacobs's individual gold and providing further evidence of Italy's emergence as a sprinting power. Norway's Karsten Warholm produced one of the most extraordinary track performances in Olympic history in the men's 400-meter hurdles. Warholm had been breaking world records in the event throughout the 2021 season, but his Olympic final performance exceeded even his own remarkable standards. He ran 45.94 seconds, obliterating his own world record and becoming the first man to break 46 seconds in the event. The race was so fast that American Rai Benjamin finished second in 46.17 seconds, also under the previous world record, and Brazilian Alison dos Santos took bronze in 46.72, also extraordinarily fast by historical standards. The women's 400-meter hurdles final also produced a world record, with American Sydney McLaughlin running 51.46 seconds to defeat her rival Dalilah Muhammad, who ran 51.58. The back-to-back world records in the hurdles events showcased not just individual brilliance but also the evolution of training methods, track surfaces, and the global development of athletics talent. The new tracks, the advanced training techniques, and the depth of competition all contributed to performances that would have seemed impossible in earlier eras. Kenya and Ethiopia continued their dominance in distance running, though not without challenges from other nations. Kenya's Faith Kipyegon won the women's 1500 meters, while Ethiopia's Seelman Barega took the men's 10,000 meters. Uganda's Joshua Cheptegei, the world record holder in the 10,000 meters, had to settle for silver behind Barega, illustrating the fierce competition among East African distance runners. In the marathon events, Kenya's Perez Jepchirchir won the women's race in challenging heat and humidity, while Kenya's Eliud Kipchoge successfully defended his Olympic marathon title, cementing his status as the greatest marathon runner of his generation. The United States women's basketball team extended their Olympic winning streak to 55 consecutive games by claiming their 7th consecutive gold medal. The team, featuring a blend of WNBA superstars including Breanna Stewart, Diana Taurasi, and Sue Bird, navigated close games against several opponents before ultimately prevailing over Japan in the final. The American dominance in women's basketball had become so complete that even their most competitive games were expected to end in American victory, a testament to the depth and quality of women's basketball in the United States. The men's basketball competition provided more drama, with the United States team needing to navigate several close games en route to gold. Kevin Durant led the American squad with consistently excellent performances, but France pushed the Americans to the limit in the final before falling just short. The game represented a high point in Olympic basketball competition, with both teams playing at an elite level and the outcome in doubt until the final minutes. In soccer, Brazil's men's team finally claimed Olympic gold after several near misses in previous Olympics. The victory was particularly sweet for Brazilian fans, who considered the Olympic gold the only major tournament their football-crazy nation had never won. Spain took silver, while Mexico claimed bronze. The women's soccer tournament saw Canada win gold in a penalty shootout over Sweden, with the United States, the longtime dominant power in women's soccer, earning bronze after losing to Canada in the semi-final. The boxing competitions in Tokyo unfolded without some of the traditional powerhouses at full strength, as the qualification process had been disrupted by the pandemic. Nevertheless, the tournament produced excellent matchups and breakthrough performances from several nations. Cuba continued its long tradition of boxing excellence with multiple medals, while Great Britain, the Philippines, and other nations also claimed boxing golds. The diversity of boxing medalists reflected both the global spread of the sport and the opportunity the pandemic qualification chaos had created for less traditional boxing powers. Wrestling competition saw Iran and Japan claim multiple gold medals, continuing their longtime rivalry in freestyle and Greco-Roman wrestling. American wrestlers also performed well, with several reaching medal rounds and bringing home multiple medals including golds in women's freestyle wrestling events. The sport's technical complexity and the physical demands it places on athletes make every Olympic wrestling medal a significant achievement, representing years of training in a discipline that receives limited attention outside of Olympic years in many countries. China's performance in Tokyo was strong, if not quite as dominant as their home games showing in Beijing. The Chinese team excelled particularly in diving, table tennis, and weightlifting, sports where their systematic development programs had created generation after generation of champions. The Chinese women's volleyball team reached the medal rounds, and Chinese track and field athletes claimed several medals in throwing events and racewalking, demonstrating the breadth of China's sports development system. Great Britain's team built on the success of their home Olympics in London 2012, claiming a strong medal haul across a diverse range of sports. British cyclists continued their velodrome dominance. British rowers claimed multiple medals, and the British athletics team punched above its weight in several events. The systematic funding and support structure that British Olympic sports received through lottery proceeds had transformed Britain into a consistent Olympic power capable of competing with much larger nations. Australia's swim team excelled with multiple gold medals and overall strong performances across the program. Emma McKeon became the first female swimmer to win 7 medals at a single Olympics, including 4 golds. The Australian women's swimming contingent in particular showed great depth, claiming medals across multiple distances and strokes. Australian success extended beyond swimming to other sports as well, with strong performances in rowing, cycling, and softball. As the Tokyo Olympics moved toward their conclusion, the refugee Olympic team once again competed, providing a powerful reminder that sport can transcend nationality and that athletes who have been forced from their homes can still pursue Olympic dreams. The team of 29 athletes competed in 12 sports, representing the millions of displaced people around the world and demonstrating the universal language of athletic competition. The closing ceremony on August 8, 2021, celebrated the conclusion of an Olympics unlike any other, an Olympics that had been postponed, conducted without spectators, and held in the shadow of a pandemic that continued to affect lives around the world. Yet the ceremony also celebrated what the Olympics had accomplished, providing 2 weeks of sport that reminded the world of human potential, resilience, and the capacity of athletes to inspire even in the most challenging circumstances. Paris received the Olympic flag, looking ahead to 2024 and to games that everyone hoped would return to something resembling the traditional Olympic experience, complete with cheering crowds and the joyful chaos that makes the Olympics special. 3 years after the pandemic-shadowed Tokyo Olympics, the Summer Games returned to Paris in 2024, exactly 100 years after the city's previous hosting in 1924. The French capital embraced the centennial anniversary with an opening ceremony that broke dramatically with Olympic tradition, staging the event not in a stadium but along the River Seine, with athletes floating past on boats while thousands of performers presented a spectacular show on bridges, riverbanks, and the water itself. The decision to hold the opening ceremony outside of a stadium was bold and risky, dependent on weather and requiring massive security arrangements, but it resulted in one of the most memorable and distinctive Olympic opening ceremonies in the modern era. The ceremony celebrated French culture, history, and values, featuring performances that ranged from classical to contemporary, from high art to popular entertainment. Lady Gaga performed in French, paying tribute to France's cabaret tradition, while Celine Dion, making a triumphant return to the stage despite her ongoing battle with a rare neurological disorder, performed from the Eiffel Tower in an emotionally powerful moment. The parade of athletes on the Seine allowed spectators along both banks to witness the procession, bringing the Olympic spirit directly into the heart of Paris rather than confining it to a stadium. Security concerns had been paramount in the planning of this unconventional opening ceremony. The memory of the November 2015 terrorist attacks in Paris remained vivid, and staging a major event in an open-air setting presented enormous challenges. Yet the French authorities managed to secure the route and create an atmosphere of celebration while maintaining vigilance. The successful execution of this ambitious opening ceremony set a tone of innovation and cultural confidence that would characterize the Paris Olympics throughout their duration. The return of full crowds to Olympic venues after the restricted attendance in Tokyo created an electric atmosphere that athletes and spectators alike celebrated. The roar of the crowd, the waving flags, the spontaneous outbursts of national pride and shared emotion, all the elements that make the Olympics uniquely powerful had returned. Athletes competing in track and field at the Stade de France performed for a stadium packed with nearly 80,000 passionate fans. Swimmers raced in the Paris La Défense Arena before capacity crowds. Gymnasts at the Bercy Arena felt the energy of spectators whose applause and gasps accompanied every routine. Paris 2024 achieved gender parity for the first time in Olympic history, with exactly equal numbers of male and female athletes competing. This milestone, decades in the making, represented the culmination of sustained efforts by the IOC and various sports federations to expand opportunities for women and to create an Olympic program that truly reflected the full spectrum of human athletic potential. The inclusion of new women's events, the adjustment of quotas in mixed-gender sports, and the overall commitment to equality made Paris 2024 a landmark Games from a gender equity perspective. The French swimming sensation Léon Marchand emerged as one of the Games' brightest stars, winning 4 individual gold medals in the medley and butterfly events. Marchand, who trained in the United States under the guidance of Bob Bowman, the legendary coach who had worked with Michael Phelps, brought a swimming gold rush to France that delighted the home crowds. His victory in the 200-meter individual medley broke the Olympic record that Phelps had set in Beijing, a symbolic passing of the torch from one generational talent to another. French fans who packed the swimming venue created an atmosphere of sustained enthusiasm that carried Marchand through his demanding competition schedule. American swimming continued to show great depth despite not dominating as completely as in some previous Olympics. The American team won a substantial number of medals across various events, with both veteran swimmers and newcomers contributing to the medal total. Katie Ledecky added more gold medals to her legendary career, cementing her status as one of the greatest distance swimmers in history. The emergence of swimmers from other nations, including France, Australia, China, and several European countries, demonstrated the global growth of competitive swimming and the increasing difficulty of maintaining dominance in the sport. Simone Biles returned to Olympic competition in Paris with something to prove after her withdrawal from most events in Tokyo. The American gymnastics superstar delivered a series of remarkable performances that reminded the world why she was considered the greatest gymnast of her generation. Biles won the team gold with her American teammates, then claimed the individual all-around title for the second time in her career, 8 years after her first all-around gold in Rio. Her floor exercise and vault performances showcased skills so difficult that several bore her name in the sport's official code of points. She added a silver medal on floor exercise to cap a triumphant Olympic return. The gymnastics competitions also highlighted the continued evolution of the sport's international landscape. Brazil's Rebeca Andrade, the 2020 Olympic vault champion, pushed Biles hard in several events and won multiple medals including gold on floor exercise. Italian and British gymnasts also reached finals and podiums, demonstrating that gymnastics excellence was no longer concentrated in just a few traditional powers. The sport's global spread meant that athletes from every inhabited continent were now capable of competing for Olympic medals in gymnastics. Track and field at the Stade de France provided drama and extraordinary performances across 9 days of competition. The American sprinter Noah Lyles won the men's 100 meters in one of the closest finishes in Olympic history, with 5 athletes separated by less than a tenth of a second. Lyles crossed in 9.79 seconds, with Jamaica's Kishane Thompson finishing in the same time but placed second by thousandths of a second according to the photo finish. The race demonstrated the incredible depth of world sprinting and the razor-thin margins that separate Olympic gold from no medal at all. Sweden's Armand Duplantis continued his dominance in men's pole vault, clearing 6.25 meters to win gold and break his own world record for what seemed like the 100th time in his career. Duplantis's combination of technical mastery, fearless competitiveness, and consistent record-breaking had made him one of track and field's most compelling figures. Each time he competed, spectators expected not just victory but also the possibility of witnessing another barrier fall. Kenya maintained its traditional strength in distance running, though Ethiopian and Ugandan runners also claimed significant victories. The competition in the men's and women's long-distance events remained among the fiercest in all of track and field, with East African runners pushing each other to extraordinary performances. The marathon events, run through the streets of Paris with the finish at the historic Invalides, combined athletic excellence with stunning backdrops of French architecture and urban landscape. The United States women's basketball team continued their unprecedented run of Olympic dominance, winning their 8th consecutive gold medal and extending their Olympic winning streak to 61 games. Led by Aya Wilson and Brianna Stewart, the team navigated several competitive games before ultimately prevailing over France in the final. The American program's depth, with talented WNBA players competing for roster spots and bringing both individual skills and team experience, had created a dynasty without parallel in team sports. Men's basketball provided more competitive balance, with several teams capable of winning gold. The United States team, featuring NBA superstars including LeBron James, Stephen Curry, and Kevin Durant, played excellent basketball throughout the tournament but faced legitimate challenges from France, Serbia, and other strong national teams. The gold medal game against France was decided in the final minutes, with the Americans ultimately prevailing but not without acknowledging the quality of international basketball competition. Soccer tournaments featured impressive performances from Spain's men's team, which won gold, and the United States women's team, which reclaimed the top position in women's soccer after disappointing results in Tokyo. The soccer competitions brought additional attention and crowds to Paris, with matches held in venues across France and drawing passionate supporters. The beautiful game's inclusion in the Olympics, while sometimes complicated by club versus country conflicts and age restrictions in the men's event, continues to add global appeal to the Olympic program. Breaking, also known as breakdancing, made its Olympic debut in Paris, bringing hip-hop culture to the Olympic stage. The sport's inclusion generated mixed reactions, with some celebrating the recognition of a dynamic art form with athletic elements, while others questioned whether breaking belonged in the Olympic program. The competition itself showcased remarkable athleticism, creativity, and musicality, with breakers from several nations demonstrating the global spread of hip-hop culture and its associated movement forms. Skateboarding and sport climbing returned to the Olympic program after successful debuts in Tokyo, with both sports benefiting from full crowds experiencing the competitions for the first time. The skateboarders once again demonstrated their sport's unique culture of mutual support and creative expression, while climbers showcased problem-solving skills and physical strength that captivated audiences. Surfing, held at Tijuana in French Polynesia thousands of miles from Paris, provided spectacular imagery of athletes riding one of the world's most challenging and photogenic waves. France's performance as host nation met expectations, with the home team winning medals across a diverse range of sports. Beyond Marchand's swimming heroics, French athletes excelled in judo, fencing, cycling, and team sports. The French public's enthusiastic support created home field advantage in multiple venues, with French athletes often feeding off the energy of partisan crowds. The final medal count showed the United States leading in total medals, with China and Great Britain also performing strongly. But France's solid performance pleased the home nation and justified the investments in venues and athlete preparation. The Paris Olympics placed unprecedented emphasis on sustainability and environmental responsibility. The organizing committee made efforts to minimize the Games' carbon footprint by using existing venues where possible, building temporary facilities for some events, and implementing extensive recycling and renewable energy programs. The Olympic Village featured innovative cooling systems that avoided traditional air conditioning, and the medal podiums were manufactured from recycled materials. Whether these efforts represented a genuine shift in Olympic planning or primarily served public relations purposes remained subject to debate, but the attention to environmental concerns reflected changing societal values and expectations. The closing ceremony on August 11, 2024, celebrated the conclusion of a successful Olympics that had returned the Games to their traditional format of crowds, celebration, and shared international experience. The ceremony featured performances that honored French culture while looking forward to Los Angeles 2028, the next Summer Olympics host. Tom Cruise appeared in a dramatic stunt that involved descending from the top of the Stade de France, receiving the Olympic flag, and then, in a pre-recorded segment, transporting it to Los Angeles via motorcycle and skydiving. The Hollywood spectacle provided a preview of how Los Angeles might approach hosting the Olympics, likely with a heavy emphasis on entertainment value and celebrity presence. As the Olympic flame was extinguished in Paris, closing 128 years of modern Olympic history from Athens 1896 through Paris 2024, the enduring appeal of the Olympic Games seemed secure despite the many challenges the movement had faced. The Olympics had survived wars, political boycotts, terrorism, doping scandals, and a global pandemic. They had evolved from a small gathering of mostly European athletes to a truly global event featuring competitors from every corner of the world. The values of excellence, friendship, and respect that the Olympic movement promoted remained aspirational ideals worth pursuing, even if the reality sometimes fell short of the rhetoric. And athletes would continue to train for their Olympic moments, seeking those few seconds or minutes of competition that could define careers and create memories lasting far beyond the final medal ceremony. And so we arrive at the end of this long journey through 128 years of Olympic history. From the modest beginnings in Athens in 1896 to the spectacular celebration in Paris in 2024. Across these many decades, the Olympic Games have grown from a small gathering of fewer than 250 athletes competing in a single city to a global phenomenon featuring more than 10,000 athletes from over 200 nations, competing across dozens of sports in venues that represent the pinnacle of architectural and technological achievement. The evolution of the Games reflects the evolution of the world itself. The early Olympics took place in an era of European imperial dominance, when travel across oceans required weeks on steamships and when the very idea of international sport was novel and experimental. Those early Games featured athletes who paid their own way, competed in rudimentary facilities, and received laurel wreaths and silver medals rather than the gold we now consider standard. The sports contested reflected the interests and values of the time. Track and field, gymnastics, swimming, fencing, sports that emphasized either classical ideals of physical beauty and prowess or practical military skills. As the 20th century progressed, the Olympics both shaped and were shaped by the great historical forces of their time. The world wars forced cancellations and created gaps in the Olympic record. The Cold War transformed the Games into battlegrounds where ideological rivals competed for symbolic supremacy through sports. The process of decolonization brought new nations to the Olympic family and gradually shifted the geographic and cultural balance of Olympic competition. The women's rights movement slowly forced open doors that had been closed, expanding from a handful of events in swimming and tennis to full gender parity across the entire Olympic program. The athletes whose stories we have followed across these many Olympics represent extraordinary human achievement in all its forms. Paavo Nurmi's relentless pursuit of excellence in distance running. Jesse Owens's grace and courage in the face of hatred and propaganda. Fanny Blankers-Koen showing that mothers could be Olympic champions. Emil Zatopek winning the marathon on his first attempt simply because he believed he could. Cassius Clay finding his path to greatness in the boxing ring. Nadia Comaneci achieving perfection. Carl Lewis echoing Owens's quadruple gold. Michael Phelps redefining what was possible in swimming. Usain Bolt making speed look effortless. Simone Biles revolutionizing gymnastics while also acknowledging the limits that every human, even the greatest, eventually encounters. These individual stories of triumph and heartbreak, of barriers broken and records shattered, remind us that the Olympics, despite all the commercialism and politics and occasional corruption, remain at their core about human beings testing themselves against the highest standards of athletic excellence. The Olympic motto, Sidious, Altius, Fortius, faster, higher, stronger, captures this essential quality. The Olympics celebrate the human drive to improve, to push beyond current limits, to discover what might be possible with dedication, talent, and opportunity. The venues where these dramas unfolded evolved alongside the athletes. From the Panathenaic Stadium in Athens with its all-marble construction to the Bird's Nest in Beijing with its intricate steel latticework, from the modest swimming facilities of early games where athletes raced in natural bodies of water to the high-tech aquatic centers with wave-dampening lane lines and underwater cameras, the physical infrastructure of the Olympics has grown increasingly sophisticated. Each host city has sought to leave its mark, to create facilities that would showcase both their athletic competitions and their cultural values. The challenges facing the Olympic movement have also evolved over time. The early struggle was simply survival. Would the Olympics continue after Pierre de Coubertin's initial enthusiasm waned? Would they weather the disruptions of global conflicts? The answer proved to be yes. The Olympics possessed a resilience born of their connection to something fundamental in human nature, the desire to compete and to witness competition at the highest level. Later challenges centered on commercialism and amateurism. Could the Olympics maintain their idealistic character while also generating the revenue necessary to sustain a global movement? The answer, worked out gradually over many decades, was that professionalism and Olympic values could coexist, though not without tensions and compromises. More recent challenges have concerned doping and technology. As athletes and their support teams found increasingly sophisticated ways to gain competitive advantages through pharmaceutical interventions, the Olympic movement has struggled to maintain credibility and fairness. The detection methods have improved, the penalties have stiffened, but the fundamental problem, that some athletes will always be tempted to cheat and that detection will always lag behind innovation in doping, remains unresolved. The question of which technologies should be permitted in pursuit of faster times and higher performance continues to generate debate. Are high-tech swimming suits fair or a form of equipment doping? Do super spikes in track and field invalidate comparisons across eras? These questions have no easy answers. The matter of where to host Olympics has become increasingly complex as the costs of mounting the games have escalated. The billions required to build venues, security infrastructure, and Olympic villages have left several host cities with debt burdens that took decades to resolve. This has led to calls for reform. Should the Olympics return regularly to a few permanent sites? Should there be greater use of existing facilities? Should multiple cities or even multiple countries co-host to spread costs? These practical questions about the Olympic future lack the romance of athletic competition but will largely determine whether the Olympics continue to thrive or gradually become unsustainable. climate change presents another challenge that will shape the Olympics' future. The increasing frequency of extreme heat events has made Summer Olympics more dangerous for athletes competing in endurance events. The scheduling of future games may need to shift to cooler seasons or to hosts in cooler climates. The environmental impact of constructing massive temporary facilities for 2 weeks of competition has become harder to justify as awareness of sustainability issues has grown. The Paris 2024 emphasis on environmental responsibility may represent the beginning of a new approach, or it may prove to be largely symbolic. Time will tell. Yet despite these challenges and uncertainties, the Olympic spirit endures. Every 4 years, a new generation of athletes emerges with dreams of Olympic glory. Young swimmers time their training cycles to peak at the right moment. Young runners build their speed and endurance through countless hours of training. Young gymnasts master skills that would have seemed impossible in earlier eras. And every 4 years, the world watches, drawn by the spectacle, the nationalism, the human interest stories, and the pure athletic excellence on display. The Olympics matter because they provide a shared global experience in an increasingly fragmented world. For 2 weeks every 4 years, people from different nations, cultures, languages, and backgrounds focus their attention on the same events, celebrate the same achievements, and marvel at the same displays of human capability. The Olympics create moments of transcendence. The underdog who wins against all odds, the favorite who falls short but wins hearts through grace and defeat, the relay team that executes perfectly under pressure, the distance runner who refuses to quit despite exhaustion, the gymnast who lands the routine of their life when it matters most. These moments remind us of what humans can achieve when talent meets opportunity and dedication. They inspire young people to take up sports, to test themselves, to discover their own capabilities. They provide role models who demonstrate that greatness requires not just natural gifts but also work ethic, mental toughness, and support from coaches, family, and community. They show that losing with dignity can be as admirable as winning with grace. As we look ahead to Los Angeles in 2028 and beyond, the Olympic story continues to be written. New sports will be added, reflecting changing global interests. New records will fall as training methods improve and athletes build on the achievements of previous generations. New host cities will put their own stamp on the Olympic experience, just as Paris, Tokyo, Rio, London, Beijing, and all the others have done. New athletes will emerge to capture our imaginations and expand our sense of human possibility. The journey from Athens 1896 to Paris 2024 encompasses far more than sports records and medal counts. It is a story about human progress and human nature, about international cooperation and intense national rivalry, about idealism and commercialism, about barriers broken and limits pushed. It is a story that continues to unfold, that adapts to changing times while maintaining connection to ancient traditions, that celebrates excellence while acknowledging the universal experience of striving toward goals that sometimes prove just beyond our reach. The Olympic flame will be lit again. The athletes will gather again. The world will watch again. And in those moments of pure competition, when the outcome hangs in balance and athletes dig deep to find reserves they didn't know they possessed, the Olympic Games will again demonstrate why they have endured for more than a century and why they likely will endure for many years to come. The human desire to test ourselves, to compete, to witness greatness, and to dream of achieving it ourselves, these are not transient interests but fundamental aspects of what it means to be human. And as long as humans gather to celebrate athletic excellence, the Olympic spirit will continue to inspire and unite us all.